I've been calling for carer-centric policies. I thank the Labor and Welfare Bureau for their work. The PA proposes a focus on carers of seniors and those people with disabilities. But what's the definition of carers? Carer groups also came to me with questions. The government has not clearly defined carers. That leaves carers unable to apply for help, say carers or parents of children with special education needs. There were 65,000 students with special educational needs. Their parents take care of these children 24/7. No breathing room. Senior carers of persons with disabilities, and PWDs caring for other PWDs apart. Parents of children with SEN are also under huge stress. There are parent resource centers, integrated family service centers, and also integrated teenage service centers. But then there are all these overlapping resources. Every tragedy involving carers is one too many. I have called for carer support centers in each district. I urge the government to step up support. For the 19 SWD-funded parent relative support resource centers, we should turn them into carer support centers. There are allowances for carers of seniors and PWDs. It's now increased to $3,000 per month. I met with concerned groups. They slammed the scheme. Too few places, too little in amount. Families with real need cannot benefit. The SWD's definition is that for carers of seniors and PWDs, the seniors already have OALA or PWDs already have disability allowance. The SWD wants to avoid double enrichment, so these people are denied the help. But there's a survey that says that having more than one allowance at the same time does not count as double enrichment. These people are the vulnerable groups. We should support them. Over 60% of those surveyed don't see a need for asset test. They think the threshold is too high. The survey also finds the expenses needed for seniors is more than $3,700, and for PWDs, the expense is more than $3,200. But the allowance is at $3,000. Let's look at the figures. The allowance is not enough. The government should consider relaxing the threshold for the allowances. Let's drop the asset or the income test, and we need a full review of the carers allowance in terms of scope. We need to review the support for them. Here, I thank the government for the 182 183 helpline. There's a round-the-clock help carers hotline. But there are areas where the government can do better. Parents of SEN children told us this helpline is for carers of seniors and PWDs. Parents of children with SENs cannot get the help they need. The government should monitor the service and enhance the hotline. The social workers and others manning the hotline should have the skills to offer the help needed. They shouldn't just point the people to 999 when needed. I so submit. Mr. Bill Tank. I don't have much time left, and this will be the last session I will be speaking. Many members have asked people to vote. I will do it too. Since 2007, I've become an island district councillor. Back then, I went through a rough patch, so I have first-hand experience of those hard times. DCs are there for councillors to get in touch with local residents so that they can let the government know what people want, and that will lead to better policies. So I urge voters to pick dedicated candidates, vote for them, so that they can work for you. And then we will see better policies. I thank the government. In Kowloon East, when I ran for legislative election, poverty, transport, healthcare, those were the three major issues. The policy addresses two of them. Transport will take the work of the entire government. For the East Kowloon Rail Link, there has been changes in the name. There's a hilly terrain in East Kowloon. People there need transport links. Lamton North, Xiranshan, if we can give those areas a thought in a transport link, that will be even better. Poverty.
Now, targeted poverty alleviation is the consensus of this council. I moved the motion debate. That's what members said. Now, in the past, we use a simplified approach of relative poverty to assess the poverty situation. But then, because it's simple, it actually causes more contention. So now we have SDU tenants, single-parent families, and the elderly. There must be concrete ways to help them improve their livelihood, and that's something we must do. On subdivided units, SDUs, I must thank the government for setting a target. It's a 10-month timetable, and there's a task force to deal with pragmatic issues. First of all, how do we eradicate substandard SDUs? And secondly, how do we make sure there is proper rehousing or resettlement arrangement, or whether we need legislative support to do that? Because this is an issue that's been plaguing Hong Kong for a long time. It is probably a symbol of the huge wealth gap in Hong Kong now. The government is determined to resolve that. Many members talked about SDUs. We are hoping to address the housing needs through a ladder approach. This is still effective. SDUs, public housing, and then private housing, some say that the step may be too steep, and some just get to the public housing step and they stop there. They don't want to move up the ladder furthermore. So apart from housing ladder for our housing policy, what about helping people to get to their final destination in one move? What do we mean by that? In Singapore, they have this package housing, and now we have ways only to encourage young people to mix. There's a way to encourage young people to make savings. Maybe they paid a small interest, and then perhaps after 10 years in Area 173 of Cheung Kong or in the artificial islands, the housing units are ready. At that time, these young people will have the right to buy a flat. There's no need to put them through a means test because they took part in the scheme to save up for a home in future. That means they're committed to staying in Hong Kong, and they're committed to buy a home for their family. Maybe say every month I put aside $4,000 over 10 years. Is some $600,000-$700,000, and in turn, the young person gets the right to buy a flat. In Singapore, employees have to contribute 20% to the Central Provident Fund, and that's a guarantee that they will be eventually get housing in their 30s or something. So we can do the same here. We help people to get to the top of the housing ladder. Some people won't work or won't get promoted because they want to wait for public housing, or there are others who keep failing to get HOS unit. So this is a way to help young people, and then young people see that the government is developing land to build housing for them. So I hope the government will consider this sort of housing approach. Mr. Duncan Chiu, the Chief Executive delivered 2 policy addresses so far. Both have to do with developing economy for better livelihood. The last year's PEA showed the government's commitment to compete for talents and enterprises, and then there's also target for developing Hong Kong into 8 centers. So the last PEA set a good foundation. Now, because of the political situation, our recovery pace has been slower than expected, but still we're on the road to recovery. And so we're moving in the right direction. For this year's policy address, there are many chapters covering innovation and technology, and also in terms of land, talents, or capital, there are various policy issues. The two PAs together show me that the government is prepared to listen to the views of the I&T sector, and so the I&T sector sees hope in the future. We will continue to support the government in its policy that's led by I&T, and then we will continue to contribute our effort to help the country develop into a strong I&T nation. Now, in terms of I&T and industrialization, I think there are 7 areas of major key policies announced in the PA. First is about speeding up the digital government, promoting new industrialization, promoting commercialization of R&D outcome, promoting AI, together promoting the He joint Shenzhen Hong Kong Technology Park, and so on. So for the OXIO and the efficiency unit, the government has announced to combine them to become a digital policy office led by the Commissioner of Digital Policy. I welcome this arrangement because this is something that the sector has been suggesting for many years. Hopefully, with the restructuring of the government department, then there is a new way to promote digital government and digital economy. I hope this is just a start. I hope the government will then keep reviewing the functions of different departments, and when necessary, the government could restructure government departments or units so that we could enhance the efficiency of the government. Now, we want to promote the development of a smart city and a digital and a smart government. It's announced in the PA that there will be 100 projects to promote smart city development, and then in 1 year there will be measures to support further use of e-payment. Now, there's also measures on application of I&T in public transport, and for taxis and so on, there will also be full e-payment, and then the government will explore online car hire service and how it relates to taxi, and then hopefully soon there will be a solution regarding this issue. Now, on the 8th of November, at the meeting of this council, I moved a motion on removing the digital divide. I hope the government will complete the digital infrastructure as soon as possible. That includes improving the IAM Smart platform so that there will be digital ID authentication, and then that will be good convergence with the banking, insurance industries, and so on. And then it will be easy for the public to access both public and private organizations. And now, So there's a need for the government to. That's why the government is going to review the IM Smart platform on changing the mindset of officials. I hope that will happen, because I hope they won't just tinker around with systems when there's new technological advancement. We need to have vision. We need to look forward. We need to be prepared when in advance. We have to anticipate the future technological advancement. And then now there's not enough communication among government departments, and there's not enough coordination. I hope this will be addressed too. On developing key areas, the PA proposes to set up Institute on Microelectronics that's to promote collaboration among the businesses, the universities and government. And also there will be an AI supercomputing center to be set up. that will promote development in this area. For microelectronics and AI, these are key development areas of the country. Hong Kong SAR plays an important role here as a special administrative region. So I support the government's proposal to take forward the development of microelectronics and AI technology in Hong Kong. While we're on computing power, now we are now seeing concrete plans for Sentine, Technopole, and the Hotel development. So I'm sure there will be many different technological sectors moving to Hong Kong. And then in Northern Metropolis, of course, there will be many major INT corporations, there are hospitals and so on. So there are many private and enterprises and public organizations that will have strong demand for computing power. So that's why in Xialing, originally scheduled is planned for to be developed for is planned to develop a cemetery there. But I have suggested turning that into a data center because it's the right location, and I'm sure it will provide very good conditions. And then we could build high-end data center there. It will support the development of the INT park in the Northern Metropolis. I hope also there will be early completion of the AI supercomputing center. It will support the computing needs for Hong Kong. On training INT talents, the government has proposed a university on applied sciences, and there will also be another institute for training INT talents. I think that would be good. I and the sector have been striving for improving INT education in primary school and secondary school. Now there's a proposal to start a new subject in primary school, and then for secondary school there will be enrichment of the current curriculum on science education, STEAM education. So I hope for when the government designs the primary school subject, the aim should be to let primary students learn what INT is about, and it should make instill their interest in learning more about INT. And then there's also an IAI module in one of the subjects for junior secondary school coming up, and I hope there'll be more such modules, maybe computational thinking, coding modules and so on should be introduced, because in other countries many schools require their students to acquire these skills. So it's important that students in Hong Kong acquire these skills early. It will improve their INT literacy, and they will also become more competitive. On many areas, the PA has proposed adopting more widely INT, say in healthcare, welfare, youth affairs, and so on. Now, the INT sector, of course, welcomes this direction, but then we have concerns on three areas. First, the PA has put forward many proposals on INT talents, and it's mostly about high-end talents. But then for the INT sector, we face a serious shortage in junior and intermediate level INT talents. So I hope the government will take on board our suggestion for INT talent pass. So for people, for residents of GBA, that if they have this pass, then they could come to Hong Kong frequently. That will help to promote exchange of expertise, and then these people don't need to come and live in Hong Kong, but they just need to come travel here frequently, and that's good. And then that it will not add to our housing burden. And also, the second concern is about seeking capital for startup capital in particular. It's been tough for people to get startup capital. I hope the government will take the lead to promote private businesses offering startup capital. Perhaps the Hong Kong Investment Corporation could set up a $5 billion fund which it will be a matching fund, and it could encourage more venture capital to come to Hong Kong to invest in INT businesses here. And then we don't need to use public money. Instead, we can get support from private capital, and that will bring more INT companies to Hong Kong. And if they, set up their office in Hong Kong, of course, it will bring us tax revenue. The third issue is about cross-boundary data exchange and data flow. It's about data access, data use, data management, data standards, and so on. But then the PA has not set a timetable for legislating for data security. Since 2022, I've been asking for legislation for data economy, digital economy, and AI. I hope the government will soon legislate for them. Now, on safeguarding national security, the PA proposes to legislate for Article 23 of the Basic Law and also to legislate for cybersecurity of critical infrastructure. I hope the government will legislate soon for this. I'm all for that because we are seeing increasing risks. The government says that it will step up the security of cyber security of critical infrastructure, and then in 2024 a bill will be submitted. I've actually have long been advocating that the government needs to protect critical infrastructure. It needs to also start a discussion on protecting data security and so on. There's need to set up a timetable. Now, this is what the INT sector has been asking for. I hope the government will soon come up with a timetable. Now, with cyber security, it's about safety in relation to data access, use, and so on. So that means sensitive data may be involved and that could affect national security. So when the government drafts the two bills, it must also bear in mind the issue of cyber security. Where do we set the boundary and what should be covered, what should be dealt with by Article 23 and what should be dealt with by the cyber security law. So I hope the government will start a discussion with the sector early.
The INT sector is also very concerned about another legislative amendment, that is, the continuous enhancement of the intellectual property ordinance protection on AI. Consultation will begin next year. During the previous round of amendments to the IP ordinance, many members said that the government should take forward the next round of consultation on protection and safeguard on the developments of AI. We hope that the consultation work will begin early next year and that the INT sector and other stakeholders will be sufficiently consulted. And we want to see a bill within 2024 so that the intellectual property ordinance can catch up with the developments in AI and other technologies. The policy statement has been issued for more than a year on virtual assets. Over the past year, we have attracted a lot of quality virtual asset investors to come to Hong Kong. However, virtual assets didn't get much mention in this policy address, and it weakens the confidence in investors. 20 years ago, at the dawn of the internet era, because of the lack of regulations, there were a lot of gray areas in legislation. At the time, the industry was perceived to be in chaos, but that didn't stop the development of internet. Today, every segment in the life is closely linked to internet. So we have to move forward in setting up standards for the virtual asset industry to promote its growth. All over the world, there are legislative works on this in this area. In the future, we will have a lot of application scenario in fintech, including tokenization, as well as stablecoin. These are all very important for the growth of Hong Kong as a financial center. We should clarify to the world that we support the development of digital financing to allay any concerns. And also, I support the direction the government is taking towards Northern Metropolis. There will be a Northern Metropolis University town. There will be a presence of government offices as well as landmark cultural facilities in the area. There will be 4 zones with different industry positioning. I support the land use planning and the development model. It will bring about a synergized development in the area and attract INT players to establish a footing there. It will also strengthen our foundation as an international INT development center. I support the motion of thanks. Mr. Zhang Hailong. President, this policy address, overall speaking, has paid heed to our suggestions. It is at a time when we are facing economic uncertainty that the government delivered this pragmatic policy address. It gave much focus on addressing people's livelihood issues. Some of my suggestions were taken on board, including speeding up the establishment of a supercomputing center. AI has been mentioned 10 times, and in the policy address, it is a record high among all policy address, and I also support the suspension of new residential stamp duty for incoming talents. This is also my suggestion. I thank the government for taking on board it. Now, as a representative of the people, I have to make more suggestions to address people's livelihood further. There is a misconception on the definition of citizen. Now, we are considering top talents who are facing challenges in Hong Kong as visitors. These talents are people with Hong Kong permanent residence, and they have the same identity card as ours. So we have to give them all the help we have. Now, I am the chairman of a charitable organization or an NGO to help talents. I think Hong Kong is not ready to help the tens of thousands of talents who are coming to Hong Kong. According to the government statistics, we already have some 70,000 new talents who have obtained citizenship, including their families and children. They account for 1% of our population. In addressing people's livelihood issue, these are also the people we have to help, including housing, leasing of a flat, or children's education. Yesterday, I said that some talents couldn't get their assets to come to Hong Kong. They have come, but not their money. I've conducted an investigation and research. 1/4 of the Category A talents want to establish a company in Hong Kong. At this rate, in 2024, we will have a lot more companies established by top talents in Hong Kong. They will hire a lot of workers in Hong Kong and engage our professional services and boost the property and financial market. The government has to address the livelihood issues of this group of new citizens to help boost our economy. Now, this is my point. Talents can easily come to Hong Kong, but it is difficult for them to stay. We have to understand the real needs of our talents to help them stay in Hong Kong. Now, I just want to focus on one point because of the time limitation. A lot of friends who are talents told me that they are not used to the recruitment process in Hong Kong, and they want the government to organize online and offline recruitment fairs so that they can get a job offer more easily. They want a platform which is more suitable for them to showcase their skills and experience and on how they can contribute to the development of our economy. Last Saturday, together with the HKS Hong Kong Science Park, we organized a recruitment fair with some 300 attendants. They only get 1 minute to present themselves, but it was very helpful. A lot of INT companies hired the candidates. Many INT companies are creating new job positions, and they allow application via QR code. According to surveys, every INT company here received more than 25 high-quality CVs from potential candidates. I hope the government can conduct these thematic recruitment fair together with various organizations in their trade. In 2024, if we can have more than 10,000 new companies established in Hong Kong, this will definitely inject new impetus into our growth. Thank you. Dr. So Chang-Win. President, the The theme of this session of debate is earnestly addressing people's concerns and difficulties in daily life and work together to safeguard harmony and stability. These are very thorny issues. They are all interrelated. There can be a real rift between the government's policies and the market's mechanism. The governments may be criticized for this if the policies are not well thought. If the government takes a back seat and allow these problems to persist, it will weaken confidence and productivity. Still, this policy address shows that the government is good at spotting the problems and sees opportunities to deal with these problems head-on. They showed it responsibility and gave us the right solutions. It is a balancing act between the interests in different sectors. It shows that the government is a capable one and our market is efficient. For example, stabilizing the property market, offering public housing, addressing subdivided units, dwellers' plight. These are all based on land supply. The government has secured land for developments to meet the need in the next 30 years, and also more land will be created. We have an aging population and manpower shortage. The policy address gave us pro-birth measures and enhanced labor importation scheme as well as new measures to care for the elderly. In terms of targeted poverty alleviation, there are innovative measures like the pilot scheme on community living room, on northern metropolis developments. The key is reasonableness, aggressiveness, as well as efficiency of our efforts. The northern metropolis is divided into 4 functional zones, and also the committee on the financing of major development projects will be established. Private developers will also be invited to join the development process. It shows that the government has really come up with many measures to address the bottlenecks in development. I am truly grateful for the CE and the principal officials who were so humble and listened to views from various industries and professions, as well as society as a whole. Some unreasonable and unfeasible suggestions aim at hyping up the matter or gaining personal popularity were filtered out, and only the reasonable voices were taken on board. I hope that the public can understand the efforts the government has put into this policy address, and let's be patient in waiting for the results. Now, in terms of the northern metropolis, the CE emphasized that this will be the growth engine for Hong Kong in the future. I'm pleased to see that in the action agenda for Northern Metropolis Development just announced, there are detailed planning for various parts of the development. I'm very much encouraged. The government has been not innovative enough in terms of institutional reform and restructuring. So maybe we can see the Northern Metropolis as a SAR within the Hong Kong SAR and implement innovative governance structure in the area so that we can have a rather independent structure to achieve better efficiency. this will help us remove the shackles of rigid thinking in the conventional approach. This will also introduce the new model of inviting the industry to participate in governance in the area. This will be a model of a modern city and also drive the reform of governance in Hong Kong as a whole. Now, I support shifting some government functions to the northern metropolis to attract population intake. And also the infrastructure-led model will ensure that there will be a sufficient support for the population in the northern metropolis in terms of infrastructure.
Third, infrastructure with foresight. We need the infrastructure in place and also tap market forces in these projects to create jobs and create growth. Fourth, let's make a greater effort to promote the northern metropolis to the world, grab the attention of global investors, tap into the market, create growth. Let's try something like the Pudong development area from Shenzhen. I so submit. Thank you, President. Mr. Gary Zhang. Thank you, President. The policy address proposes many measures on transport. There are many highlights. I'm a railway engineer. I have been looking at the railway-related measures. There are new ideas, changes to original plans. They make sense. They respond to people's needs. Take Kai Tak as an example. Local residents gave me views about the local mass transit plan. On the evening of the PA's delivery, local residents told me they were happy. It was a truly genuine kind of joy. This shows the policies are met with welcome and they contribute to a sense of gain. Let's look at the alignment from Kai Tak Station to the cruise terminal. Phase 1 turns on this. There are people who have moved in. We need to meet their commuting needs. So this alignment makes sense. But let's look at efficiency from Kai Tak Station to the end of the cruise terminal. It's a feeder. It connects the two places. We move people from one place to the station. That may not make the most sense in transport efficiency. Kai Tak has flats. It will also play a role in tourism and sports. Kai Tak Sports Park can be used for major events such as concerts. When people leave the park, a single Kai Tak station cannot cope with the heavy rail. We need more transport options. In the future, there will be other commuting needs. There's a cruise terminal, there will be people living there. A one-way feeder is not good enough. So my thought is we should reserve the possibility of extending the line, but where to? And that is Yau Tong. An earlier proposal was to extend it to Kwun Tong. We visited the area. We talked to other engineers. This will be tough in technically unfeasible. You can make it through the Kwun Tong bypass, Hoi Yun Road, you run into other issues. Well, let's try a different approach. Extending it to Yau Tong Station, will mean you have two connecting points with the heavy rail system, Kai Tak Station and Yau Tong system, and they lead to different rail lines. So the link would become more than a feeder. You can divert the passengers and you can have a circulation. In Yau Tong Bay, Cha Kuo Lane, there will be public housing projects and private flats. Sooner or later, tens of thousands of people will move into the area. We need to meet their transport needs. So for the Kai Tak mass transit project, reserving the possibility for extension will help us meet the transport needs of Cha Kuo Lane and Yau Tong Bay. People will have concerns on the technical side of things. For the project, my plan will work better than the one leading to Kunlun. We just need a cross-bay link kind of bridge in Yau Tong Bay. It can go along the coast of Yau Tong Bay. Now it's undeveloped. There is room for my plan. Some wonder whether the protection of the harbor ordinance is involved. Indeed, we have to go through the procedure under that ordinance. The government has plans for automated connection systems, bridges. These plans will have to go through the protection of the harbor ordinance anyway. So public opinion and the government's own plans, they both agree there's a need for transport links, so there is overriding public interest. My proposal about changing the alignment is in line with this goal. And I believe this can go through the mechanism under the ordinance. The Kai Tak alignment will have a bearing on the future transport policies, population intake, etc. Our transport project can also become a new landmark in East Kowloon. The cross-bay link in Cheung Kwan O is more than transport infrastructure. It's also a landmark in our cityscape. I hope different departments can consider my proposal or at least reserve this possibility. Now, I turn to Hung Shui Kiu. This will be a key part of the northern metropolis. Some years ago, I talked to the government officials. Hung Shui Kiu was meant to be a traditional new town, public rental housing and more private flats. But there was a plan about the rail link to Qianhai for a purely residential area, and then we have a major rail link. Something's off about the resources for the area, but now there's a change to Hung Shui Kiu. It's now more than a traditional new town. This will be a modernized logistics and professional services zone. We will have a western rail link with Hung Shui Kiu Station that makes sense. Transport matters in that area. For Hong Kong people to go to Shenzhen, it can lead to Tuen Mun and Sunny Bay and Kao Yu Chau and Hong Kong Island. This will be a key corridor in Western Hong Kong. But how will we run the link? We are still discussing that. We should seize this opportunity. There's already a plan for Hung Shui Kiu will link to Sunny Bay and to Kao Yu Chau. In Sunny Bay, we have enough room. A simple link, bifurcate the rail links, connect it to the Airport Express. Then, with a low cost, we can have the Airport Express 2.0. 1.0 Airport Express 1.0 is airport to Hong Kong Island. Airport 2.0, it goes north to Hung Shui Kiu, Shenzhen Bay, Qianhai. The people living there will be the people going to the airport. This will help boost the competitiveness of our airport and our status as an aviation hub. A simple connection in Sunny Bay will cost little, and that can help link up our airport with Shenzhen, especially with the core business district of Shenzhen. No transfer, a single ride, you can go from the airport to Shenzhen Bay, and in less than 40 minutes you get to Shanghai. For the airport and Western Hong Kong as a whole, this will be a boon. Mr. Lam Sai-hong is an expert in railways. Once Hong Shou Q is completed, and once we have the artificial island, and we fail to seize the opportunity now, potential passengers, travelers will have a hard time going through the transfer in Hong Shou Q station because we fail to have all the transport ready. They have to go through different links from Hong Shou Q to Sunny Bay, and then they have to go to Qingyi, to airport. This scenario will be regrettable. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure without the right connections. If this happens, this will be a cause for regret. So we should get the planning right today. It will cost little. We just have to adjust the signal systems, etc. And then with little cost, we can have Airport Express 2.0. This will be a key piece of infrastructure. This will also help Hong Kong and Shenzhen. It will take time from having the alignment to getting to the works. So how do we speed things up? I talked to fellow engineers, and part of it is also my experience. First, approval. For railway works, frontline manpower matters. There are importation of labor schemes. But approval is another part of the problem. Railway structure, civil engineering, fire safety, there are statutory procedures involved. But there's a mismatch of resources. The government doesn't have enough people looking at the approval. There are people with the MTR Corporation, they oversee railway projects. There are thousands of people managing those projects. Under the Highways Department, there's a railways office. There are just dozens of people. But at the MTRC, they have so many people, but none of them works on approval. They are just managing the project. But we are chronically short-staffed in granting approval, and that applies to the CEDD, to the FSD. A change of plan at the construction site, it takes a month to get the approval. For complex cases, the approval takes 2 to 3 months. People don't wait for the approval, and then we will get a repetition of what happened with the Sha Tin to Central Link. And then you get delays. With more workers on the construction site, they are still held up because people have to wait for the approval of a change in the plan. So more people working on approval and streamlining the procedure will help speed up railway projects, and we should look into this. Now, competition in railway projects. How do we bring in competition? I took part in the mainland's railway project. I've also been involved in Hong Kong's railway project. We had the ownership model, franchise model. Leave the professional matters to professionals. Our MTL Corporation specializes in operation and maintenance. it will be hard to bring in a competitor at the same level that may cause problem for our railway network. So we shouldn't try to bring in competition purely for its own sake. But in building the infrastructure, tunnels, bridges, the construction, the Railway Corporation serves as a project manager. It has to engage contractors, architects. And here, we should think whether we do need this intermediary. For the civil engineering, the construction, we can have more competition. Give the projects to the most competitive contractors with the expertise and leave out the intermediary. That will bring speed and efficiency to our future railway project. And it's here that we can consider competition. These are my thoughts on the transport measures, especially on railways, in the policy address. I so submit. I support the motion of thanks. Thank you, President.
Mr. Michael Look, President, the theme of this session is earnestly addressing people's concerns and difficulties in daily life and working together to safeguard harmony and stability. Well, these two titles, themes are put together because if we cannot address the livelihood and other pressing issues to the public, there's no way we can have harmony. So we need to address people's concerns. Now, there are many issues on covered here on livelihood, such as pro-child-bearing policies, newborn baby bonus of $20,000. There's also a new allowance, and then increasing the retraining allowance. It's an increase of 40% to $8,000. And working family living allowance, that's an increase of 12%. So all these are practical issues that would give immediate help to grassroots families. But then the very core of the people's difficulties, what's that? Now, if there's no root problem, the government needs not do anything. And in Hong Kong, we have never dealt with primary distribution because Hong Kong people may work hard, but they don't earn enough to make ends meet. That's why the government needs to subsidize them with public money, and that may become financial burden on the community. We want the salary class to have a good job, and then they have wage increase. That's in line with economic growth, as it's the national policy on the mainland. Now, the labor sector is very concerned about the impact of imported labor. The labor sector, of course, does not welcome expanding the imported labor scheme. It's not because we are afraid of healthy competition, but rather we are afraid of unfair and unhealthy competition. Why are we saying that? Now, the government keeps saying that local workers first, and then they will go by the median wage in paying imported labor. But is it really the case? Now, from the imported labor that we've come into contact with, they are exploited in many ways. There's a deduction of wage, there's fake contract, and they're actually paid much less and so on. In Macau, they've been importing large number of workers much earlier than Hong Kong, so that's an experience we should bear in mind. Now, for local workers in Macau, their wages have not gone up, they've gone down because of the large number of imported workers. So in Hong Kong, must learn from that experience. And then there's exploitation of imported labor. Is it just the tip? Is it just isolated cases? But no, it's not. They are not isolated cases. Rather, they are the tip of the iceberg. Because it's actually prevalent, but then few reports are made because the cost of complaint is too high. For imported workers, they have no choice but to put up with it. now maybe there is actually exploitation, but import workers know about that because they have been to the briefings of the Labor Department. They know, say, for example, a care worker should get $14,000 a month, but then the boss asked the worker to reimburse some of the fund of the wage. Would they do that? Of course they will, because they have paid much in agency fees. They don't want to be sacked, and then there may even be criminal intimidation in some cases. That is, you must not complain, otherwise I will, take revenge on your family back at home. And then the imported workers, of course, dare not come forward. And even if they are brave enough to come forward, they stay in Hong Kong. Yes, the immigration department may allow them to stay longer, but where do they stay? Accommodation cost is so expensive. They have to pay several $100s a day just to pay for a bed space, not even a hotel room. I've dealt with a case, and I actually gave money to the complainant, a few $1,000s to help them. I can't help everyone like that, so I only managed to help one case. And we're not encouraging imported workers to do job hopping, but then imported workers paid tens of thousands of dollars in agency fees, so there's no way they can switch to a different job. I've talked to Mr. Chris Sun. While they are waiting for a hearing at the Labor Tribunal, you should at least arrange accommodation for them. A bed space would do, even. Otherwise, if they don't get any support, they will just have to put up with exploitation. And so there is unfair competition between local and imported workers, and then the wage level of local workers will go down, and that's our biggest concern. So I hope the government will make sure the rights and interests of imported workers are protected. Now, there's an NGO that says that government's not giving them enough support. So the NGO could only tell the imported workers that you enjoy such rights, and the Labor Department is there, but then there's nothing more they can do to help the imported workers. So we need to make sure imported workers are not exploited. Only then can we make sure that local workers are put first and foremost. Now, there's employer of imported workers. The employer has applied for imported workers in the first tranche, and they want to apply again in the second tranche. How do you make sure they have done everything they can to hire local workers first? It's not. It shouldn't be that, because they still have vacancies after importing first batch of workers, that you allow them to import a second batch. So they need to be committed to hire local workers. How do you measure that? You have to see whether there's wage increase, whether there's any proactive recruitment mechanism in place. And that should be the basis for you to approve further applications from the same employer. Now, I'd like to talk about electricity policy. I moved a motion that was passed in the council some time ago. I'd like to step up the interconnection with the mainland power grid. I'm glad that next week there will be a report on the midterm review of the two power companies. I hope the government won't wait another 10 years for the Terengganu cable to be laid. Please, for the Northern Metropolis, can you start a pilot scheme there? Now, we're going to have the data center and the supercomputing center. They need cheap power to enhance our competitiveness, and we are just a river across from Shenzhen. Can you, bring power over from Shenzhen to lower the cost? And finally, on enhancing district governance, we rely very much on the district forces. We need people who have been serving the local communities for a long time, who are committed to serving the community. Please vote on the 10th of November. Thank you. Mr. Michael Tian. Well, many points are interrelated, so that's why I'm going to speak just once. I'm sure the officials will agree. It's fine to do that. This Well, this policy address is the longest ever. It covers almost everything. Of course, if we have infinite resources, it's the best way to do that. But the reality is resources are finite. And in the near term, there are uncertainties about government revenue. So is it the case that we can cover everything? And even if we have enough in terms of quantity, but do we have enough in terms of quality? That's why I'm speaking to hope to promote both quantity and quality. First, on railway systems. The Central Rail Line, the rail link, is not going to be linked up with the Chunwan line altogether. And I've openly said that we won't support that. We are spending $20 billion more, and then we are bringing passengers from northern metropolis to the downstream stations of the East Rail Line, and people will have to wait a long time to get on board during peak hours. That's why the rail line must be linked to the Chunwan line. It will save $20 billion, and also Chunwan residents could go north using the new link. Now it's to link up a Chun King circuit. The NOL will link up with the Chun King circuit. I support that. But then for the northeast line, if we want people there want to go to, we'll have to take a long detour if they want to go back to Chunwan. Now, how many passengers will actually take the train to Kowloon Tong for interchange? Is it really worth spending the extra $20 billion? Last week at a panel, I asked that when the reference funding proposal goes to the PWSC and FC, there must be all these data. Otherwise, I won't support it. For the East Kowloon line, that's taking on board my suggestion. And it's going from Choi Hung to Po Ta to Yau Tong, I think is the right alignment. I'm sure the government has checked with the operators, with the companies that they can manage the slope before the government comes up with this proposal. But then people will have to pay extra to get to the MTR line because it's a different operator, so there won't be any interchange concession. Now the government in the past, because of the hillside, the MTR system won't work. But now the government's going to do a tunnel, so the CL could also tender. And then the northeast New Territories line is also a good suggestion. It will benefit commuters. But then, in future, there will be cross-boundary passengers, and then for Queens Hill and so on, there will be extra population of over 200,000 Kutong, and Northern Metropolis also hundreds of thousands more people, and all will go to the training station. I dare not imagine what it will be like on the East Rail line. The government seems to think the East Rail line is omnipotent, so they bring all rail lengths to link up with the East Rail line, and I have reservation if that's the case. That's all I want to say about railways. But apart from new railway projects, of course, existing rail lines, there's maintenance. There are maintenance and many other issues. The government has never said it won't set up a railways department, but is not saying when it will do so. Last week, the secretary told us the government is still reviewing certain details. So I will see what will come up next. For the Tai Po and road and Sha Tin bypass. Now I want to talk about roads. Tai Po Road is heavily congested. The government plans to build T4 that costs $7 billion, and that may ease traffic for 3 or 4 years, but there's no timetable. Now, but if the road can be completed in 2023 to 2024, it would be great. But if it's going to be completed in another 10, 20 years, then Tai Po Road will remain congested. There's no solution. So that's why the government needs to give a timetable on the Sha Tin bypass as soon as possible. Land and housing. This is another priority issue. of all the Cs that I know, Mr. John Lee is the quickest in identifying land for public housing production. When he assumed office, his target was to find land for 300 plus the 1,000 units, but now he's found land for over 400,000 units. In the first 5-year period when he was in office, he was going to provide 100,000 public housing units, but now there are 170,000, including like public housing. So on land and housing, even if he doesn't score full mark, Mr. John Lee at least scores 95 points. But we're just talking about quantity. These days, another problem is the small living standard. Our living area per person is only half of that for Singapore. So for young couples, do they really have incentive to start a family? That's why I'm all for the Khao Yi Chau artificial island. Some are saying that since we've already exceeded the target, why is we still building more housing? But even if we have enough housing, doesn't mean that we're living comfortably. I think ultimately we want to increase the average size per person for housing. And then even for the private sector, then they may choose to build bigger units. And how come the chief executive does not mention the Fanling golf course? What's the point of recovering the golf course? You've recovered 8 holes, there's still 10 holes left, so it's neither here nor there. Sports development is important too. Is it true that Hong Kong needs that 10,000 units so much that you want to destroy a golf course with a very long history and that has many old trees that need to be conserved? Or do you want to conserve a complete golf course that's a public golf course? Would it be even better for Hong Kong that way?
Let me move on to economy on recurrent revenue. On public finance, over the past 5 years, land sale revenue accounted for 23% of the government's recurrent revenue. I think this year it will drop to less than 10%. Stamp duty revenue in the past it accounted for 70%. This year, it will drop to 10%. In other words, this year's recurrent revenue will drop by at least 20%. As I mentioned at the beginning, the vision is grand, but resources are definite. So how can we achieve a balance? Land sale revenue has always accounted for the second largest source of government revenue. That's not healthy. We have to reduce this to 13%. So how can we make up for the remaining 10%? We have to broaden our tax base and introduce new tax items. A lot of people with vision in society agree on that. I don't think broadening the tax base will not cause particular hardship on a certain group of people. I hope the financial secretary will hear my view in the next budget. On healthcare, we think a doctor for each family is a good way forward. Now, the issue with the public healthcare system is everyone is queuing up for specialist services, no matter how serious their conditions are. That's why the queue is so long. In other countries, families would approach family doctor first before approaching a specialist. That would cut the queue for specialist services a lot. Now, the government has launched the co-treatment program for chronically ill. That is the first step towards the concept of family doctor for each family. We hope that each citizen can register for a family doctor. We should provide incentives. If you are not on the register, then you have to pay more in the public healthcare system. Now, about accidents with medical devices, there have been a lot of major medical accidents or medical incidents. The government should peg the prevalence of medical incidents with salary. Now, when the Operation Theatre lamp dropped in the United Christian Hospital, well, the contractor still won 3 contracts at the value of $8 million. It seems that the government didn't know the track record of that contractor or supplier. As the panel on health services, the government promised to give me an answer after the meeting. Well, I wonder if the government can accept this outcome. Now, on tourism, I am very disappointed about the measures put forward in the policy address. The C is still talking about night vibes. The last major tourism attraction we had was the Disneyland Resort 20 years ago. Reclamation in Sunny Bay to build a multi-purpose activity venue for racing, road bike, marathon, musical concerts, technological research. Well, this is the attraction we are talking about. A lot of experts support that, but the government hasn't paid heed to this reclamation project in Sunny Bay. So I'm very disappointed with the tourism chapter in the policy address. Well, last week in Central, we had a rallycross event. It was very popular. On the other hand, because of the limitation in the size of the venue, there were lots of hiccups. The racing tracks were cut short and there was a delay. Well, the operator spent so much on getting an approval from the government to conduct the race. It is such a waste. Now, in extreme weather, it will become more prevalent in the future. We have to strengthen our slopes to prevent landslide. $8 billion will be spent on improving drainage waterworks. Well, I think this is the wrong focus. The problem is not the insufficient capacity of our waterworks. It is the inadequate clearance of dead leaves on roads. That's why our drainage is blocked. The government is still relying on manual labor to clear away dead leaves or fallen leaves. That wouldn't be quick enough when there is heavy rainfall. And the work is under the purview of 3 departments: FEHD, highways, and the roads department. Well, it is very confusing. We have 300 slopes requiring enforcement work, but we can only enforce 15 per year. It will take 20 years to strengthen all our slopes, but we need to move quicker. 17 Technopole. This is very pertinent to our future development. Its characteristic is that the government will grant land directly. There will be 165,000 new jobs created in 17 Technopole. So when granting the land, you have to make it clear that this is your target. And what if the operators in future fail to hire that many people? Well, we are still in the planning phase of the project, and it seems that the government is still drawing a sketch only. Time doesn't wait for anyone. We have to speed up. On the relations between the government and the legislature, I want to talk about the government's views on legislators' suggestions. If the government doesn't accept my suggestions because of research and with the support of statistics, I will accept that. But sometimes they will reject our ideas without any research. Last week, I suggested the government should use a smart technology to monitor work and construction sites. The secretary told me that most construction sites cannot do that. Well, is there any figure to support that? Now, about data security, I'm not saying that you have to tell us the names of the PRH tenants. I just want to know among them how many of them have a house hidden from the eyes of the government. But you told me there is the concern of the personal data security. But in general, I support the policy address. Mr. Ban Chan. Thank you, President. When I talk to my constituents, they find that the policy address is a comprehensive one. There are chapters dedicated to livelihood as well as development, and also measures to tackle deep-rooted thorny issues. The chief executive is giving his all for Hong Kong. So I'm happy with the policy address. In terms of transport, the government has accepted many ideas put forward by the DAB. Here are the four. Concerning the free railways and the three major routes, there will be 2 intermediate stations on near Tsuen Wan along the Central Rail Link. I think it is good to connect the Central Rail Link with the Tsuen Wan line. If there is a connection with the Tsuen Wan circuit, it would be good. Now, concerning the interfacing with the Central Rail Link, under the current design, the line will be connected to the Kowloon Tong station. Well, I think that is smart. From Kowloon Tong station, one can go to Prince Edward and then connect with the Tsuen Wan line. For those riding on the Tsuen Wan line, if you start from the Tsuen King circuit, then with the Central Rail Link, you can skip 9 stations and reach Prince Edward directly. That will divert passengers from the Tsuen Wan line. On the other hand, from the Kowloon Tong station, you can switch to the Kwun Tong line. Then you don't have to switch to Kwun Tong line through Prince Edward. For those living in the northern metropolis in the future, they may have to go to Kowloon East to work, so they can choose the Sha Tin Central Rail Link or the Tsuen Wan line or the Central Rail Link. We will have a backup route to go to Central. That will benefit the commuting of those living in the northern metropolis. So I support the enhancements designed for the Central Rail Link. And then developments of the northern metropolis, there will be 2 new railway lines and the new highway, including the Northern Link Eastern Extension and also the western extension of the Northern Metropolis Highway. Now, the extension towards east and west was proposed by the DAB. We think there is also room for improvements. We will submit our suggestions to the government in due course. Now, in East Kowloon and Kai Tak, there will be a green mass transit system. That is the aspiration of my constituents for many years. I believe that we will see a blueprint in December concerning the overall transport infrastructure developments in Hong Kong. We can have a more in-depth discussion then. Overall speaking, the transport infrastructure developments will add to our growth impetus. And also the policy address mentioned the expansion of the intermodal transportation services. This will also add to the edges of our airport. Through intermodal transport, we can link up the Hong Kong airport and the Zhuhai airport through air-land-air model. This is beneficial to our international aviation logistics business. It really shows that the government is willing to listen. We welcome this as a long-term strategy. Concerning the blueprint on the developments of modern logistics in Hong Kong, we look forward to it. We support the development of high-end and high-value-added logistics trade. The direction is good, but we still need to tackle the thorny issues. After the epidemic, the transportation and logistics industry is at a standstill. During the epidemic, many transportation workers have lost their income entirely. Locally, we need to improve our transportation network. One such problem is the lack of parking spaces. There were verbal questions put to the government in the council, and according to the government's reply, the car to parking space ratio is 1 to 1.01. Well, that is a serious shortage, and it has already caused a lot of concerns in society. The situation is especially bad for commercial vehicles. The commercial vehicles to parking spaces ratio is 1 to 0.64. That means that not every commercial vehicle in Hong Kong has its own parking space, and they have no choice but to park on the curbside. And then the drivers would be slapped with a fine. That's very annoying. Some drivers need to start working at as early as 4 a.m., and it would be very inconvenient for them to park their vehicle far away from their home. And in the end, they get a ticket because of parking on the curbside. This is a chronic issue in Hong Kong. In the past, some land were released on a short-term basis for commercial vehicles parking, but we have to review the model. At present, the land released on a short-term lease base would be awarded to the highest bidder. Now, that would mean that the operators will try to maximize the number of parking spaces in the car parks, and then the price will be higher. Now, for outdoor car parks, it costs $3,200 per month. For trucks with a trailer, it costs $8,000 per month to park. Now, at this difficult time, some car parks operators proposed a raise of 50% in parking fee. We even filed a complaint with the complaints division in LegCo. So I think the government should review the highest bidder model for car park.
We need to consider, does the logistics sector deserve no support? Can we have some kind of contract management model for the operators to run the car parks while charging a reasonable fee? On street side, we can use technology and let some lorries park there. Right now, cars are parked on the curbside, but they worry about getting a ticket. So in specific locations, as long as we don't obstruct the traffic in places where few people visit, can we set up temporary parking spaces for a fee? And let's keep the fee low, and that will be welcomed by drivers. We also have a shortage of drivers in the transport sector. During COVID, many drivers switched to different professions. They don't return to their role as drivers. That leaves the transport sector short-staffed. For cross-boundary vehicles, there's a shortage of drivers. Those drivers have to retire at the age of 60. This means when Hong Kong drivers want to get a mainland driver's license, they will run into problems. So the government needs to work with the mainland on mutual recognition of driver's licenses so that we can have a larger pool of drivers. Now, northbound travel of Hong Kong vehicles. This is a popular scheme. This helps the integration of the GBA. More people take the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. People used to say they would support the bridge if they could use it. Now that is a reality. But there's room for improvement for the northbound travel scheme. Our government should talk to the mainland. We need more counters at the boundary. Not enough counters mean long queues, and that affects drivers' experience. The government needs to work with the mainland on improving this. The registration system. Can unsuccessful bids lead to another chance for applicants to sign up again? People have to sign up on the system and they have to try their luck. We need to improve the system. On letting in Guangdong vehicles. We need to let those cars park on the artificial island of the bridge. But we don't need to let them park in the urban areas yet. That will take more discussions. We should have car parking spaces on the artificial island. Then we can bring in more visitors that will help other sectors. The government should think of ways to bring more travelers to Hong Kong. There may be a challenge with letting those cars into our city center. We will need some sort of control on the number of cars. We don't just let every car in because our roads will struggle to cope. Now, subdivided units. I thank the Chief Executive for setting up a task force on tackling the issue of subdivided units. There will be minimum standards on SDUs. I hope this won't become the best standard because you will have more problems down the road. A couple of things the government should consider. First, tapping the market forces. And second, seizing the timing. First, market forces. When you have more supply, you will see better units. And second, we have more public housing and transitional housing. There will be fewer SDU tenants, so SDU landlords will try to compete for tenants, and they will see an incentive to offer better units. We have a strong team in charge of Hong Kong's public housing unit. There will be improvement. We will see improvement in the SDU issue. But the government needs to get the extent of effort right. You go too far, you get into problems. Each department may have its own standards, and then those standards get unrealistic and nothing gets done. So we need viable standards. Transitional housing serves real needs. We need some transitional housing. This is to give people waiting for PRH units an option, and this can also help stabilize SDU rent. Urban redevelopment. We go from demand-oriented to supply-oriented. The last thing we want to see is pencil blocks everywhere. It makes sense to have a whole district approach. In Tsuen Wan, it was planned 60 years ago. Shortage of facilities, sewage issues has been around for 10 years or so. Building structural issues are there. But there's little you can do, or there's only that much you can do when the buildings are so old. I support the planning-led approach. But the works need to start early. We need to resettle the residents. In redevelopment, we need to build the Chun King Wai station sooner. Because Chun King Wai will be a good area to resettle the residents affected by redevelopment. We get the transport link right, and then we can develop the area. And then we can have resettlement estate there. A focus on district should be more than a slogan. We need improvement. And next month on December 10th, that's get people voting will be a good way to improve district governance. Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you. On shortcomings of the policy address, I think it lies in labor affairs. There's little. There are measures such as the re-employment allowance pilot scheme, more retraining allowance, improvements to continuous contract requirement, etc. But on identifying potential labor force and ensuring high-quality jobs, the PA is silent. The labor sector is let down. The FTU stresses, we don't have a shortage of workers. We just have to get more people to work. Labor participation rate at 55%, Singapore 70%, Macau it's 63%. If we can follow Macau's example, we will have 500,000 more workers. The PA fails to get to the core of the issue. It takes the lazy way out, and that is importing workers. No thought is given to making jobs more attractive, no proactive employment measures to get more people into work. The government is importing more workers to cover elderly care, construction, transport, aviation. It has also relaxed these 26 categories of low-skilled jobs from the exclusion list. There's also the Top Talent Pass scheme. There's also the V-Pass scheme to bring in graduates of technical programs. We bring in technicians. This affects the job prospect of grassroots, young people, and even clerical workers. The FTU does not oppose every labor import scheme. The LAB acts on a situation and approves some form of import, but we oppose indiscriminate importation. We oppose attempts to expand importation without improving pay conditions. That drags wage growth, that creates working poverty, and worsens the wealth gap. Developing the economy matters, but we also have to ensure workers share in the success of our economic growth. This will help social stability. The government needs to work better on manpower projection with more proactive employment policies to create high-quality jobs. Simply put, we need to provide opportunities and the proper safeguards. We need quality jobs. We have low wages, high stress, huge workload. We need to fix that. We need to let graduates apply what they have learned. For those with a craft, we need to give them a chance to get ahead. We need to let housewives work so that they can help support their families. The PA proposes University of Applied Sciences, more stress on vocational training and allowance for apprentices. The fact is, blue-collar workers are on low wages. Escalator repair workers, they have to go through 4 years of apprenticeship. They work 10 years, more than a dozen years. They get paid just $20,000 a month. It's a tough job, and they'll work alone, and they have to be held liable when people lose their lives. In the U.S., Canada, those technicians get paid 50 to 60,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. This leads to high wastage, hiring problems. And my worry is the government will cite this as a reason to import workers, and that will drive down wages further. You get a vicious cycle. That will leave little feel-good jobs for Hong Kong's young people. More jobs for women also matter. There will be more childcare center places and childcare for pre-primary children, but this doesn't go far enough. There will be 10 aided standalone childcare centers with 900 extra service places in phases over 3 years. In Singapore, over 9 years, they had an extra 586 childcare centers. That's 100,000 places. We are far behind Singapore. Now, safeguards. We need to ensure proper pay for hard work. LegCo just passed a motion on reviewing outsourced contract workers. the government should deliver on what we're calling for. For those posts with real need, we should consider long-term employment so that those paid with public funds can lead decent lives along with their families. The minimum wage system should be reviewed every year. We need a formula to ensure proper pay for labor so that this can provide a safeguard. Grassroots worker put in the work, they should be paid, they don't need government support, they should be able to lead a decent life. That's how we can deliver that people will believe that hard work pays off, and this is in the form of a better life for workers and their families. Third, on occupational safety and health, better protection for gig workers. Occupational safety and health is a pressing matter. The PA this year has nothing on the frequent industrial accidents. OSH is a fundamental labor right. Hong Kong is an advanced city. Workers shouldn't have to sacrifice their lives for their pay. Sadly, in April this year, we passed a law to stiffen the maximum penalties for breaches of OSH laws. But at least 17 construction workers lost their lives since this enactment. There's a listed company. It's a contractor. It shoulders its corporate social responsibility. It takes OSH seriously. It adopts technology and raises safety awareness. The accident rate is 4.5 out of for every 1,000 workers. The industry average is 29.5 for every 1,000 workers. So this company is doing way better than the industrial average. So we can do better in industrial safety. For fatalities in industrial accidents, the government should set a KPI to show its resolve and commitment. President, we should call out what's wrong, and we should praise good work. The PA proposes measures on cross-boundary health care and elderly care, more healthcare vouchers, and their use in the mainland cities of the GBA, dental care, strategic procuring, and cross-boundary point-to-point ambulance services. An expansion to the residential care scheme in Guangdong, so that seniors can choose to go for aging in the GBA. That gives them more option, and people can benefit from GBA development. This merits acknowledgement. We commend these good measures. I hope the government can learn from this experience, keep enhancing measures, and have more collaborative measures in the GBA, and enhance people's sense of gain and well-being as Seoul Summit.
Mr. Porter, President, now for the chief executive, government officials, and all civil servants, in this term of the government, they're all working very hard to address very many long-standing problems in Hong Kong. Now, I'm not going to offer many more compliments, and I won't speak on each and everything like many members did. I would just focus on one point with limited time. Well, when I first became a legislator, when I first became a barrister, my mentor was Mr. Oswald Zhang, and he said that there's no need to cover so many things, just focus one point. It's the same with policy, with governance. For example, the Nina Wang's case at the end is just one point that will help win the case. So with governance, it's the same thing. We just focus on one point, and it's about people's. It's about engagement or popularity. As Mrs. Regina Ip said, it's important that we are able to engage the audience, and then governance will be effective. Otherwise, it will be counterproductive. Now, the cliche is that politics is all about perception. And what is perception is about what the mindset is about, how you consider matters. And what is our mindset? Now, we look at the debate sessions. It's not the same as in the past. If you have read studied the arrangement for policy address debates over the years, you see usually it's about economy, development. For many years, it's about diversified economic development. Even with Mrs. Carrie Lam, in her first 2 years, she focused on economy. But this year, the focus is on legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law. It's about safeguarding national security. We could appreciate why it's the case. But then if we just focus on that, that means the other issues will become of secondary importance. And then we're talking about moving from chaos to stability and stability to prosperity. And what do I mean by prosperity? That means everyone will be able to earn a good living. So, but then prosperity, if we get the focus wrong, it may be because we have assessed the situation and maybe we lack vision. And so I want to speak on that. What is most important for Hong Kong now? We once had a senior leader, Mr. Li Ruihuan. He used a teapot as an analogy. That is, we need to preserve some of our values, some of our traditions. What are the most important values and traditions we have? So it's about positioning of Hong Kong. We need to make a judgment on that. Dr. Wendy Hong mentioned the housing policy. Well, there were 5 speeches on the long-term housing strategy, saying that it lacks a soul. To some extent, well, this policy address covers almost everything with details, but all it lacks is that, winning over the people. If we can't do that, or we don't bear the people in mind, or rather if we don't engage the people, our work won't be so effective. So what is the soul here? Now, there are some key chapters at the beginning, the foreword and the conclusion. And then if you read the various chapters, it's I, we, the government. Rarely there's mention of you. It will just say Hong Kong people in general. We always compare ourselves to Singapore. And if you read the speeches of Singaporean leaders, particularly during COVID, there was some change in policy. And then earlier this year, in the National Day, they always talk about you. So it's about engaging the public. Now, this is important. It's a small shift of focus, but it makes a huge difference, because then people will feel you're actually talking to them, you're doing this for them, instead of just shouting slogans or trying to say you are doing this and that, and you're making this and that achievement. So that's a huge difference. What is the most important in Hong Kong? Dr. Wendy Hong said that for the long-term housing strategy, there's no soul. And what is important is that we have an olive-shaped structure. I would describe that as diamond, but then it's the same thing. So which sector matters the most? The middle class. In this policy address, there is little mention of the middle class. I'm sure football players will know that the midfield players are most important. Like Messi, if the midfield players do well, then you have an interesting match. So now we don't have a focus in developing our economy, and we don't have a focus in engaging the public, and we don't have a focus in preserving our values, in preserving our middle class. Now, I think it was this month, in the Economic Journal Monthly Digest, there's an article by Mr. Tang Chun Cheung. He compared Hong Kong and Singapore. He mentioned Li Ka-shing, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. He talked about their stories. I won't repeat those, but it's about having international outlook, about addressing people's aspirations, global outlook and perspective. I'll just repeat what he said, and about responding to people's aspirations. Well, that's actually the key. It's about engaging the public, that I just mentioned. And he said that when there are major international incidents, Hong Kong, should it choose to closely follow the line of the country, or would it consider its own positioning, and there could be some fine-tuning? That is, we wait a bit before we follow too closely the country's line. Because if we do that, that's actually the laziest and the safest way, is to always follow closely the line of the central authorities. But is that in the best interest of Hong Kong? Is that what the central authorities would really like to see? So these are the questions I like to ask. And then we need to distinguish between internal affairs and external affairs. And at the right time, we need to send out a message that Hong Kong remains open and minded. Now, Hong Kong's economy took off for almost a century. That's because we have we are playing the role of the super conduit, linking up the mainland with other Western countries. And now, of course, we are a part of the Greater Bay Area. But are we just going to become just one city in the mainland? Are we still the Pearl of the Orient, or have we lost our luster? Well, that's what Mr. Tang said in his speech. Now, if we say on important issues like, dynamic reduction of cases and so on, we have to explain what the difficulties we face, what are the new solutions, and so on, so the public and the business sector know what to do. So it's like, giving us early warning, so people are prepared. Because there's a criticism, say, about the 85,000 unit target for housing, and then the then chief executive said, well, because we don't mention it anymore, so it's no longer there. But no one would accept such an approach. Mr. Xi Wing-ching wrote many articles that are very good. He's got very many valid points with politics. If we want to change tack, we must give early warning. We must shout early, so people will adjust their policies, and then the public knows what to do with their assets or with their jobs and so on. And even if we all agree we need to change tack when it comes to economic development, we need to be well prepared in advance. Because we have lost a large number of the middle class residents and many talents. We've lost huge assets that the middle class took with them on immigration. If we don't engage them, it's dangerous, it's not fair, it's not good governance. I don't have much time left, but I will very quickly talk about Article 23 of the Basic Law. I won't talk about the controversial part. Now, of course, it's important that we legislate for Article 23, but then for Article 107, it is also very important. Maybe you don't remember what Article 107 is about. Is that we need to follow the principle of keeping expenditure within the limits of revenues. We need to strive to achieve a fiscal balance. We need to avoid deficits, and we need to keep the budget commensurate with the growth rate of our GDP. Is straightforward ideas. And then the Court of Final Appeal once ruled that fiscal deficit for a year or two is not a huge problem. But then we have a fiscal deficit for 4 years, and the size keeps growing. And as Mr. Lam Chiu Chow say, that we are using irregular revenues to prop up our spending, and we are not putting any cap on our spending. We are going off tangent with our spending. There are no restraints to speak of. So in terms of the economy, in terms of any and all other issues, are we going against basic law? No one's answered that question, but I hope. But actually, in the whole policy address, there's no mention of Article 107. Okay, maybe there's no mention of the article itself, but what about the concept? What about the concerns? Or why is the government doing this? Has it explained itself? Because the business sector and even the general public are really worried. Is this the government that we still know, or are we, removing all the good things and then we're going for something new? If you're going for something new, have you warned the public about it so people get prepared? What about the fiscal deficit? What about our assets? What about tax increase? You need to tell people early, otherwise, people will feel pressured, and it seems that now it's no longer right to talk about the situation of Hong Kong. There's this aloofness in us, but then we can't really speak it. So there's many of my friends think. And if you go to set up street stations, the public will tell you that, but so it's not the case. The government hasn't heard it. But are there any reasons why we can't do something? So then we have to explain why we can't do it for now and what direction are we moving in. So we need to tell the public. And in this report, there are details even on how we do security screening in the airport. Of course, it took 3 hours to deliver the policy address, but here we're talking about engaging the public. If we could engage the public, then we will have good governance. But somehow this is not the focus. I think we need to do a bit more here, openly or at least or secretly. Now, I don't have time to criticize each and everything, but I think my focus here is about engaging the public. When there was an economic crisis in South Korea, South Korean people offered their own jewelry to save the country. So if you have the support of the people, then it will be easy for you. And Hong Kong people are not used to slogans, but rather if they think the government is doing a good job, they will support the government quietly. But it's important that you send the right signals, clear signals to the people. Which direction are we embarking upon? Are we moving in a new direction? Tell the people early.
Mr. Peter Chiu. Thank you, Deputy President. This session's theme is on earnestly addressing people's concern and livelihood issues and uphold harmony together. The policies involved include housing, elderly care, Northern Metropolis development, and so on. On land and housing, I have faith in the government's effort. The Secretary for Development and the Secretary for Housing have done much to streamline the development procedures and identified ways to create short-term and long-term housing supply. Land has been identified. For the next 10 years, we don't have to worry too much about our land and housing problems. On pro-birth and elderly care measures, I think it is appropriate to group them together under one session. Hong Kong has the lowest birth rate and the longest life expectancy in the world. In the next 10 years, 1 in 3 people will be aged 60 or above. We have to address both issues immediately. I've already mentioned the following. the newborn baby bonus of $20,000, as well as priority allocation of PRH flags, expansion of after-school care programs, and the strengthening of community-based care. I support all these measures, but there is always room to do better. I floated an idea earlier on, that is, maybe the government can consider offering $40,000 to grassroots family until their children are 5 or 6 years old. Now, there are also working family allowance for working families. The children in those families receive $1,400 per month. It is going to be increased to $1,610. So if it is $40,000, it will be equivalent to some $3,300 per year. So it is just $1,000 more. So I think if you provide this allowance until the child is 6 years old, it will be very beneficial for those grassroots households. For the middle class, in terms of tax refund, for the first, second, and third child, there should be a $150,000, $300,000, and $600,000 tax deduction for them. Young people are the pillar of the society. We have to do our best to help them. On elderly care, the Guangdong residential care scheme for elderly people will be expanded to designated care homes in Guangdong, and also the care home vouchers application scope will be expanded, and $1 billion will be injected to the I&T fund for German technology for use in household. Third, the advisory group on the development of silver economy will be established to provide steer to develop the silver economy so that there can be better services and products for the elderly people. I welcome all these. Now, concerning the Guangdong scheme in 2021, I have mentioned to the Secretary for Labor and Welfare that the waiting time for a residential care home in Hong Kong is long. The GBA is vast in resources and manpower. We should allow elderly people to choose to receive care in the Guangdong area. This will help address our stress. I believe healthcare vouchers extension to usage in Guangdong will also be helpful. It will be also helpful to our fiscal position as well. Now, in May, the Secretary has met with Mr. Xia Baolong. He said we have to take staunch action to follow this up. So I hope there can be some visits arranged for Hong Kong elderly people to see the living environments in residential care home in Guangdong. That would be very good. Mr. Lee Jin-Kirk. Thank you, Deputy President. Now, when it was announced that for every newborn, the family would receive $20,000 in bonus, it really stirred a debate in society. But is it really helpful to encourage middle-class people to give birth? Well, my friends told me that they wouldn't give birth just because of the $20,000. For those who didn't want to have a baby, well, the $20,000 isn't attractive to them at all. And also, the allocation priority and selection priority for subsidized sales flags are not attractive for the middle class. 70% of people surveyed think that the $20,000 is not helpful in terms of raising a child. And 96% of the people surveyed say that they won't give birth just because of the measures announced this year. The intentions are good. There are also other measures to support families with newborn, but the Liberal Party thinks it is not attractive for the middle class, especially for the accommodation-related tax deduction ceiling. It is just raised from $100,000 to $120,000, so it is just $300 each month, not even enough to buy a can of formula powder. Now, to enhance the workforce as well as provide incentives for middle class to give birth. There should be tax deduction for education fee on children as well as foreign domestic helpers payment or salary. Now, after birth, let me move on to public housing. In last year's policy address concerning public housing supply, the Chief Executive mentioned we should enhance the speed, quality, and efficiency. We do see some results this year, including capping the waiting time for PRH allocation from 6 years to 5.3 years. We hope that we will hear more good news next year, that it is cut to 4.5 years, so that needy households can really get an allocation soon. The Housing Department has really stepped up on cracking down on the abuse of public housing. For residents under 10 years, they will have to fill in a questionnaire to declare whether they have properties in Hong Kong or overseas. Now, we support using big data to catch abusers of public housing units. Some people have left the public housing units vacant or even used them as warehouses. There should be interconnectivity of big data between the housing departments and the lands departments to check whether any PRH dwellers have properties in Hong Kong or overseas. Now, please consider the Liberal Party's innovative suggestion, that is, to provide bonuses to security guards in PRH estates or other households to encourage them to report any abusers or rule breakers. Now, new energy transport industry. Green energy transport is the global trend. Our party proposed the development of hydrogen and methane fuel energy developments to tie in with the nation's plan. On the development strategy on developing a hydrogen energy vehicle transport, we fully support that. Methanol and hydrogen fueled vehicle can improve our air quality because it will reduce emission. In terms of hydrogen, the country's hydrogen technology is the most advanced in the world. Now, together with Mr. Frankie Yek, we have visited a hydrogen facility in the country. There are altogether 250 hydrogen bunkering facilities or refueling facilities in China, ranking first in the world. They have a lot of hand-on experience in such technology. Running on the proximity with the mainland, we can make reference to the country's technological and safety standard on hydrogen refueling. We should also learn from the mainland and European governments on providing clear-cut tax incentives and financial allowances, or even dedicated funds to support the growth of the industry. For example, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, there should be more dedicated funding support for the research and development of the technology and encourage the industry to develop according to a blueprint and speed up the relevant projects. The States Development and Reform Commission mentioned in the report that the nation is pushing ahead to develop new energy transport. The new energy vehicles manufacturing capacity has been the biggest in the world for 8 consecutive years. As a connector, we are poised to introduce such technological talents for the country and enhance the international circulation and also become an exchange platform of talents, so that we can be the shop fronts for the country and move towards the 2050 carbon neutrality goal. Thank you. Mr. Kwok Wai-keung. Thank you, Deputy President. Now I would first talk about statutory minimum wage. We thank the Chief Executive for promising to conduct a study on the review mechanism of statutory minimum wage. The results will be available later this year. There has been a 12-year-long debate on the on whether we should introduce a yearly review. Workers now are suffering from injustice because they have to suffer under the inflation for 2 years before they can have the wage increased. Now, they are not sharing the fruits of the economy. And on the employer side, they have difficulty hiring workers on minimum wage, so there is need to adjust it. On OSH, last year, the OSH offense penalties have been increased. Still, this year, we see a lot of industrial accidents. The deterrence is insufficient. According to the government's KPI, we have to cut the 1,000 workers accident rate from 29.8 per 1,000 person in 2021 to 26 person in 2026. Not much has been done to improve the figure. Now, the Development Bureau use the registration as a tool to hold problematic contractor accountable. Well, however, media reports tells us that there is a company with the same board of directors as a company which has been deregistered before.
Now, measures to encourage childbearing. The government decided to leave it to individuals when it comes to childbearing, but all of a sudden the government wants to encourage childbearing. It's all good. There's a baby bonus, better child care, assisted reproduction, it's all good. But I need to chase the government up on something. The FTU will continue to push for maternity leave with full pay. 4/5 is not good enough. We want a 7-day paternity leave. It's still 5 days. Since there are measures to encourage childbearing, we need family-friendly measures like the 7-day paternity leave. The holdouts against childbearing will remain holdouts. It's still early days for these bonuses and measures. It's better to have them. Those who don't want to have children will remain holdouts. But how do we get people looking to have children or already with children to have more children? So we need some kind of progressive incentive. Families with a second or third child deserve more incentives. Say the families need $500 per month for the children's activities. And you have the same payment or incentive for every extra child. So there is a reason that we're asking for a progressive incentive for more children. For families with newborns, they have priority access to subsidized sale flats or public rental housing. But these families need to have a child before they even get a chance at balloting. So the government needs to speed up the building of public housing. We need great flats so that as soon as a family welcomes a new member to the family, they can access the flats. This way, families on a lower income will be more willing to have more children. I so submit. Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I will call upon public officers to speak. Deputy Chief Secretary for Administration. Deputy President, I will now speak on the key measures to encourage childbearing under the 2023 policy address. Falling birth rates are seen across the globe. Hong Kong is no exception. Hong Kong's birth rate has remained low in recent years. In 2022, it fell to 0.9. Hong Kong's life expectancy is also among the world's longest. Those aged 65 or above will go up from 20% to a third of our population in the next 10 years, to reverse the low birth rate and to provide the manpower for our long-term economic development and mitigate the issue with an aging population. The 2023 policy address proposes a package of measures to encourage childbearing. The goal is to create a favorable environment for childbearing and send a clear signal to the community. And this is, the government encourages childbearing. I now outline these measures. First, for every eligible baby born to eligible parents, there will be a cash bonus of $20,000. The scheme will run for 3 years, covering babies born in Hong Kong from 25th of October 2023 to 24th of October 2026. At the time of the application, either parent has to be a Hong Kong permanent resident. Shortly, we will go to the Finance Committee for approval of the funding. If it's approved, the disbursements can start in the first quarter in 2024. As families have children, they will need larger flats. This will mean larger expenses, such as home loan interest or a higher domestic rent. To support these families with newborn babies, the government proposes that starting from the assessment year of 2024 to 25, if people live with a first child born on or after the 25th of October this year, then the maximum amount of tax deduction under personal salaries tax or personal assessment under the items home loan, home interest rate deduction, and the domestic rent deduction rate will go up to $120,000 from $100,000 until this first child reaches 18. To improve the chances of families with newborns to buy subsidized sale flats, the Housing Authority will launch a scheme. That's the priority flat selection scheme for families with newborns. This will start with the home HOS scheme sale next year. This will cover the GSH flat and the HOS flat. An extra 10% of the flats will be set aside for balloting and selection by families with newborn babies. To be eligible, these babies need to be eligible. They have to be born on or after the October 25th this year until the child turns 3. If the applicant is unsuccessful in buying a flat through the balloting, then in the same exercise, they can have a second go along with other ordinary family applicants in the balloting. On public housing allocation, the Housing Authority will roll out a priority flat allocation scheme for new families with newborns. For families with babies born on or after October 25th this year, they will have their waiting time reduced by 1 year. This scheme will take effect in April next year. Applicants have to register before the child turns 1. The Housing Authority will bring forth the eligible applicants by 12 years to shorten their waiting time. The government will work out the details of the 2 schemes for families with newborns. The schemes will be implemented with the endorsement of the Housing Authority. Support for assisted reproduction. We know many couples need assisted reproduction to have children for medical reasons. To that end, we will provide more public service quotas for assisted reproduction. In the next 5 years, the Hospital Authority will gradually increase the service places for in vitro fertilization to go up from 1,100 treatment cycles now to 1,800 treatment cycles, up 60%. There will be better training for the professionals. There will also be tax deductions starting from the year of assessment 2024 to 25. Under salaries tax and personal assessment, the government will set up tax deductions up to $100,000 for expenses on assisted reproduction. This is to ease the financial burden on the couples. The government is working on the scope of the expenses covered. We encourage people to have children in their best reproductive years to improve the chances of conceiving and reduce the health risks for the baby. Therefore, this measure will not apply to options that may delay childbearing, for example, freezing gametes for reasons other than medical need. Support for childbearing for working families. We have a number of measures on this front. First, the working family allowance will go up starting from the claim month April 2024. There will be higher household and child allowances under the WFA by 15%. All families on the WFA will benefit. Second, more child care center places and subsidies. Starting from next year, over 3 years, there will be 10 extra aided standalone child care centers in phases. That means an extra 900 service places at the child care centers. Starting from April next year, the child care center parent subsidy will go up from $600 to up to $1,000. This applies to all standalone CCCs funded by the government and also CCCs attached to kindergartens. The SWD will offer information and help for private organizations applying to run CCCs to encourage them to provide childcare support for employees. Third, after-school care program for pre-primary children. Starting from next year, over 3 years, there will be citywide coverage. There will be 28 participating centers, up from 16. Service places will go up from 670 to 1,200. 4. More community nanny services. To get more people to sign up for the Neighborhood Support Childcare Project, starting from April next year, the incentive pay for community nannies will go up from $25 per hour across the board to $60 per hour for children age 3 or below, or those with special learning needs. For carers looking after children aged 3 to 9, the rate will go up to $40 per hour. Starting from the fourth quarter next year, the service places will double to 2,000, covering 20,000 children. School-based after-school care service. Starting from the 2023 to 24 school year, we would launch the school-based after-school care service for students who need to stay at school after school hours for care and learning support. Their parents can go to work. Single-parent families will also benefit. The scheme will be launched at 50 primary schools in districts with more target students. Schools will provide the venue. After the scheme runs for a year, we will review the scheme. Seventh, the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau and the Family Council will launch a 5-year funding scheme on the promotion of family education in the second half of 2024 with an annual funding of $8 million. This means funding for community projects on family education, such as parent-child education, maintaining family relationship, and other topics related to marriage. In considering the package of measures, we weighed a number of views and options. The measures will come up in the PA are those that we see as practicable and helpful options that can encourage childbearing. As the chief executive said, childbearing is a major decision for individuals and families. Money is but one factor. The decision also hinges on values, views on education, and expectations about the community's future. The government works on creating a conducive environment for childbearing. These measures are there to convey a clear policy goal. I also call on firms to take staff well-being seriously. Let's all support and encourage childbearing. Let's work together to reverse the falling birth rate. President, in this session, we thank the 11 members who spoke on the measures to encourage childbearing. 3 members also commented on specific measures. We thank these members for their concern. For the baby bonus, tax deductions, and priority access to housing, support for assisted reproduction, and childcare support, members have offered great insights. we will look at the views when we review our policies in the future. President, I so submit. I invite members to support the 2023 policy address. I also want to encourage members of the public to vote on December 10th to build a better community. Thank you.
Deputy Financial Secretary. President, I would like to thank the Chairman of the House Committee for moving the motion of thanks on the Chief Executive's 2023 policy address. I would also like to thank members who spoke to give their views and to recognize and support the work of the government in various areas. I will give a brief response on the key areas of land, housing, and transport infrastructure, and various directors of Bureau will respond further on individual policies and measures. To make Hong Kong a better place for living and working, we must have an adequate supply of we must have enough capacity for sustainable economic development and other development. We also need to have adequate supply of land and housing. The government will continue to adopt the 4 directions of enhancing quantity, speed, efficiency, and quality in taking forward various measures that will sustain the development of Hong Kong. On land supply, in the next 10 years, from 2024-25 to 2023-34, 3,307 hectares of developable land, that is spade-ready land, will be available. That is 90 hectares more than the 10-year supply forecast a year ago. More than half of the supply of spade-ready sites will come from the Northern Metropolis, and for the Kao Yi Chao Artificial Islands, it can also provide 400 hectares of spade-ready land in the next 10 years. So these are 2 important development projects for Hong Kong, and they will provide for more than half of the spade-ready land in the next 10 years for Hong Kong. The Development Bureau has just published their actions agenda for the Northern Metropolis at the end of last month. It clearly outlines the positioning of the 4 major zones, key infrastructure, conservation projects, and so on. There is a separate chapter on an industry-driven approach to land supply and planning based on the needs of different industries. As for the Kao Yi Chao Artificial Islands project, public engagement exercise was completed. The environmental impact assessment process will commence this year as scheduled, and the detailed work design will start next year. On public housing, according to the latest projection under the long-term housing strategy, in the next 10 years, that is from 2024 to 25 to 2033 to 34, the public housing demand is 308,000 units, while 410,000 public housing units are expected to be completed in the next 10 years. That means there's more than enough to meet the demand. But still, we cannot reverse the end-loaded production. In the first 5-year period, there will be a total supply of 172,000 public housing units that only accounts for about 45% of the total demand. So that means most of the units will only be available in the second 5-year period. And that's why we need to provide 30,000 units in the next 5 years in addition by way of light public housing. Through light public housing, we are able to increase the supply in the first 5 years by some 20% to 172,000 units, and there are 30,000 units who don't have to wait more than 5 years for adequate housing. So for every family that's going to benefit, and for every family member in these families, and for the society, for the community as a whole, there will be immense benefits. We are not just talking about figures. At the end of 2021, for the initial 5-year period, 2022 to 23 to 2026 to 27, 2 years ago, the target was 105,000 units. That means in the last 2 years, we've substantially increased the supply by 60% in the first 5 years to 172,000 units. We will continue to work hard on this front. And I must point out, we are able to achieve that. It's not just because there's hard work on the part of the government and colleagues. and or recognition of the public, but rather we also have the support of members of this council. That's crucial. So I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. The gradual increase in public housing supply provides an opportunity for the community to tackle the long-standing problem of subdivided units, SDUs. The policy address announced the setting up of an interdepartmental task force on tackling the issue of subdivided units. The task force will conduct an in-depth study to tackle the SDU issue, and within 10 months, the task force will put forward recommendations in 4 areas to the Chief Executive, namely 1, setting the minimum standards of living conditions for SDUs, 2, suggesting measures to eradicate substandard SDUs, 3, preventing the resurgence of substandard SDUs, and 4, putting forward solutions for implementation in an orderly manner covering necessary administrative and legislative proposals. I've listened very carefully to the views expressed by members on SDUs. I find that members in general support these 4 areas. The task force held its first meeting earlier to explore the overall direction of its work as well as the future work plans and arrangements. The task force will press on with this work. It will study and plan with care ways to tackle the SDU problem in an effective and orderly manner and put forward recommendations to the Chief Executive. In the process, we will consult the public widely and take on board their views. The SDU problem it covers a wide range of issues, and it affects the well-being of tens of thousands of families. In formulating the eradication measures, due consideration must be given to the transitional and follow-up arrangements to avoid displacing some SDU occupants, rendering them homeless. I'd like to mention long-term housing strategy. Some members mentioned that, and I'd like to share with you the background and the consideration behind the LTHS. Now, the long-term housing strategy is usually for a 10-year period. The last time it was proposed was in 2014, almost 9 years ago. And the occasion before that, it was in 1988, if I recall correctly. Now, there are 2 main principles. First, it's demand-led when the strategy was first proposed, because at the time it was found that there may be, it's supply-led. My apology. Because at the time it was found that the supply of public housing units was very much affected by the private market, and there could be huge fluctuations. So by supply-led, that means we will consider the objective and long-standing factors in the community, and then we set long-term supply target. And so we set then, for the next 10 years, we will set a clear target, because that would alleviate many of the concerns of the community. Another broad principle is flexibility, because we know things keep changing in the community. That's why for our supply target, it has to be reviewed regularly. Right now, in the 4th quarter of each year, we will announce the latest figures so people know what the latest situation is. There's not one policy that could address all issues. For the LTHS, it's just to tell people the supply we can provide in the next 10 years. But then when it comes to, say, the allocation of public housing units, land distribution, mortgage policies, or, carrying designs and so on, these issues are covered in other documents, such as sometimes it's policy address, sometimes it's press conferences held by the Secretary for Housing, and announcements may be made. But in any case, I'm grateful to members for your forward-looking suggestions. We will consider them very carefully and see how they could be incorporated into our policies in the future. On transport infrastructure, the government will continue to adhere to the infrastructure-led and capacity-creating planning principles in actively taking forward various projects to unleash the development potential along the alignment of transport infrastructure and strengthen our connectivity with other cities in the Greater Bay Area. The Transport and Logistics Bureau will publish the Hong Kong Major Transport Infrastructure Development Blueprints next month to outline the implementation of major transport infrastructure projects, including the enhanced proposal of 3 railways and 3 major roads, and the new projects of 2 railways and 1 major road arising from the land use planning for the northern metropolis. The government will continue to enhance the competitiveness of the aviation, shipping, and logistics services industries through various measures. The TLB published the action plan on modern logistics development at the end of last month. The blueprint sets out forward-looking strategies and action measures to promote the sustainable development of high-value-added modern logistics. The TLB will soon publish the action plan on maritime port and development strategy to promote the further development of Hong Kong as an international shipping center. President, I would like to take this opportunity to appeal to the public. I'm sure members have already done so. I appeal to the public to vote on the 10th of December in the district council election so we could elect people who are competent and who are committed to serving the districts. So I speak and I sincerely urge members to support the 2023 policy address. Thank you.
Secretary for Labour and Welfare. Deputy President, I give my heartfelt thanks to all members. You have been giving us many invaluable views, starting from the day before yesterday. We have listened carefully to all your views concerning our policy portfolio. We will earnestly address people's livelihood. I would like to respond to several issues. First, on elderly care. I'm pleased to hear that members support the policy direction of cross-boundary care. We will explore the expansion of the scope of the residential care services scheme in Guangdong to designated mainland nursing homes, which means that these care homes need not have operation in Hong Kong as well. This will provide more cross-boundary care options for our elderly people. Drawing on the experience of the expansion of the Guangdong scheme, we will also explore measures to subsidize elderly recipients of CSSA to receive care in these care homes in the mainland. At present, elderly people under the Guangdong scheme has to undergo a standardized assessment, but that may not be the case for CSSA elderly recipients. Starting from the second quarter next year, we will add 1,000 more residential care service voucher so that more elderly people may receive care in homes without having to wait. During the debate in this session, many members mentioned the importance of application of technology in elderly care. Members supported our $1 billion injection into the I&T Fund for application in elderly and rehabilitative care. We have adjusted our direction. Previously, the money can only be spent on devices and technology used in an institution setting. Elderly people can only enjoy these devices in an institutional setting. We have adjusted the requirements so that the devices can be used in a household setting by individual elderly people. This is how we want to enhance the support for elderly people and their carer. In terms of supporting persons with disabilities and their carers, many members are concerned how we can offer better support for carers. We have introduced a 24-hour hotline, 182-183, which was warmly received. Very soon, we will launch the one-stop carer information portal, which are complementary with the 24-hour hotline. If you need immediate assistance, you can call the 24-hour hotline. We also understand that carers and service providers want to know the whereabouts of the services in Hong Kong. That's the point of the information portal. The design will be user-friendly and easily understandable. We also encourage service providers to publicize their services to the users with the portal. Also, in accordance with the policy address, we will expand our respite service network, enhance peer support for carers, increase the number of parents, relatives resource centers for carers of those in mental recovery, enhancing publicity for care for carers. For school leavers of special schools, we will establish 21 dedicated teams to support special school leavers and their carers. Every year, there are some 60,000 special schools leavers who will receive support from the 28 dedicated teams. This will smoothen the transitioning from a special school setting to the community setting. On protection of children, the government will fully cooperate with the Legislative Council's scrutiny work on the mandatory reporting of child abuse bill. At the same time, we will prepare for the possible increase in reported child abuse. We expect there will be a significant increase in such reporting. We will step up professional support for the child victim and their families. We will also take forward the recommendations in the review on residential childcare and related services. We will increase the service quota of residential care for children and step up support and training for foster families. The policy address has proposed doubling the incentive payments for foster families. Also, we will provide extra support for foster families taking care of children with special learning or care needs. On targeted poverty alleviation, this term of the government adopts a targeted poverty alleviation policy to direct resources to the most in need. The Commission on Poverty has identified 3 targeted groups. They are subdivided unit households, single-parent households, and singleton or doubleton elderly households. There are 210,000 subdivided unit households, same number for single-parent families, and there are some 500,000 singleton or doubleton elderly people in Hong Kong. So these are the groups we want to provide help to. On subdivided unit households, we will enhance the Strive and Rise program. The quota of participants will be increased to 4,000, and all graduates of the Phase 1 plan will automatically become an alumni in the alumni club. We will focus help on students in junior high, and we are pleased to hear that members support the newly launched pilot program on community living room. There will be a tripartite collaboration. The venue and the renovation works will be provided for by the private developer. The NGO will manage the living room, and we will also help running it. The living room will be in operation until 10 p.m. every night, and it will be in operation under all weather. There will be a pantry, a kitchen, and also a communal space for interaction. This will help the subdivided unit households to broaden their circle of friends and improve mental health. On supporting single parents family, we have the school-based after-school care service scheme, which is a pilot program. Some members are worried about the stigmatizing effect of the program. Please be reassured, we are very careful about that. If there are sufficient quota places, we also welcome households from a more wealthy background to join the program, but we will prioritize families in need. And also, we will pilot in Chunwan and the southern districts to engage the care teams to reach out to Singleton and Doubleton elderly households and help them install the emergency alert system. On labor support, many members supported our pilot schemes to promote redevelopment. For elderly people or middle-aged people aged 40 or above, they will receive a maximum of $20,000 in terms of re-employment allowance. We will work with the trade and electrical members to see how we can utilize the plan to encourage re-employment of middle-aged persons. On the review of statutory minimum wage, we have received the reports from the Minimum Wage Commission. We will study the recommendations carefully and tell the public our position in 6 months' time. On the requirements of 418 continuous contracts, the Labour Advisory Board has agreed in principle to use the aggregate working hours of 4 weeks as the basis of calculation. And also, they are deliberating further on the working hour threshold. We look forward to introduce an amendments bill to introduce the recommendations made. On protection for imported labor, we prioritize the employment of local workers. At the same time, our employment ordinance treats everyone equally, whether it is a local worker or an imported labor. We offer them the same level of protection. In 8 weeks after coming to Hong Kong, the employer must set aside 1 day with pay for the worker to attend an induction course. We have enhanced the induction course by inviting the union to join. And also, the salary must be transferred directly into the bank accounts instead of in cash. There are 2 more enhancement measures. For labor imported from the mainland, it must be conducted through an agency recognized by the Ministry of Commerce. This is how we are making sure that there is no loophole to abuse on both sides. Besides statutory punishment, we will also impose administrative punishments on law breakers. We can suspend the scheme for rule breakers for a certain period to better protect our labor. We are all concerned about the prevalence of industrial accidents. We attach a lot of importance to OSH, especially fatal industrial accidents. We will continue to adopt a multi-pronged approach through education and training, inspection and law enforcement, and application of technology to join hands with the sector to improve OSH. The Labour Department will continue to implement the pilot rehabilitation program for employees injured at work, which was launched last September, and expand the scope to cover caterers and hotel industry and transportation and logistics industry. There are 3 industries covered by the rehabilitation scheme. Deputy President, there are 26 KPIs in relation to welfare, labor, and manpower in the policy address. We will adopt a multi-pronged approach to offer protection in workplace and the community and create a caring and inclusive society together with the people. I implore members to support the motion. Secretary for Development. President, I thank members for the invaluable views put forward during the debate. Members support our work in land creation and urban redevelopment. Invaluable views were put forward. We have entered the new phase of development from stability to prosperity. We must return our development and to the right track. The vision put forward in the policy address is a vibrant economy for a caring community. There are 4 directions, including enhancing quantity, speed, efficiency, and quality of land supply and build up a land reserve. On enhancing quantity, in the past, we have adopted a multi-pronged approach to identify and create land. So far, we have secured some 7 the land supply source for 7,000 hectares of overall land supply. We will take forward the study, design, and works for these land very shortly. Now, for the 3,300 hectares of land to be supplied in the next 10 years, these are all new land created by with the government's initiatives. Northern Metropolis is the new engine for our future growth, as well as a key platform for us to integrate into the national development. In the action agenda, or Northern Metropolis, announced last week, we have divided the Northern Metropolis into 4 major zones from west to east. We have put forward timetable and specific industry positionings for the 4 zones. When more progresses are made, we will include more details in the action agenda. Certain projects in the Northern Metropolis, including Kutong North, Fanling, and Hong Shui Kiu, the projects are being taken forward in full steam. The land use planning proposal for the Northern Metropolis have been proposed. We will formulate land use and development proposal for the remaining 4 projects, including Jinbei, Park Nai Jui, Ngau Tam Mei, Ma Chou Long, and New Territories North. During the debate, several members put forward the views on the 4 zones. These are very useful reference points for us. From now until 2027, we will continue to activate land resumption procedures for all major development projects. We pledge to complete site formation for 40% of the new land and build 40% of the new housing units by 2032. The Khao Yi Jiao artificial island will provide 1,000 hectares of new land for us. Compensation or relocation and land resumption are not involved, and there is no issue of compatibility with surrounding land uses. It allows us to be much bolder in terms of land supply and adopt innovative and forward-looking planning and town planning concepts to build a quality living environment for the people. The relevant professional bodies are actively involved in the planning process. After the public engagements in the first half of this year, we will initiate the statutory environmental impact assessment. Our target is to kickstart the detailed design process next year and strive to start the reclamation by the end of 2025. A number of members mentioned that in taking forward the 2 mega projects, the government must be committed. True. We can't be affected by the present economic situation. In terms of quality and quantity, we must adhere to our judgments. We must be unaffected by the temporary turbulence in the economy. We have to be forward-looking. The policy address announced that the Financial Secretary will chair the Committee for the Financing of Major Development Projects to provide specific financial arrangement proposals for the 2 projects. It really shows our commitment. Construction is also a key component in promoting development. To support the development of the construction industry, we will actively encourage the trade to adopt innovative technology like MIC to enhance the productivity of the trade and enhance the working environments in construction sites. We are working closely with other GBA cities to enhance the supply chain of MIC modules so as to build a comprehensive ecosystem. We will also enhance training for the construction industry and utilize the supplementary labor scheme for the construction industry to meet the manpower need. On enhancing speed and efficiency, I thank the Legislative Council for passing the legislative amendments in relation to the development procedures. In the future, we will continue to maintain liaison with the trade with the view to introducing more streamlining measures. On the same token, by the end of this year, we will introduce a bill to the LegCo to extend land leases expiring from 2025 through legislative means. On the development of major development projects, we have to be innovative in terms of implementation. To combine a capable government and an efficient market, we will expand the enhanced conventional new town approach to all new development areas. To facilitate the participation of private title holders to participate in development projects, this will enhance our capital liquidity. We will also expand the applicable scope of standard rates of premium to agricultural land. The first phase targets are the existing new towns in Yuen Long, the northern districts, and Tuen Mun, as well as the private development projects near existing or proposed railways. Down the line, after resumption of land, we will adopt an innovative and diversified approach to make plannings in response to industry's need. On enhancing quality, we will continue our work with urban renewal and enhancing building safety. On urban renewal, we will pick up pace on redeveloping old districts and the revitalization. After a discussion, we find that there is general support for the government to lower the compulsory sale threshold on the premise that individual owners' rights are protected. We are taking forward our work along the line, and we will introduce a bill by the end of this year. On building safety, we will enhance financial support as well as technical support for building owners to maintain and repair the buildings. In order for the buildings departments to more effectively enforce the law to ensure building safety and building works safety, we have initiated a systematic review on the buildings ordinance with a view to introducing a legislative proposal within next year. Directions include streamlining prosecution procedures and threshold, increasing penalty, and enhancing the registration and disciplinary system of contractors. The point system and registration system will make sure that contractors and authorized persons are held accountable. Recently, there is a case where the contractor of a construction site has to be changed because of the registration. We will ensure that the new contractor is not managed by those we have deemed unqualified. We will also review the mandatory building inspection scheme and on how to offer more assistance to building owners. Presidents, providing sufficient land to meet the society's need is a challenge that requires the joint efforts of the government and society. This government has made it our mission since we have come into office last year. We have taken forward various projects in an innovative manner. In the coming days, we will implement the measures mentioned in the policy address so as to enhance our growth impetus and address people's concerns. In the process, we look forward to working closely with LegCo members. Land creation projects involve many stakeholders, including the indigenous communities. On the community level, district councils are important platforms for communication. I hope members of the public would come out to vote on the 10th of December to elect district council members who can really serve the community and engage in positive interaction with the government on development. As we submit, I implore members to support this year's policy address.
局長。
Secretary for Housing. Thank you, President. I thank the many members who spoke in support of the 2023 policy address. They made many great remarks, encouraging us to get on with the work. I thank all these members. Housing is a major bread and butter issue. The Housing Bureau and the Housing Authority have worked hard over the past year to increase housing supply swiftly. We boost quantity, speed, efficiency, and quality to deliver a good life for people. Our team keeps reviewing the various housing measures. We listen and look into the comments we receive to achieve ever better results. The community generally welcomes the measures in the policy address. We find this encouraging. Their support motivates us to keep following up on the work. Just then, the Deputy Financial Secretary commented and responded to the comments about the task force on tackling the issue of subdivided units. I will focus on public housing supply, adjustments to the demand-side management measures for residential properties. First, public housing supply. In the next 10 years, that is from 2024-25 to 2033-34, the government has found enough land to provide roughly 410,000 public housing units. This covers public rental housing and subsidized sale flats. This figure exceeds the supply target of 308,000 public housing units. In the long run, the massive increase in the supply of public flats means the average waiting time for public rental housing will see improvement. In the short term, 30,000 light public housing, 21,000 transition housing units go a long way towards easing the short-term shortage of public housing for those waiting for these units. The long-term housing supply will help meet the housing need. And the light public housing and transitional housing give us buffer to adapt to the evolving situation. We will also adapt our strategies to changing needs. Over the past couple of days, members wondered if we can look at the split of HOS flats. We will look into this and see what we can do. On the public housing system, we propose relaxing the mortgage default guarantee for subsidized sale flats. Members welcome the move and they focus on the details. They believe this measure can revitalize the secondary market and help families on the middle income to buy a home. We propose expanding the minimum mortgage default guarantee period from 30 to 50 years for the second-hand market. And for the GSH market, the maximum mortgage repayment period will go up from 25 to 30 years. The Housing Authority endorsed the proposal and details on the 17th this month. There are calls for an even longer guarantee period of 60 years. When we approached the issue, we balanced calls for a longer repayment period with the financial risks for the Housing Authority. Extending the guarantee to 50 years means HOS or GSH flats with guarantee of over 10 years will go up sharply from 14% to 98%. For units under the tenant purchase scheme with guarantee period of over 10 years left, will increase from 24% to 100%. The proposed measures will give buyers easier access to mortgage loans of longer tenure. This can help the circulation of second-hand flats. Some members say that 4,500 WSH flats, and he wondered whether we can have more flats. We will keep watching the situation to see if there's a need to have more such flats. We keep pursuing redevelopment projects. Redevelopment of public estate has led to public discussions. The Housing Authority keeps pursuing various redevelopment projects. We have 10 going on. Based on the actual situation, we will carefully consider finding one more estate for redevelopment studies. We will make an announcement when appropriate. On better management of housing estate, we've been using technology to help daily estate management. There's huge potential for the use of technology. To further boost management efficiency and service quality, we will pick 10 public housing estates as pilot sites to bring in suitable technology such as Internet of Things sensors, AI, and mobile devices, big data analytics to help estate management work. This will cover surveillance for environmental hygiene, better security, keeping track of the misuse of facilities of housing estate, and also on maintenance and repairs. The housing department will look at various factors, overall management, environment, and actual needs in picking the right estate for pilot site. Yesterday, some members mentioned the stairs, water seepage in public housing units. I followed up on this issue with my team. There are challenges with the design of the staircase, but our team is working on this. We looked at the water seepage record. It happened in July. The problem was fixed in July. We are dedicated to serving the public. Our team is also dedicated. On building flats faster, we will continue to adopt new technology. And this means MIC 2.0, Modular Integrated Construction 2.0. This means more efficient assembling of modules. This will save time and ensure greater site safety and productivity. This can ease the labor crunch and aging of workers in the construction sector so that we can achieve greater speed, efficiency, and quality. We will also have a green construction process and, above all, greater safety. Another issue close to the heart of members, and this is the adjustment to the demand-side management measures for residential properties. We will have more housing supply, and after considering all the factors, the chief executive proposed adjustments to the demand-side management measures. The changes will be implemented through the Stamp Duty Amendment Residential Properties Bill 2023. This bill received its first and second reading on November 8th. We will fully support the work of the Bills Committee. On Monday, we will hold our first meeting. Some argue for dropping all the demand-side management measures. The government has carefully considered the prevailing market conditions and the overall situation. And in a pragmatic approach, the government arrived at these measures. We will keep close tabs on the residential property market to ensure its robustness. Many members brought up SDUs. This is also close to our heart. There are people living in inadequate housing. The Deputy Financial Secretary reported on the work of the task force. I also brought up light public housing and transitional housing projects. These projects offer people waiting for public housing more options. With transitional housing, families choose to move to these units. And then at these transitional housing units, we see the smiles back on the faces of children, and that's a source of motivation for us. In dealing with SDUs, we have to get a sense of proportion. We have to get it right. We cannot rush. We shouldn't expect change to happen overnight. We have to be pragmatic in making progress. We work with different departments in stepping up enforcement. This means invoking Part 4 of the Landlord and Tenant Consolidation Ordinance in better protecting the rights of SDU residents. Now I come to the schemes to encourage childbearing. The Housing Authority will launch the Families with Newborn Flat Selection Priority Scheme. This means setting aside flats for balloting and priority flat selection for families with newborns. This will improve chances for families with newborns to buy these flats. On public rental housing, the Housing Authority will launch the Families with Newborns Allocation Priority Scheme. Families with children, 1 or younger, will have their waiting time cut by 1 year. We're glad to see the public support for this scheme, but we also have to balance different needs in the community. Seniors have needs, so do families already with children and singleton applicants. They also have housing needs. We're working on the details of these priority schemes and making the preparations. Once these schemes are endorsed by the Housing Authority, we will implement the measures swiftly. The policy address this year proposes measures that show the Housing Authority has the resolve and commitment to earnestly address people's concerns. We are committed to enhance people's sense of well-being and gain. As works go well, more housing projects are completed as scheduled. To make that happen, we need a productive LegCo and the great LegCo members. I hope everyone can all come out to vote on December 10th to pick high caliber and dedicated district councillors. President, my bureau and I and other departments will continue to work on the delivery of all the housing measures in the policy address. I hope members can support the 2023 policy address's motion of thanks. I so submit.
Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I would like to thank members for the views on transport and logistics policy expressed in the past 2 days. First, on transport infrastructure, the government will press ahead with a number of railway and road projects. We will publish the Hong Kong Major Transport Infrastructure Developments Blueprint next month to outline the implementation of all major transport infrastructure projects. The blueprint will include the enhanced 3 railways and 3 major roads proposals recommended last year, and the 2 projects of 2 railways and 1 major road arising from the Northern Metropolis development. Many members expressed support for the taking forward of smart and green mass transit systems in East Kowloon, Kai Tak, and Hong Shui Kiu Ha Tsuen. We will invite expression of interest from suppliers and operators next year so that we could finalize the details of implementation and tender conditions. On other local transport projects, we will take forward various local railway projects such as the Tung Chung Line Extension, Oyster Bay Station Tuen Mun South Extension and Northern Link NOL Phase 1 Kutong Station. The works have commenced this year for these projects. As for Hong Shui Kiu Station and NOL Main Line, works will commence in 2024 and 25 respectively for progressive completion from 2027 onwards. The MTR Corporation Limited is also planning and refining the Pak Shek Kok area land development and Pak Shek Kok Station development proposals with a view to commissioning the station by 2023. And then the government is also taking forward a number of road projects to strengthen road links between the northwest New Territories and the urban areas and Lantau Island. This includes the Route 11 Chengyi Lantau Link, the widening of Yuen Long Highway, Tuen Mun Bypass, and so on. We plan to commence the detailed design for Route 11 and Tuen Mun Bypass projects next year and strive to commission these projects progressively in or before 2033. To support the development of the Northern Metropolis, we will continue to roll out a series of local and cross-boundary transport infrastructure projects. NOL will serve as the backbone of the transport network of the Northern Metropolis. It will serve the Kunto North New Development Area and the Sentin Technopole. NOL will also connect with the East Rail Line and Tuen Ma Line to form a railway loop. The government will follow up further with the Shenzhen authorities on cross-boundary railway projects to build together a greater Bay Area on the rail. Among the projects, the Hong Kong-Shenzhen Western Rail Link will connect Hong Shui-Kiu, Hachun with Qianhai, thereby strengthening the connection between the Northern Metropolis and the Guangzhou-Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Corridor. For the NOL Spoil Line, it will connect to the NOL Main Line at Sentin Station, passing through Chow Tau and the Hong Kong-Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park at the Lok Ma Chau Loop, and connect to the new Huanggang port in Shenzhen. We expect to reach a consensus on the implementation arrangement with the Shenzhen authorities and commence the detailed planning and design in 2024. On cross-boundary land transport, since the introduction of the northbound travel for Hong Kong vehicle scheme on the 1st of July this year, the number of car trips made under the scheme continued to rise. The daily average in July was about 100 cars Zhuhai bound. The daily number sold to more than 2,000 cars in the long weekend. The Hong Kong and Guangdong governments will continue to improve the scheme. Next, on aviation. Hong Kong's air traffic has been steadily recovering. The Hong Kong International Airport, Hong Kong IA, remained the world's busiest cargo airport in 2022. In order to enhance the competitiveness of our airport, we will continue to pursue various development projects together with the Airport Authority of Hong Kong, including the free one-way system project, which will be completed next year, and various development projects under the Airport City Vision. The aim is to consolidate the position of Hong Kong as an international aviation hub. On passenger service, TMHK is actively preparing for the shuttle bus service between the Sky Pier Terminal and Zhuhai Port of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. After the service is commenced, fly via Zhuhai Hong Kong passenger service will be launched. Mainland and international passengers will be able to enjoy seamless travel between the Hong Kong and Zhuhai airports in an air-land mode via the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, and then they could travel easily between the mainland and other places in the world via Hong Kong. On air cargo, the expansion of the express cargo terminal of DXL Express and the premium logistics center under the Cainiao network have been commissioned this year. TMHK will continue to develop the sea-air intermodal cargo transshipment mode with Guangdong. The first phase development of a permanent facility of the Hong Kong IA Logistics Park in Dongguan will be completed in 2025. Hong Kong's leading position in air cargo will be further consolidated. To boost the competitiveness of the aviation industry, we will table a bill at the Legislative Council next year to enhance the aircraft leasing preferential tax regime. We hope members will support the bill. Through the Maritime and Aviation Training Fund, we will work with the Hong Kong International Aviation Academy to step up manpower training and nurture talents for the local aviation industry to meet the development needs of the aviation industry. International Shipping Center. To promote Hong Kong's development as an international maritime center, we will publish an action plan on maritime and port development strategy. Through the Commissioner for Maritime and Ports Development under my bureau, we will coordinate government departments and stakeholders to spearhead industry-oriented maritime development. For example, smart and green development of ports. We have introduced various new tax concessions for the shipping industry at different times. We are seeing the expansion of the local maritime network as a result. Invest Hong Kong will step up its efforts to attract more shipping commercial principals and overseas maritime companies to set up and expand their operations in Hong Kong, and that would help to bring in more maritime-related business and commercial activities. We will continue to capitalize on Hong Kong's international position in maritime arbitration. We will encourage mainland businesses to use Hong Kong as the seat of arbitration for maritime affairs. We will also deepen our cooperation with international organizations to use Hong Kong as a springboard to enter the mainland market. To promote the high value-added development of modern logistics, we promulgated the Action Plan on Modern Logistics Development on the 31st of last month. We have 8 strategies and 24 recommended actions to meet the short, medium, and long-term development needs of the modern logistics industry. Through enhancing intermodal operation and leveraging on our strengths in handling high-value goods, our mission and objective are to encourage the industry to adopt smart logistics solutions for Hong Kong to become a sustainable and international smart logistic hub with a focus on high-value goods and the e-commerce market. We will also develop diversified modern logistics clusters. In the first phase, we will study the mode of development for logistics land in new development areas. 37 hectares of land will be set aside in Hong Shui Kiu Ha Chun for the development of modern logistics on a pilot basis. The relevant planning study is now underway. The government will promote the upgrading of the logistics industry and reap the benefits of the smart logistics trend to build a logistics information platform. President Gum has been sparing no effort in enhancing the traffic and transport network of Hong Kong. The Hong Kong Major Transport Infrastructure Development Blueprint will soon be published to consolidate all major transport infrastructure projects and unleash the development potential of different districts. Through improving public transport services and the application of new technology, we aim to facilitate commuting by the public. With the gradual, as we take forward the various proposals and projects, we will continue to keep in close liaison with different sectors of the community. We will have exchanges of views on the various projects. And with the gradual recovery of the aviation, shipping, and logistics sectors following the pandemic, the government will continue to leverage on our unique advantages and proactively consolidate our status as an international aviation hub and international shipping center. I so speak. I sincerely urge members to support the policy address and the motion of thanks. And I would like to take this opportunity to appeal to members of the public and the friends and family members to vote on the 10th of December so they will elect their representatives in the District Council. Thank you.
Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, I will speak on the environment, the measures about the environment, ecology, new energy, transport, and sustainable agriculture and fisheries. The government is committed to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 and cutting carbon emissions to half our 2005 level by 2035. We reached our peak carbon in 2014. We have cut our carbon emissions by a quarter. 90% of power generated goes to buildings. To promote lower energy consumption and low carbon emissions, we will start consulting the relevant trade and bodies on amendments to the Buildings Energy Efficiency Ordinance. The goal is to finalize the changes and start the amendment next year. Hydrogen is a key means to reduce carbon emissions. To prepare for the adoption of hydrogen power, the EEB's Interdepartmental Working Group is looking at various aspects and the commercialization pathway of hydrogen. We are taking forward various items. The first trial of the hydrogen fuel bus will start this month. The policy address also proposes in the first half next year, we will have the hydrogen development strategy. There will be preparations for the legislative amendment. In 2025, we will submit a bill to create a favorable environment for hydrogen development in Hong Kong. We will work with the Transport and Logistics Bureau on green energy for vessels. There will also be a study on the feasibility of bunkering with green methanol. And there will also be study on an industry chain for green bunkering to meet the growing need for green methanol. For ocean-going vessels, we will also prepare for the bunkering of liquefied natural gas. In 2021, there was a climate action plan. Every 5 years, the government will review the plan and update the plan to ensure that we can achieve the carbon reduction goal by 2035 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And waste reduction and recycling, that's also another priority. We work with property management firms. Starting from April next year, we will start the municipal solid waste charging scheme. We have expanded the scope of green net community networks. People can separate their waste and reduce waste, and they earn points and redeem product. That's how we encourage people to reduce waste. Next year, we will work on a common legal framework for different producer responsibility schemes so that we can cover more products under our recycling schemes. We started drafting the law. Next week, we will consult the panel on environmental affairs of LegCo. We welcome comments from members. Our plan is that within next year, we will submit the bill to LegCo. The goal is that starting from 2025, we will gradually cover plastic beverage containers, beverage cartons, and electric vehicle batteries, vehicle tires, and lead-acid batteries. On conservation, we want to protect fish ponds and wetlands with high ecological value to boost the biodiversity of the northern metropolis. We also want to mitigate the impact on the ecology from the Santine Technopole. The government will start by setting up the Sampo Shu Wetland Conservation Park. The park will provide great outdoor recreational facilities. There will be modernized agriculture facilities. The AFCD is working on this matter. And that is a strategic feasibility study to ensure that we get it right with the positioning the areas of the various parks. Some days ago, we started the Phase 2 public engagement. The strategic feasibility study is expected to be completed in the first half next year. On fisheries and agriculture, next month we will announce a blueprint for the sustainable development of agriculture and fisheries drawn up with the trade to modernize the trade to achieve sustainable development. We will launch a number of measures. I want to take this opportunity to thank the fisheries and agriculture sector for their support and input. On protecting animals, we have the protection of animals from cruelty ordinance that we're working on the amendment to better protect animal welfare. This includes duty of care for people with animals and stiffer penalties, etc. President, I want to appeal to people to vote on December 10th so that we can all work together and build a better future, a Seoul Summit, and I invite members to support the motion of thanks.
The third debate session ends. The Council now proceeds to the fourth debate session. Members who wish to speak in this session, please press the Request to Speak button. The themes of this session are work together to safeguard harmony and stability. Hong Kong will prosper only when its young people thrive. The policy areas covered in this session have been set out in the script for members' easy reference. Mr. Lam Chen Sing. Thank you, President. I welcome the various measures announced in the policy address to strengthen vocational and professional education and training, VPET. There's also support for self-funded universities of applied sciences. next year, the first University of Applied Sciences will be set up. Before that, the government should first encourage the speeding up of various applied sciences programs that will set a good foundation for future universities. Now, the KPIs is there will be at least 4 applied sciences degree programs, but that's too slow. And also, eligible university programs will be included in a reference subsidy scheme. So by lowering fees, then there will be more students enrolling into these courses. But right now, the subsidy level is still much lower than that for the UGC level. So I would suggest the government enhance the subsidy level. And there should be financial support. So institutions will work with different sectors to develop more applied sciences programs. Now, the positioning of applied sciences degree should not be the same as that for traditional degrees. The stakeholders must be highly involved in the design of the programs. This is to ensure that graduates will have a high chance of finding work. There is also the proposal to set up the Institute of Information Technology. And then for non-local students, they may stay in Hong Kong after graduation for a year and work in their own profession. I know that the Vocational Training Council is under pressure admitting enough students, but I don't want these measures just to make sure there are enough students to keep the VTC going, but rather we should be working towards working for industrial transformation. We're going to have new industries and I&T industries. So we need to train the intermediate level and basic level talents. We need more than just top talents. And I support to develop Hong Kong into Asia's international education hub. We should bring in more students from Southeast Asia to our tertiary institutes and to our VPET programs. But then the government needs to monitor the situation regularly. We want to make sure that if we allow non-local graduates to stay behind, they won't affect the job opportunities of local graduates. And then there is a proposal to increase the apprentice allowance under the apprentice scheme, but it's more than about allowance. There has to be a proper apprenticeship system and cover more business sectors. So there is career ladder for apprentices. And we must encourage businesses to offer internships more. Now, young people don't want to stay in the same post for their entire life. That's for a career ladder is important. Now, the government is stepping up VPET at different level. For example, even at secondary schools, there are pilot schemes for VPET. And then the Yijin programs has been transformed. And then for higher diplomas, there are now VPET elements. So distinguish them from associate degree programs. And then the government's also promoting the setting up of applied sciences degree programs. But then what is the convergence with the different sectors? We don't know about that. Youngsters still don't see any career prospects of after if they take up VPET. So there has to be a proper career ladder to attract young people to take up VPET. So I speak in support of the motion. Dr. Teck Chi Yuen. President, we're here not just to talk about young people thriving or prospering. We have to pay special attention to suicide of young people. So I'd like to make 5 suggestions. 1, we need to have an effective way to identify high-risk students. There could be simple questionnaires for that purpose. 2, we need to set up school-based support system involving teachers, social workers, and school heads. 3, there's need for the education group to set up an expert group to help students to help schools deal with high-risk students. 4th, the DSCS should lead an interdepartmental group to give support to students with psychological or mental problems or mental stress. Now, students are not stressed mostly because there is a heavy homework load. In other countries such as Finland, Germany, or even our own country, there is regulation on the amount of homework given to students. So I hope the government will also correct that, because schools are just pursuing achievements, and yes, the education bill may have a guideline, but to many it's just a paper tiger. So the government needs to have strong leadership here. It is when they make sure that district education officers will check that schools do follow the guidelines. So Secretary, please help please save our children and our parents. Thank you. Dr. Johnny Ng. On the 1st of July last year, and in the 20th National Congress, President Xi stressed that Hong Kong will only prosper when its young people thrive. It's the same for the country. So the country pins its hope on young people. Vice Premier Ding Xueqiang met with delegation representing Hong Kong youth, and he sent his sincere regards to young people in Hong Kong on behalf of President Xi. That shows that the country attaches great importance to the sorts of young people. And during that meeting, Vice Premier Ding hopes that Hong Kong young people will learn about national development, and hopefully they will have a stronger sense of national pride and pride about Chinese culture. And then they must also learn more about the country's history and development. It's hoped that young people in Hong Kong and Macau will steadfastly uphold one country, two systems, and they will actively integrate into the overall development of the country. So the Vice Premier Ding put forward for hopes for young people. The SL government needs to further enhance the youth development blueprint announced last year, because to give play to the latest four hopes raised by the Vice Premier. Now, the PA is based on Hong Kong will prosper only when its young people thrive. This is an important part of the blueprint. And then there's going to be a base for that is the Alliance of Hong Kong Youth Innovative and Entrepreneurial Bases in Greater Bay Area. I'm all for that. Now, there is a rapid development in innovation and technology. So it's increasingly important that we promote development of new industries. This is also major pathway for young people. We need to have proper I&T education, and we could nurture enough high caliber I&T talents. Now, Hong Kong should become an international hub for tertiary education, and then we could help young people develop, and we could train professional talents that will further propel the development of Hong Kong's I&T industry. So this is visionary. But then from the government figures, and then last year, that's the publication of the blueprint on I&T, and then there will be about over 7,000 startup businesses that need to hire over 100,000 I&T talents. So that's much more than previously projected. And then there's an announcement to contracts have been signed with 30 enterprises, bringing 10,000 jobs. All these jobs related to I&T. So how do we fill the gap in terms of talents needs here? The government needs to think about that. Now, I was propose a scholarship, and so to reward students and also to pave the way for them for career development. Now, with local investment in R&D, and there's not enough commercialization of R&D outcome, I would suggest the government to enhance its policy here. We could learn from Shenzhen. They require universities to spend no less than 50% of its R&D income in rewarding the R&D talents. As we promote new industrialization, there must be a concrete timetable and roadmap. To set up the fund for supporting commercialization R&D income. Only then can we enhance our competitiveness. Now, for young people to thrive and then Hong Kong to prosper, we must also leverage on our advantage of being East meets West Center for cultural exchange. So there have to be policies to support the arts and creative industries in Hong Kong. Now, Hong Kong pop music and films are used to dominate the Asian market. So we need to tell good stories of Hong Kong. The film industry is one of our important industries, but then eventually the film industry dwindled. Now we are facing unprecedented changes in the world, so the government needs to be decisive in rolling out new measures to promote the development of the performing arts and film industries. I'm glad the Chief Executive is taking above many of the suggestions, that he's now giving more resources to help films to go abroad. And so there's a fund of 4.3 billion to promote film investment, and also investment in arts and so on, and also for developing the mainland market. This will really enhance Hong Kong's position as an East meets West international cultural exchange center. Now, the country is attaching more importance to the development of Chinese medicine, so we could leverage on our advantage of one country, two systems in this respect. There should be a strategy and timetable for developing Chinese medicine. That's what I suggested, and I'm glad the government has taken aboard the suggestion. So the plan will be announced in 2025. Now, we need to provide more schooling, career, and other opportunities for young people to promote upward mobility. Young people must also make good use of their advantages. They must actively contribute to the country's development. They must help to tell good stories of the country, and Hong Kong in particular, the successful implementation one country, two systems. So with these remarks, I speak in support of the motion of thanks.
Dr. David Lam. President, I speak in support of the motion of thanks. In the 2023 policy address, there are lots of focuses on healthcare, including a new registration system for drugs and medical devices, developments of the trade, enhancing our resilience against epidemic, e-health record, as well as enhancing our support for mental health patients. And also we have a plan to enhance manpower for the medical professions, as well as developments for Chinese medicine. Now let me speak about the new 1+ mechanism. The new 1+ mechanism is a highlight of the policy address. The registration procedures for new drugs in Hong Kong will be streamlined. Primary evaluation means that we will analyze the raw data of the research of the drugs in terms of its efficacy and safety, and without relying on external drug authority. Now, under the present registration system, we have to rely on the approval of overseas pharmaceutical authority so that a drug can be registered for use in Hong Kong. Primary evaluation is a cornerstone to establish our own regulation system. Now, on the establishment of the preparatory office for the establishment of the Hong Kong Center for Medical Products Regulation, I support it. It is the key to our development in the medical sector. And there are also measures to encourage clinical research. The Hetao Cooperation Zone is the new base for collaboration between the two places on medical development. Hong Kong is a connector between GBA medical institutes and the world. The 1+ registration mechanism will be beneficial for life-threatening or patients with life-threatening or severely debilitating diseases. The drugs for treating these diseases are exorbitantly expensive. Even when there are drugs, patients can't afford them. Sometimes patients can only watch while their health dwindle. Rare disease drugs cost cheaper in the mainland. The 1+ mechanism means that we can introduce the drugs in the mainland and also 35 places to be used under conditions as long as they have received approval in their origin place. Now, on cross-boundary healthcare collaboration, Hong Kong people receiving medical care and go to the mainland to receive medical care are two different concepts. There are Hong Kong residents in the mainland who are receiving care in the mainland, but there are also Hong Kong people who want to go to the mainland to receive medical care without having to wait in Hong Kong. We have to ensure that there is cross-boundary flow of money, people, and medical data to achieve that. On money, now the healthcare vouchers applicable scope has been extended to 7 cities in the GBA, but there are 9 GBA cities in the mainland. The country's national healthcare strategy is to pack a family with a family doctor. It is equivalent to our family doctor for all strategy. Maybe we can work with the Ministry of Health in the mainland to extend the applicable scope of our health care voucher to family health institution or other community health organizations, and then use the elderly healthcare voucher to pay for the fee. Elderly healthcare vouchers objectives is to prevent disease and also nurture health of the elderly people. It is not for treating major diseases. I suggest extending the scope of our voluntary and medical insurance scheme to designated hospitals in the mainland so that more people will be encouraged to take out medical insurance voluntarily. Using elderly healthcare voucher to cover the fee for family doctor and using voluntary medical insurance to cover medical expenses in the hospital in the mainland, these are the way forward. Now, on drug used in the GBA, actually they are similar to that we are using in Hong Kong. In the mainland, there is an integrated treatments with Chinese and Western medicine combined. For Hong Kong residents living in the mainland for the long term, most of the drugs for treating chronic illnesses and other illnesses can be purchased locally. However, Hong Kong's legislation does not recognize electronic prescription. We only accept paper-based prescription. It is quite backward, but when we have a sound postal system, we can achieve that. But we need to amend the legislation to accept electronic prescription. Now, on data, in Hong Kong, we need to spend a long time waiting for a scan and also the report. If we divert our patients to the mainland to receive these services, we can address the issue in the short run. However, mainland residents also have strong demand for medical health care. We are taking away resources from them and will cause conflict. There can be collaboration in areas which we are more familiar with, for example, rare diseases. In the long run, we have to rely on our inherent strength to deal with the challenges in the healthcare system. Now, on eHealth Plus, it is an app with high potential. eHealth Plus allow patients to bring their health record across the border. We support that, but we can do more. With the advancements in germ technology, there are now vital signs monitor which can be worn on the wrist 24 hours a day. And there are also individual healthcare monitoring system. However, there is no interconnection or interconnectivity or interfacing between various brands. In the future, eHealth Plus can be a common interfacing platform for during technology devices. We can encourage brands to develop products compatible with the eHealth Plus and standardize the operating standards. Primary healthcare is an important direction, but there are a lot of challenges. We want a hospital which is inclusive and efficient. We need manpower. More importantly, we have to enhance our public-private partnership model and harness the power of medical professionals in the private sector. Nurses can be assigned as case manager to monitor the vital signs of patients. Mental health nurses can lead the monitoring of the recovery process of the ex-mentally ill. Clinical pharmacists can help prescribe drugs to patients in the community and answer their questions. Physiotherapists can assess the balancing ability of the elderly people and strengthen their muscle to prevent falls. This will also address ailments because of aging. We can establish a community healthcare network formed by the allied health professions. Now on dental health, the youth dental co-care pilot scheme with scaling and dental care services provided to the youth. This is a response to our aspiration. I welcome the measures in the policy address concerning dental health care. On Chinese medicine, facilitating accreditation, testing, and research of Chinese medicine as well as a common platform are key. With years of history in Hong Kong, our foundation for Chinese medicine is sound. We can use Hong Kong as a springboard to let Chinese medicine take flight in the international world, to make Hong Kong a CM port. The key for Chinese medicine development is scientific research. Now, with clinical guidelines, there can be a referral code between the Chinese and Western medicine practitioners. We can achieve a synergy between the two trade. CM education, well, that's a shame it is not mentioned in the policy address. Chinese medicine practitioners and learners should have a foundation knowledge on Western medicine. Vice versa, that would be the basis for a cooperation between the Chinese and Western medicine professions. Now, direct referral made by physiotherapists. This is a program put forward 2 years ago. This year, it has vanished. Well, it is not mentioned in the policy address, but I am pleased to understand that the government has proposed this as an agenda item for the panel on welfare services. Now, I have two areas which I'm disappointed. Now, back in 2013, 10 years ago, at the time the Ombudsman submitted a report saying that there were 10 odd healthcare professions without a registration system. And also, the allied health professions were not added to the registration system. At the time, the Health Bureau launched the pilot registration scheme for recognized medical profession, including clinical psychologists, educational psychologists, nutritionists, speech therapists, and one other profession. The professions have established their own committee and set guidelines for the trade. The professions have undergone two-tier vetting by 2 medical schools. Now, these professions lack a legal title. A person who has graduated from any school anywhere in the world can claim that they are professionals qualified to provide these services to the public. Sometimes patients will get problematic devices which jeopardize their mental and physical health. There are no statutory framework to hold these imposters accountable. We have to establish a registration system for these professions to kick out the imposters and safeguard people's health. I urge the government to initiate the registration procedures for these 5 supplementary medical professions. Now, chiropractors. Chiropractors are a member of our healthcare family in Hong Kong. However, there seems to be no oversight on their training protocol. The government has neglected the profession. The profession can only survive in the gaps. President, I thank the Chief Executive for delivering this policy address. It is comprehensive in responding people's concern and need on healthcare. There are substances to the policy address, and I support it in general. For Hong Kong people who travel to the mainland a lot and are staying in the mainland, their medical health should be met with by a contract signed with family doctors. Now, the fee for a contract with family doctor should be paid for with elderly healthcare vouchers. And also, we can use our voluntary medical insurance scheme to pay for hospital fees in the mainland. When there are cross-boundary collaboration, we have to bear in mind that there are also inherent systematic problems in the medical system in the mainland. We have to be in charge of our own medical system. We have to deal with our own problems. We have to adopt the 2-pronged approach of adding resources and adding manpower to respond to healthcare needs. We need scientific research and data to develop Chinese medicine in Hong Kong. And Chinese-Western collaboration relies on clinical guidelines. We hope the government will listen to the professionals' voice. Thank you.
Mr. Tang Fei, President, to build an education system consistent with one country, 2 systems, we need patriotic education, innovation and technology education, and developing into an international hub for post-secondary education. The Education Bureau takes a multi-pronged approach, and this merits our commendation. Now, on STEAM education, the government should move faster and be bolder. We need bolder attempts at programming education at primary and secondary schools. Of course, new technology is more than just information or digital technology. But this will be the source and the core part of all innovation. Programming skills and knowledge of AI will be just as important as our language skills. International hub for post-secondary education. This is part of the PA's goals, and this has been something I've been calling for and the FEW has been calling for. We need mainland students, and we need to nurture talent for Hong Kong and our country. We need to bring in students from the Belt and Road countries. We need to export the professional education standards from Hong Kong so that on education we can tell good stories of Hong Kong and promote the soft power of our country. Ms. Jovi Chen. Thank you, President. The 20th Party Congress report says that we need to ensure care for patients. The FTU has been calling for the use of pharmaceutical products from the mainland to be used in Hong Kong. And there is this measure in the policy address. But it turns out that we need the certificates of pharmaceutical products from 32 places. And this is a focus on European and countries and the U.S. We've been asking for dropping this discrimination against the mainland. Cancer patients or those with rare diseases, they see the drugs there, but they can't access it. And they're forced to go to the mainland for the drugs. I thank the government for responding to our needs, for coming up with this 1+ registration scheme in the PA. There will be faster approval of new drugs for rare diseases. They have to meet the requirements about clinical data and the recognition. One CPP will do under the new system. In the Hetao Shenzhen Zone Park Zone, we will have a collaborative development. This will help Hong Kong become a hub for medical development and also other areas. The drug registration system will help bring firms in drugs and pharmaceutical equipment. We can bring together pharmaceutical talent. Patients need their drugs urgently. We need to implement the measures quickly. The medical and pharmaceutical sectors do have doubt. First, the 1+ registration scheme. What are the criteria? Will there be a higher threshold than in the past? And in the Hong Kong zone in Hetao, when a firm runs a test, can the same research be applied directly in the mainland? And we need to achieve several things for drugs. We need first implementation, faster implementation and better results. And the second thing, and the drugs need to be accessible, and the drugs also have to be affordable. For those with rare diseases and cancer patients, their drugs can be registered in Hong Kong. But are the drugs affordable? The government needs to keep working on this. Now I turn to dental care, elderly care, district health centers, and district administration, youth and women's development. I will follow up on those issues on other occasions as so submit. Professor Priscilla Leung. President, education is the basis of a country. When young people thrive, our country thrives. I'm the chairperson of the panel on education. The government has taken on board views on many items, such as turning Hong Kong into a hub of tertiary education and also raising the cap on non-local students. The UGC-funded universities are grateful for this. On talent, there's the Belt and Road Scholarship. It will be $1 billion, which sees an increase that will help bring more high-caliber talent here. And we also have a measure about a University of Applied Sciences. I hope that society will take the technical subjects more seriously. Non-local students come to Hong Kong, they enroll in technical subjects. I hope they can stay. We worked for many years. Instead of liberal studies, we will have the citizenship and social development as a subject. I'm pleased to see the secretary here. I hope the Constitution and Basic Law Promotion Steering Committee can step up to promotion. We need to tell students and the community, we have one country, two systems. We have our historic role and mission. President Xi Jinping said this. One country, two systems is a good system and must be adhered to in the long term. This is good for the well-being of the 1.4 billion Chinese people. And this means the mainland has a socialist system. Hong Kong has a capitalist system. We need both systems to work. There are merits and drawbacks with both systems. We need to help our students learn more about the mainland systems and help them see our own system. We can stay as an international financial center because of low taxes, a free currency, we are free port. We shouldn't change these fundamentals. We also have our country affirming our system as the only free common law jurisdiction in our country. We shouldn't tolerate talk about breaking the law to achieve justice. And we should promote our strength with our common law system. Our mainland has a different legal system. It's a civilian law system. We need to work with the mainland legal profession to go global and help global investors enter the mainland. Hong Kong is a bilingual city. $1.4 billion people speak English as their official languages because of British colonialism. But we also have 1.4 billion Mandarin speakers. Hong Kong has a huge edge. We are bilingual. We should leverage that to tell good stories of one country, two systems, and good stories of China. Now, we are where the East meets the West. Many people have a westernized lifestyle. We have access to foreign culture. But we should also focus on mutual appreciation. We should appreciate our country's fine traditions. I'm pleased to see that the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau will drive measures on family value education. I hope we can keep the heterosexual marriage system, which is the traditional system, marriage between a man and a woman. As we have Chinese and Western culture, we need to promote the traditional system to our students so that we can keep this system going and they can pass on our fine traditional culture. I so submit. Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you, President. Hong Kong will thrive only when our young people thrive. This policy address marks continuity. We have more than 160 measures. The youth policies show our country is creating the conditions for our young people to showcase their talents and realize their dreams. I thank the HYAB for enhancing the subsidy scheme for mainland exchanges for more young people to learn about our country's culture and history and current development. This way, we can enhance their national identity and national pride. Our country cares about Hong Kong's young people. Early this year, we had an exchange program for young people to learn about different parts of the country by visiting their local customs. Some days ago, we went on a visit involving 150 young people. Based on the members' areas of interest, etc., we visited different places. An opera Xi singer from Hong Kong learned about the mainland's traditional Xi development. So for the electrical members, we visited the district administration of Beijing. We were warmly welcomed and we were briefed on the work there. We found out more about the whole process people's democracy. We also visited a museum showcasing the history of the Communist Party of China. It was a well-designed place. So we talked and wondered if we can learn from the mainland in our museum design. As the policy address proposes, we will have the Museum of Coastal Defense and War of Resistance against the Japanese. We should explore the use of technology in presenting the information so that it's impactful. Vice Premier Ding Xuexiang also received us. He sent his greetings from President Xi Jinping. He said that the young people of Hong Kong and Macau are the future of not just Hong Kong and Macau, but also the new blood for our country's development. He urged our young people to have developed national pride, hone their skills, to become talent that can take on major responsibilities and stand ready to contribute to our country's development. Now, many of us are motivated by the Vice Premier's words. We can see the love from our country for our young people. The Vice Premier also asked young people to share their feelings and come and give feedback on the observations. Someone from Macau were amazed that 60,000 requests were addressed every day. People were very happy. And the Vice Premier said the CPC is dedicated to serving the people. Over 44 decades of high-speed development, that happened because they stuck to the history. They urged us to learn more about the country's history. Make the mainland primary students know why our national flag is red, because it represents the blood of our revolutionary martyrs, and said that what we see today is the hard-earned results of our predecessors. Our country went from poverty to what we are today. Young people need to reflect on where we are from and where we are going. They should voluntarily safeguard our country's security, development interests, and safeguard one country, two systems. Our country has created the conditions for young people to realize their dreams. The Vice Premier said the two chief executives have laid out policies to achieve results for our young people. As I was waiting to speak, I saw this news report, and it has to do with the continuity in traditional handicraft. Young people are interested. NGOs run these services. They do interest classes, but they don't quite get to the point. They don't quite achieve the goal. But in the mainland, they take a more structured approach. They have masters and apprentices to keep alive the traditional culture. We can learn from this and reflect on how we can do more for our young people so that they can apply their talent and apply that to a career. Young people in Hong Kong, China should also think about this, how we can contribute to our country, how we can leverage our strength and become a gateway between our country and the world, how we promote a positive image of Hong Kong and the rest of China. The Chinese path to modernization. Do our young people know what it means, what this entails, and how our country makes it a reality? To tell good stories of our country, the government should give more channels to our young people to learn about our country's development, philosophy, and development model. Our young people need to learn how our country managed given the huge population. Now, we visited this municipal service center in Beijing. People called with complaints. I picked up the phone to listen in. I looked at the dashboard. They keep track of all the complaints and keep track of the service. I can see how the whole process people's democracy is implemented. As we promote young people's exchange to the mainland, I hope we can have more elements about governance in the mainland. That way, our young people can learn and see for themselves how it works, and we can train them so that they can contribute to Hong Kong's governance. At 7:07 a.m. on Wednesday, I led 150 young people. We visited Tiananmen Square. We solemnly looked at the Guard of Honor of the national flag. We looked at the flag as it raised. We sang the national anthem. It was a very memorable 2 minutes and 7 seconds. These 150 young people will be a key force in contributing to our integration into our country's development. With our country's staunch support for the HKSL government, Hong Kong's young people have a bright future. I call on the officials here to work together. Let's all work together. Guide our young people to help achieve the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. President, I support the motion.
Ms. Connie Lam. Thank you, President. I would like to thank the SL government for including measures on women, the mentally ill, and so on. Now, in this session, I'd like to raise 3 points of concern. about women affairs, mental wellness, and so on. Now, they say women, prop up half of the world, but then there is not enough support for women trying to pursue maintenance in arrears. But in this policy address, at least our views have been taken on board. There's a breakthrough. There will be a commissioner for women affairs to focus on women's work. And I thank the Chief Executive too for taking on board our other suggestion on measures recovering maintenance arrears. For example, there is some reference scheme proposed. So for and there will be a mediation on dealing with maintenance arrears. But mediation is not enough, because when a marriage has broken down, mediation is not enough. So how do we do proper counseling? I hope the government would consider that too. In the past week or so, there are various women's groups who told me the current maintenance regime has been in place for over 20 years without any improvements. So this time the mediation scheme is just a small step. Maintenance, the legal procedures for pursuing maintenance arrears is complex. That's why many choose not to pursue that. Now, there is this measure to make recovering maintenance arrears more easily, and it's a show of goodwill on the part of the government. I hope in future we will continue to improve the system, and there has to be a one-stop family support center, so that divorcees will be given suitable help and support, and then also they'll be given help to recover maintenance arrears. At the same time, there could be transitional financial assistance for them. And the center could include professionals such as social workers, various therapists to give legal advice, financial assessment, and psychological assessments for divorcees. There could also be divorce counseling service. In fact, it's not just women. Even men need to find out their own situation in the marriage. They need to see what their needs are, and then they could again build their own confidence again, and then they will have the confidence and the capacity to start another new and healthy relationship. On mental wellness, in the 20th National Congress report, President Xi Jinping says it's important to consider mental health. Now, there are proposals to promote mental health. The care teams are given emergency training, and then the waiting time is also shortened. And in 3 centers, there will be pilot schemes working with NGOs to provide a mental health assessment, so that at high-risk cases could see early referral. Now, for the integrated mental wellness center, there's a referral system. Perhaps the minor cases could be referred to the reference centers for suitable service. And for the integrated centers for mental illness, if they identify any high-risk cases, then they could refer the cases to the hospital authorities, in particular the case managers in the mental service unit. Now, of course, we must first boost the ratio of case managers to cases, and with the occupational therapists, social workers, counselors, and other paramedical staff, there's need to enhance local training, so we could support providers of mental services in the community. And I met with many frontline social workers to hear the views on the policy address. Some social workers mentioned the role of the care teams. I'd like to convey their views to the government. There are frontline social worker groups that pointed out that the care teams may not have enough capacity to identify high-risk carers or those with mental issues. So there is a need to set up a platform providing various information. There is a need for a communication mechanism too, so they could link up with different professionals such as social workers, psychologists, occupational therapists, and so on, and then they will be able to identify hidden cases in the community. This is a platform for the care teams and the various non-profit making groups, local groups, and even religious groups to interact with each other. And then this platform will help us with case management, and then we can enhance district governance. And so care teams will play a better role in helping different families with different needs. And there could be different patient self-care groups and to provide care services too. On cross-boundary healthcare services, now, old people would like to be taken good care of by their families. Hong Kong has the longest life expectancy. Many elderly people may choose to retire in the Greater Bay Area. So I will ask the Bureau and the departments to set up a network with different municipal governments of the Guangdong province. And so in each city, there will be a unit that provides healthcare services to Hong Kong people. So Hong Kong people can retire happily in the Bay Area. I speak in support of the motion of thanks. Thank you. Ms. Rebecca Chen. First, I'm going to talk about healthcare and then education. On healthcare, I am very much concerned about the development of oral and dental health. The policy address proposes to refer to the setting up of the working group on oral health and dental care, so that's a step forward. There will be enhancement of the elderly dental assistance program and dental co-care for adolescents. But for the primary dental co-care pilot scheme for adolescents, I'd like to give my views on that. Well, I'm sure many of us know that this scheme does not cover secondary students really. So the working group sees a problem here, and that means the government knows there's need to deal with the issue, but because of manpower, supply, and other hardware, so still the system cannot extend to secondary students. And of course, it doesn't mean that we can just dismiss it as a pilot scheme and then we leave it be. Now, there are 2,786 registered dentists in Hong Kong. The ratio is 1 to 2,632. It's really low. So if we want to buy dental service for young people, well, there's a concern whether there is enough service supply in the market. If the government really wants to improve the oral health of the public, there's need for a better, proper manpower and service plan. Now, there are constraints now because of manpower, and training takes time, so the government needs to give substantial training to high oral dental hygienists and other ancillary dental workers. And then at least we could provide basic oral care to young people. Otherwise, people will lose their teeth more quickly. Now, there's going to be amendment of the dentist registration ordinance, and it will be on the future roles of ancillary dental workers. I hope the bill will be submitted to this council as soon as possible after consulting the relevant sectors, but that's not enough. Now, whether it's about training dentists or ancillary dental workers, we don't have enough hardware, so the government needs to apply more resources. This is to make sure that the dental school has sufficient places for training these personnel, and perhaps we should consider setting up a second dental school. And we need to make sure we have sufficient manpower before we can actually improve the oral health services in Hong Kong as a whole. For the elderly health care voucher scheme, pilot scheme for the Greater Bay Area, I support this new attempt. Now, for I have suggested previously that the scheme be extended to qualified medical institutes in the Greater Bay Area. The policy address has proposed to set up to add 5 more institutes, and they will invite Hong Kong medical institutes to provide information on their GBA branches for reference. I think this is a move in the right direction. Now, it's increasingly convenient to live in GBA. Many more people probably choose to work or retire in GBA, so definitely we need to have cross-boundary healthcare services. For the medical system on the mainland and Hong Kong, they're not the same, and there are no common standards and regulatory framework. So for publicly funded healthcare vouchers, will there be no regulation across the boundary? Now, the voucher has been in place for over a decade, and many healthcare service providers have been accused of overcharging or fraud using with the vouchers. So that's why the government needs to set up a demerit system. The demerit point system is to protect elderly, is also to set a standard so publicly funded healthcare vouchers are put to good use. I hope the government will actively consider setting up a demerit point system. So then for healthcare service providers in Hong Kong and in the GBA, they will follow the same rules. And this is to make sure public funds are put to good use. I hope the government will consider it. On mental health, the PCA has proposed several measures. I would like to mention the assessment pilot scheme in district health centers. Now, of course, if we have services in the community to find hidden patients, that's fine. But then I think the problem is not really so much with screening, but rather with the insufficient services. There are some welfare groups that do such screening. And so this time, the government's rolling out this pilot scheme. Whether it succeeds or not, it depends very much on the intervention rate. If there is not enough follow-up, then it's hard to assess whether the scheme will be a success. So at the community level, we want to have proper mental illness prevention. Apart from screening, we need to consider resorting to interdisciplinary profession teams to provide service at the first instance to patients in need. There should be doctors and nurses going to the community, and the government could also make better use of counselors. So there could be community counseling stations. By proactively reaching out to people, they could be given assistance, and then in a course, if they identify any high-risk cases, these could be referred to the relevant authorities. What is important is we don't wait for patients to come to us, because with mental health, it's not the same as other physical issues. Maybe patients don't know their condition is worsening, so we have to make good use of the counselors. And then we could reach out to those in the community for us to do a proper job.
Finally, I would like to speak on education. In this year's policy address, it is proposed that a Northern Metropolis University town be set up in the Northern Metropolis. I really look forward to this. In previous policy addresses, I have proposed to establish a university town in Hong Kong. We want to build a scalable cluster of universities in Hong Kong and enhance exchanges, as well as address the shortage of land issue faced by our post-secondary education sector. I'm pleased to see that this vision is going to be realized in the Northern Metropolis. Schools will deepen their collaborations, and talents will converge. Talents can find like-minded people and share their perspective on life and career, and there will be cross-professional collaboration, which will bring impetus into our growth. Our university's research capacity is renowned in the world. With the Northern Metropolis University town, more talents will come and more enterprises will come to Hong Kong. They will pick their talents from among the universities in the northern metropolis, and we can become a talent hub for the GBA. We need policy measures to promote that. I propose to allow graduates of universities to keep their hostel units, hostel accommodation, so as to encourage them to stay. I also encourage a tighter connection between the universities and the I&T sector in Hong Kong so that we can encourage commercialization of products and introduce and encourage more capital to flow into the I&T sector. Now, to achieve the synergistic effects, it is not easy. We need quality researchers as well as a commercialization of our products. Now, with our migration towards a highly advanced I&T tech economy, we need to do that. I support the establishment of the universities for applied science to take another step forward. But we have to be mindful that it is not just only for research, that it must meet the needs of the society. In Singapore, there are 6 publicly funded universities. 2 are universities for applied sciences. There are research institutes and also a school for educations. There are humanitarian analysis, business, as well as early education. These are all applied sciences. But for VPAT, is not just limited to the subject itself, but more about the application of the skills. There must be a tripartite collaboration, and we must involve employers in program design and provide the training the market needs. The University for Applied Science is only a baby step forward. Besides focusing on R&D, we must not neglect the applied elements in the schools. In the long run, the government need to formulate a more comprehensive blueprint for extending applied sciences or VPAT learning from universities to secondary schools so that young people can find about their passion earlier in life. This will add to our talents and growth impetus. Thank you. Dr. John Kong. President, the 20th Party report said that we must combine the strength of research, education, and talent to build a strong country. We have to invigorate our country through science and education. I support that we align with the national strategy to nurture local talents and retain overseas talents to achieve a convergence between local and overseas talents. I'm pleased to see that my suggestion is taken on board. That is, Hong Kong will be built into an international education hub, including increasing the admission quota for non-local students from 20% to 40%. And also, we will enroll students from the ASEAN countries and the Belt and Road countries. As a representative of the post-secondary education institution, over the past 2 years, I have been conveying to the government the unreasonable restriction on admission of non-local students. I have explained the rationale for relaxation of the quota. And in August, I have also published a report on the development of our post-secondary education institution to align with the government's and the nation's education policy. Now, this is a triumph for us. We welcome the measures. I am grateful for the government as well as the Secretary for Education to make this happen with such commitment. Now, besides talents, we have to think about how we can retain talents by creating opportunities for them in Hong Kong. We have 4 major challenges, including the declining birth rate, emigration, aging population, and mismatch of manpower. We have to take several more steps to address the issue of integration of talents into our society. According to the CNSD, in June this year, there were 81,640 job vacancies in the private sector, and there were 9,410 alone in the education sector, and 7,500 in the professional services sector, and 6,230 in the financial services and insurance sector. It shows that there are significant manpower shortages in various sectors. If we adhere to the conventional mindsets and only provide them with entrance facilitation, that will hurt our growth impetus. To streamline the measures, the government has the responsibility to steer facilitation measures for them. I suggest that a collaborative mechanism be established and duty visits be organized to visit overseas countries to promote our education brand. The government should appoint local chamber of commerce and educational bodies to organize regular visits to the mainland and overseas, to organize large-scale educational fair and seminars, to tell other people Hong Kong's advantages in education. In the medium to long run, we can establish an organization like the British Council for overseas students to attract them to Hong Kong. We can also target on middle-class families in the Belt and Road countries and ASEAN countries to attract them to come to study in Hong Kong. The government must exercise oversight on universities' investment in talent nurturing, as well as the contents of program and training on teachers to create a more inclusive and cohesive society, to make Hong Kong a city suitable for living, working, and enjoying, and also enhance local students' sense of belonging in Hong Kong. We also have to enhance pro-business and pro-family measures and promote industry developments in Hong Kong. With that, we can create quality opportunities to encourage talents to stay. Regretfully, the measures do not cover self-financing post-secondary institutions. Most self-financing institutions can only admit students into to their sub-degree or top-up degrees, and the number of foreign students can only be 10% of the local students. Now, in helping the 8 post-secondary education institutions in Hong Kong to form a university cluster, we can't leave anyone alone. We hope that in the future, the 14 self-financing post-secondary institutions can also enjoy the same support, including abandoning protectionism and remove the 10% cap on admitting non-local students for self-financing institutions, and use our educational resources to expand our sway in the international community. We also have to work with the nation to enter into memorandum of understanding of mutual recognition of degrees. We also have to align with Macau, that is mutual recognition for degree or sub-degree holders. With that, we can attract more talents to replenish our talents pool and add to our growth impetus. I also submit and support the motion of thanks. Mr. Ambrose Lam, President. In every year's policy address, large chapter will be dedicated to the education system. This year is the same. Hong Kong will become an international education hub. There will be a university of applied science, and STEAM in primary school will be stepped up. These are the right directions to go. But it's our hope that the government attach more importance to the future of university graduates. A lot of resources have been invested in university education. The goal is to nurture the talents we need to drive growth in society. We need to have university graduates which can meet the market's need. Now, the idea of university for applied science will encourage collaboration between the research and the academic sector, and also encourage university students to apply the skill in their career. That is not enough. We have to review whether the current allocation of resources are commensurate with the needs in various industries. Take the legal sector as an example. To become a lawyer, you have to complete the LLB and also the PCLL courses. However, 50% of law school graduates cannot get enrolled in PCCL. They have spent 4 years in school, but then they can't become lawyer. It is not because they are unwilling, it is because of the flawed system. 50% of law school students are destined to fail in becoming a lawyer. The same applies to other subjects, physics, biology, chemistry, and history. The graduates only find that there are no jobs for them after graduation. They have spent 20 years in schools, and their dream were shattered when they graduate. Many of them became angry with society, and they could be exploited by people with ulterior motive. It shows that there is a mismatch of manpower supply and the market. So in pushing forward VPAT education, we have to communicate with the market to understand its real needs and also pack the career ladder of talents with our economic policy. Resources should be allocated appropriately and prevent mismatch. Besides encouraging university students to participate in exchange with the international community, we should also provide tax incentives as well as pre-employment internship opportunities for graduates to prepare them for society. This is a labor policy and education policy, but also the youth policy. To nurture a sense of belonging, we have to let young people feel that their effort is being recognized. They need to feel that the hard-earned skills over the 2 decades of school life are useful. I hope the government can take one step further to review the university education policy so that we can achieve the goal of young people thrive and Hong Kong prosper. Mr. Edward Leung. Thank you, President. The DAB described this policy address as a pragmatic and forward-looking policy address with a lot of views taken on board. And we have conducted a survey, and we found that most people welcome this policy address. Now let me speak on the area of care teams. Since 1 year ago, 18 districts have its own care teams. Care teams are useful for completing the last mile of the efforts in addressing people's livelihood. And the idea is warmly welcomed by the public. Some bureaus have included care teams' work in their KPIs, including at page 92, at point 55, the government will pilot in Tsuen Wan and the southern districts to engage care teams to reach out to needy elderly people, people with disabilities, their carers, as well as single and double-ton elderly households. They would also refer needy households and their carers for installation of emergency alert system. The importance attached to care teams by the government will help build a better relations between community organizations and the governments. However, I have received some complaints on care teams as well. Care teams may need the care from the government.
My worry is, will care teams be able to meet our expectations? Some care teams have told me that after liaison with the housing department for a long time, they still failed to acquire office space. So I think that has brought out a broader issue. In trying to identify premises, the care teams fail to find space in the district they serve. So a care team for a particular district may have to set up its office in another district, and they have to travel to and from their office and the district they belong before they can serve the community there. This is a waste of travel time, transport time, and it's not so convenient for members of the public to seek help. As for pulling community resources together to support community work and enhance social network, I am worried whether this can really be done. Care teams are supposed to play a very important role in being the last mile for the government's aspiration to help the community. I wonder they can really be useful. On the 2nd of May, in a housing panel meeting of this council, the administration told us that MAC Mutual Aid Committee premises recovered can be reserved, at least some of them can be reserved for use by care teams, but many of them have been used for operating the municipal waste charging scheme, and even vacant premises have not been allocated to care teams. Some offices are inside buildings, and people have to go through the main gate of a building before they can reach the office. Now, in the past, MAC members all lived in the same building. Now, the housing department has security concerns if the office is to be allocated to a care team. So care teams are not regarded as insiders by the housing department. They are considered outsiders, so they're not allowed to go into a building. The administration wants to set up a system of care teams, but ironically, care team members can't even go into a PRH block. So how can they visit households inside the building? If it's okay for care teams to visit households in a building, what's wrong with allocating them former MAC office to facilitate their operation? I think there is some contradiction in the policy. Perhaps it's because some departments do not fully understand the importance of care teams in improving district governance. If the situation is out of the control of the administration, should the deputy CS4A intervene? There is a great demand for the service of care teams. Hopefully, every support can be rendered to care teams so that they can complete the district governance system. Many youth groups have reflected this to me recently. I attended a dodgeball competition between Hong Kong, Macau, and Guangdong. We have quite a lot of local athletes joining the event. I was told that in Hong Kong we have limited space for such new emerging sports. In Hong Kong we have basketball courts and soccer pitches, mainly for sports they were designed for. And if someone play and other kind of sport there, they will be dissuaded. So for these dodgy B players, they have aired their grievances to me. So we really lack venues for new emerging sports. Earlier on, the media have reported that in Hong Kong, street dance is also popular. Again, we are short of venues. All they need is a venue with a mirror for the group to dance in front of the mirror. For sure, they'll be driven away if they do so in a shopping mall. They will also be driven away if they do it in front of a curtain wall of building. So if we can install mirrors for them, it will be of great help. Young people are not asking for huge resources before they can have a sense of gain. All we need to do is to remove constraints, or better still, try not to impose so much restriction that will already go a long way to helping our young people. Hopefully, there can be support from the administration for our young people. Lastly, as the spokesman for healthcare policies from DAB, I'd like to comment on the government's healthcare policies. Yes, the PA has scored a pass in many ways, but we want more commitment from the part of the government in the provision of dental services. Hopefully, we can all have access to public dental care services. There are dental services for the elderly and young kids that is worthy of praise, but for adults, they can only turn to the private sector. For grassroots families, a private dentist is extremely costly. So there is this saying, a toothache is worse than a major ailment. It's been reported that people had to queue overnight to in order get the very scarce public dental services available. I hope we can enhance the roles and functions of dental hygienists and dental therapy so that they can be service provider of primary dental care. We must enhance training for them so that under the supervision of dentists, they can be responsible for scaling dental checkups and minor fillings and other types of work, so that when we are short of dentists, we will be able to substantially increase manpower supply in a very short period of time to benefit the public. This policy address has won acclaim. The chief executive has given us a very clear direction for further development. The community must stand united to implement the vision in the PA. Hopefully, we can work together to start a new chapter for Hong Kong. Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'd like to speak on education and policies for our young people. There are many new initiatives in the PA in these two areas. I think the crux of the matter is about experience. For primary and secondary school education, social studies will be separated or split into science and humanities. I'd like to talk about STEAM. I have always asked for a STEAM subject in primary and secondary schools. And nowadays, we should not just talk about teaching knowledge. Rather, we should talk about experience. Science is for innovative thinking, and humanities is humanitarian spirit. I hope there can be experiential learning incorporated into the two subjects. For instance, doing experiments together to carry out project studies, go on field studies. I'm sure these can be good for students. For innovation thinking, we want lateral thinking on the part of our students. We cannot just rely on science as a subject. Rather, technology should be incorporated into the everyday experience of students. Just a few days ago, I attended tour in the mainland in the museum of the history of CPC. We were blindfolded and using VR. We experienced the long battle in the museum. It was very impressive. With the two new subjects, I hope the Education Bureau can use innovative thinking so we can build talent pools for our future. I'd like to talk about post-secondary education and universities of applied sciences. I thank the administration for accepting our proposal to enhance the quota for the non-local tertiary students in Hong Kong, because this is a measure to draw talents to Hong Kong. We relax the rule for their taking up work in Hong Kong, can let them experience what Hong Kong life is like, and that will encourage them to stay behind in Hong Kong after graduation. I welcome the upgrading of VPAT education, but it is a continuum. We should start from job experience in primary schools, and we must enhance the parents and society's impression of applied studies. If they understand that there is a future for the students in applied skills, applied sciences, then they will have a more balanced view and don't think that academic achievements is everything. Now we should feel the pulse of our young people so that they are willing to learn more. I'm pleased to see that in the policy address, the blueprint is when our young people thrive, Hong Kong will thrive. This is the spirit of presidency as well. We have over 160 measures for young people, such as the dashboard and also $300 billion injection into the Youth Development Fund. I'm the Deputy Chairman of the Youth Development Council. I welcome these moves and I will support the government's measures. There was an exchange tour for young people to the mainland. Young people were encouraged to understand the country and also the development trends in society. They should regard them as future masters of society, and they must show responsibility and commitment. Premium Deng showed the regard for young people on part of the country and has also mapped the way forward for our young people. At the meeting, it was mentioned that we should integrate into the overall development of the country and do our part. The policy address talks about career planning tours, and the GBA Youth Entrepreneurship-based scheme will be launched very soon. Hopefully, these measures, including other support for young people in work and employment, can be packaged together and be promoted as development opportunities in GBA, so that all young people can have the opportunities to understand the country through regional collaboration. We can facilitate our young people to work and develop in GBA so that they can unleash the potential in the country.
At the meeting, it's also mentioned that the society should provide more support for our young people, especially in relation to their education, employment, home ownership. I think the government has put forward measures to help them overcome hurdles, such as some subsidy schemes to cater for the housing needs of young people. When it comes to winning the support of the young people and making them feel that the government is rallying behind them, more should be done. And I believe this government is committed and it is capable. Along with other youth organizations, I will support the government's work so that our young people can live up to our country's expectations so as to contribute to the country's developments and achievements. I so submit, Deputy President. I support the motion of thanks. Mr. Chan Pui Leung. Thank you, Deputy President. First of all, I want to acknowledge the SAR government's efforts in their health-related initiatives in the policy address to safeguard public health and enhance healthcare quality. It is important to enhance physical and mental well-being of our citizens, be it cross-boundary collaboration, enhancing primary care, improving our public health care system. These initiatives will be very important in building a better Hong Kong. In this session, I want to speak on the following, that is, measures and initiatives relating to mental health. Apparently, this year's policy address has a number of paragraphs on mental health, including some new measures announced in October this year. According to the policy address, a pilot scheme will be rolled out in 3 of the district health centers, so that at the district level, there will be an assessment scheme for members of the public on their mental well-being. I hope that in terms of the new case bookings for GOPCs and the median waiting time, KPIs can be laid down. For example, at the moment for 2 of the clusters, the waiting time is over 50 weeks. The pilot scheme should first be launched at the district health centers of these 2 hospital clusters, so as to provide assessment to members of the public with mental health needs. The DHC should also foster collaboration with the ICCMW, that is Integrated Care Center for Mental Wellbeing. There are 24 ICCMWs operated by the Social Welfare Department in Hong Kong. For those on mental recovery above the age of 15, those suspected to have mental health needs and their family members benefit from their services, as it provides one-stop support service in the community. I think that the district health centers can collaborate with the ICCMWs to provide more effective services and targeted services. The policy address also provides enhanced training for care teams so that they can identify needy groups and have early access to the public health care. We can make reference to other countries such as Australia, Singapore, Canada, etc. We can promote mental health first aid courses so that through low intensity and simple assessments, we can provide the necessary services such as home visits to enhance mental health support at the community level. This will help us find hidden cases. But care teams will never replace professionals. We also need to strengthen professional support by allowing overseas doctors, nurses, and allied health professionals to work here. Recently, we've seen a spate of cases involving students committing suicide. This is really alarming. We need to provide mental health support to students and help needy students. This is our priority. The policy address provides that mental health literacy resource kits will be provided to primary and secondary schools. At the same time, we need to reflect on supports provided by families, schools, and communities to our students. Have we built a network to help them meet their mental health needs? Are there sufficient resources for teachers and parents? Now, for student suicide, it's a very complex issue. We can start by enlisting school social workers, clinical psychologists, and education psychologists to conduct an assessment and enhance the school's support. We should we should teach students about how they should de-stress and pay attention to their mental well-being. We should also foster a closer tie between teachers and schools emotionally. That means we should build a network so that we can foster a culture of caring campus. In terms of enhancing the mental health of our population, the government has made a lot of effort. Mental health is not just a healthcare issue. We need cross-sectoral collaboration and professional input. Earlier, I moved a motion on enhancing mental health of young people and students. Members in general supported this motion. The motion has been passed, but more should be done at the community level. We should mobilize the community so that members of the public with mental health needs can receive the services they need. In order to create a society of mental wellness, a role should be set up to coordinate the implementation of mental health policies so that we can eliminate stigmatization and provide comprehensive support to those with mental health needs. I so submit. Mr. Lee Chen-keung, thank you, Deputy President. The Liberal Party has all along advocated enhanced life planning at the secondary school level. There should be a revamp of the policy directions. I am happy to learn that the Chief Executive will set up an alliance. It will take forward the VPAD education so as to enhance the status of VPAD in society. That they will also foster more exchange programs with other countries. Well, there is an enrollment crisis at the moment with under-enrollment. We should optimize the use of facilities. For example, we should establish different courses to attract more students to take up subjects like automobile mechanics and also so on and so forth. We should also foster collaboration, be it local or GBA students or students in vocational training institutions. There should be more internship and exchange opportunities to groom talents in the two places. We need to complement each other's strengths. The Hong Kong SAR should also review the recruitment of civil service. Instead of putting priority to recruiting university graduates, more quotas should be set aside for those attaining VPAD qualifications so that we build a very clear career pathway for VPAD students. I so submit I support the motion of thanks. Professor Chen Kwong, thank you. President, I'd like to refer to the issue in the policy address close to my heart, and that is Chinese medicine. I'm happy to learn that the Chief Executive has accepted the DAB and myself's proposal to enhance collaboration between Western and Chinese medicine. The government will also take forward the establishment of a digital Chinese medical platform, enhance integrated Western and Chinese medicine, as well as formulating the relevant policies. I think this can help more patients. This will also drive the development of Chinese medicine for us to break new grounds and tap international markets. I support these initiatives. At the same time, I think that we need to ramp up our effort. In the long term, more should be done to further promote the development of Chinese medicine. That means the government should provide more support and attach more importance to Chinese medicine. At the policy level, the government should enhance the speed, quality, and quantity efficiency so as to promote the comprehensive high-speed development of the Chinese medicine. First, on Western Chinese medicine collaboration, I've been advocating the expansion of the scheme to cover all public hospitals. The scheme should also subsidize the fees from Chinese medicine consultations. I understand that this framework on stroke care will be introduced, and cancer care pilot scheme in daycare centers will be introduced as well. I hope that this scheme can be further promoted to other public hospitals. More diseases should be included under the framework. There should be a waiver of the medical fees. As for the integrated Chinese medicine, Western medicine services, it was rolled out in 2014, but only 8 public hospitals provide this service, covering 43 services. So far, only 3,560 patients have benefited from the scheme. This is not good enough. I think that the government should continue to ramp up its effort so as to strengthen the integration so that integrated Chinese Western medicine services can better cater for the needs of patients. In relation to Chinese Medicine Testing Institute, it will accelerate the promotion of Chinese medicine informatization, digitization, and facilitate the sharing of information. A platform will be launched early next year. I support this initiative. I believe this will help us sharpen our edge so as to promote the digitization and high-speed, high-quality development of Chinese medicine. This will help us bolster our status as an international Chinese medicine hub. At the same time, the government should level with the public what exactly this platform means, what is meant by digitized Chinese medicine, and how this can help boost the studying of Chinese medicine. This will make sure that the government policies can be implemented smoothly, and that the government will be able to tap the pulse of the Chinese medicine sector. We should also leverage on our R&D strength in Northern Metropolis. A base should be set up for the testing of research of Chinese medicine, so that we can attract quality enterprises to set up the business in Hong Kong to promote the development of Chinese medicine. At the same time, we should leverage on our advantages as the international financial center, so that we can build a platform that connects the markets in mainland and overseas markets, so that we can develop standards, protocols, and help internationalize Chinese medicine. On the relevant policies, in 2025, the Chinese medicine development blueprint will be announced, but I think that this timetable is a bit late, because comparing to our country, we are already lagging behind. We must catch up. Now, the Commissioner for Chinese Medicine Development is still undergoing recruitment. I am happy to learn that in December, an arrangement has been made for the stakeholders and the Chinese medicine profession to take part in a consultation session, so that they can add their views to the government. I hope that the government can formulate and complete the Chinese medicine development blueprint as quickly as possible, so that adopting this top-down design, we can drive the long-term development of Chinese medicine. Hong Kong's first Chinese medicine hospital will be commissioned in 2025. It will establish a cooperation mechanism with other Chinese medicine hospitals in the mainland. I support this initiative. In terms of clinical trials, consultation, etc., we can have more frequent exchanges with the mainland. Along with the DAB, I have all along been advocating Chinese medicine services. Now, it's becoming more and more popular, especially after COVID-19. There is a surge of public demand. Between January and September, for the 18 centers, 1.2864 million patients were received, and over the past 3 years, 1.05 million, 1.28, and 1.5 million patients attended the consultation sessions. So the centers are really popular. President Xi has remarked that the government should earnestly address people's requests and livelihood issues. Chinese medicine is one of the many requests. I hope that the government will be more proactive in heeding the needs of the public. Now, the number of patients received by the 18 centers increased by 200,000 every year. So we're not meeting the demand. We must strengthen our services at the district level. Chinese medicine services should be provided at the GOPCs, so as to address the demand-supply imbalance. The government should remove obstacles and actively consider offering Chinese medicine services in the public healthcare system, so that needy citizens can get the services they need. This can also show the government's commitment to the development of Chinese medicine. With good policies, we still need smooth implementation in order to yield results. This government is a result-oriented government. I hope that these words will be translated into action, so that the government can truly meet the needs and aspirations of the public on Chinese medicine. I look forward to the implementation of every initiative in this policy address, so that we can all strive for economic development and improve people's livelihood and make people happy here. I so submit I support the motion of thanks.
Professor William Wong. Madam Deputy, if young people thrive, Hong Kong will thrive. I think we have to start with the younger generation in terms of science education. The country is emphasizing invigorating the country through science. I think we have to create the impetus of growth through science and make sure Hong Kong will develop into an INT hub. I think the critical factor is to start young in 2025, 26, and there will be science subject in primary school, and the potential of the children will be tapped at a young age. The government is putting together the framework, and consultation is undertaken on the stakeholders. Other than the curriculum, the teachers will also play a significant role. We have to let students have the opportunity to explore science and acquire scientific knowledge, and also develop the engineering mindset. So we must have the right curriculum to be taught by qualified teacher. There may be a transitional period in which the teachers may not have the scientific background. The primary schools should identify the right talents to fill the gap. The Education Bureau should also offer the right kind of training. The government is committed to STEAM education. In the appendix of the policy address, there are the KPIs, like the publicly funded schools should organize or take part in inter-school or international STEAM activities. At least one math teacher should be arranged to take part in the model training. 3/4 of the funded schools should also be arranged to undertake training. And also there should be a coding education in junior primary school. There should be talent being nurtured, and I hope that this will be taken forward vigorously. We need to nurture local engineers and technical people. The VPAD education is being promoted, and also the UAS, University of Applied Science, will also be created, and the title will be recognized, and this would nurture a good perception of the VPAD education, and this will enable us to have a critical mass of talents. In order to encourage the INT theme in the Northern Metropolis, we should have the university town there through the collaboration between the research, academe, and the industry sectors. We should provide a very good base for the students and nurture INT talents in Hong Kong. I'm glad that the policy address has taken on board the comments made by myself, and that is to create a university town in the Northern Metropolis. The policy address in 2023 emphasizes the scientific education and the popularization of science to nurture more R&D talents and make Hong Kong a place where the young people can pursue their dream in science and technology. With these words, I support the motion of thanks. Mr. Tommy Cheung, Madam Deputy, I'm going to spend my time in this segment on teaching and healthcare. Now, in terms of healthcare, I like to say that dentists and nurses and locally trained will be brought into Hong Kong. The Liberal Party has been urging the government to bring in locally trained doctors to fill the gap. And my efforts over the years have paid off, and we are seeing non-locally trained doctors to Hong Kong, and I think nurses and dentists will be the next step. This will make up for the shortfall of the professions in these areas, and this will benefit a lot more people, in particular the senior citizens. In terms of education, Hong Kong is very much the hub for post-secondary education, and I think for the 15-year free education, we should also cover the non-local students, the kindergarten, primary, secondary school, and the international school. There should be free choice for the parents, and that will incentivize the middle class family to have children. The Liberal Party will pursue this point. Finally, on the 10th of December, I urge members to go to the poll, and I also urge the F&B sector to let the staff members to go to the poll as well during the non-peak period. Madam Deputy, we are in support of the motion of thanks. Mr. Robert Lee. Madam Deputy, as the birth rate is in decline, we have to maintain Hong Kong's competitiveness. Other than encouraging childbirth, we are also importing talents to Hong Kong. I'm glad to see that the policy addresses making Hong Kong an international hub for post-secondary education, and non-local students are being lured to Hong Kong. The scholarship quota is also increased, and we are attracting the talents from the Belt and Road areas. They can study in Hong Kong, whether they choose to stay or leave. Their presence in Hong Kong will certainly help with the cooperation with BRI countries. It would be far more impactful for them to tell a good story of Hong Kong. I also support the idea of the University of Applied Sciences. Previously, the government emphasized too much on the academic qualifications, but not all students are suited to this path. In other jurisdictions, they are promoting the VPET education, and they have a lot of success stories that would be a good reference for us. When the government creates these universities of applied sciences, there should be education, there should be a publicity to get across the message that there are multiple pathways to success. I urge the administration to identify renowned enterprises to be partners. We can get into partnership and design the curriculum so that the VPET places would be going down well. I'm also concerned about the emotional and mental well-being of the children. We have seen quite a spate of student suicide. I mean, suicide is one case is one too many. We have to emphasize prevention. The policy address mentions the case managers, and also the ratio will be increased, but this is nowhere near enough, because many of the problems are not easily identified, they're not picked up early enough. We have to identify all these hidden cases. More resources should be devoted, and more training should be arranged. The Education Bureau will or should increase the counselors to relieve the teachers of the excessive burden, and it would be far more helpful to identify the problems ahead of time. And we should also lighten the burden on the students to avoid these problems. Mr. Tony J. Madam Deputy, in the interest of time, I'm going to focus my attention on education in this segment, and that is the resources of universities and the university places. I made this point before COVID that we are suffering from huge manpower shortage, and the government should increase the number of subsidized places. But the administration said this is within the autonomy of the universities. We have seen an exodus out of Hong Kong, and the family sizes are getting smaller, and even frontline workers and the middle-ranking technicians are in short supply. We have to tie in with the government's policy of ramping up the speed, the quantity and quality of construction. In absence of good talents, it certainly would have implication on the quality and volume of work. The government proposed that labor be brought in for the construction trade. I think we have to do more training and retain local workers. The policy address proposes the establishment of the University of Applied Sciences to nurture more technical talents. Myself and my constituency are in full support, but this cannot replace the subsidized university places. In particular, architects and landscape architects, they do need to have a master's degree. There are so many problems that have been building up that are calling for a solution. I hope that the administration will not shy away from these issues. With these words, Madam Deputy, I thank the Chief Executive for delivering the policy address, and I support the motion of thanks. Ms. Judy Chen, Madam Deputy, gender equality and women's situation would be the benchmark to measure a jurisdiction. So the country has been attaching importance to women's development, and emphasis is put on equality of the genders, and this is very much the key plank of the national policy. Madam Deputy, women in Hong Kong are standing on their own feet, like yourself, like your good self, Madam. Women are really striving for excellence. They're striving to get ahead, and they are sparing no effort to look after the families as well. They're making tremendous contribution to society. So there must be enough room for women in Hong Kong to shine, so that in the pursuit of high-quality development, they will also play a role and make significant contribution. And this is an important aspect of the policy. In last year's policy address, the Chief Executive launched the Women Empowerment Fund. This has injected impetus to the assistance for women. And there are events to help women to equip themselves. In the light of the changes in the labor market, I think we have to understand better the role of women in the different settings.
All parties have excelled in their respective areas, and I think they should be commended. In this PA, I'm pleased to see that under the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau, there will be a women's division, and we're going to have a commissioner on women affairs to promote the work of this area. I very much look forward to this one-stop information website or resource platform, and I look forward to Summit of Women Affairs to collect the views from stakeholders so that there can be more policies targeted to help women to benefit more ladies in Hong Kong. I noticed that many women are suffering from arrears in maintenance payments. The Community Care Fund has got a subsidized scheme to help women suffering from these issues to address their problems. Domestic disharmony can take toll on social harmony. Women have work on a pro bono basis for the benefit of their homes. Some women have been subject to abuse, and they have chosen to swallow such treatment silently. According to the Ningnan University, in a study conducted in 2021, for women interviewed, about 26% of them indicated that they had suffered abuse from their partners. 70% of the victims said that in the worst situation, they did not report to the police or tell family members. One of the recommendations of the study should be considered, and that is to review the classification system adopted by the police in domestic abuse. So on prevention and cracking down on domestic abuse or domestic violence, there can be more studies to see how we can offer better protection for women. Lastly, same as my female counterparts, I have high expectations for this government. Hopefully we can work for the mental and physical well-being of our of women and also of youngsters and kids, and in education, economic policies, and social administration, legal aspects, etc. There can be more attention paid to women in these areas. Hopefully the government can continue to formulate objectives for women development and to implement these measures in an orderly manner so that women can be given fair treatment and their protection can be enhanced so that all women can be respected and be allowed to pursue their dreams, and they can make great contribution for the progress of society. Thank you. With these remarks, I support the motion. Mr. Lin Kwok. So this part is about how society will thrive when our young people thrive. Young people are future pillars of society. They should be a continuous impetus for growth of society. The PA has adopted views from different sectors on education. There are measures to nurture our young people. Every young man is a precious asset of society. However, as at the 8th of November, there have been 269 suicidal cases and 37 cases of death. Actually, it's reached almost 40 now. I'm grateful to the administration that in this policy address, there are many initiatives to promote mental health. For instance, in 2023-24, the Education Bureau is going to launch a mental health literacy resource kit for senior and junior secondary students. There should be more sharing sessions to let teachers know how the resource kit can be used. For instance, there can be a women drama series or a library, various activities to let people share how they have coped with their mental distress, and teachers can be taught how to use the resource kit, and then we can prevent mental problems. The resource kit should not be just one of the collections in teachers in a school staff room. And one-stop hotline service and online counseling services will also be launched in 2024 so that students can have more avenues to turn to for help. but I think we should look at the safest way to address mental problems. I'm grateful to the Undersecretary of Health for announcing that the Health Bureau, the Social Affairs Department, and the Education Department will consider setting up a tripartite emergency team. Now, for teachers to identify high-risk students, and also social workers will be deployed to schools, and there will be also an emergency response mechanism. I fully agree that teachers and social workers should collaborate to identify high-risk students. In particular, teachers spend a lot of time with students. They're easier to notice changes in students' behavior, and students are more willing to share with teachers they're familiar with. But the administration should follow on the following two issues. First, to enhance training for teachers in counseling. Their sensitivity and ability to respond to emergencies should be enhanced. Secondly, we must give teachers room to develop rapport with students, to take care of students and listen to the concerns of students. And thirdly, in the three-tier identification system, I'm concerned about professional staff for the second tier. In many countries, they have a similar three-tier system. The second tier would mainly involve therapists, play, art, toy therapists. In Hong Kong, professionals in the second tier are entirely lacking. In February, I moved a motion on how to improve mental health and to enhance the professionalism of our counseling teachers. We have trained many professional counselors and art therapists in Hong Kong. We should utilize our professional resources. We can set up counseling posts in schools so that we can offer second-tier support in schools as soon as possible. I used to be a teacher in a special school. I do care for the development of special education in Hong Kong. I'm grateful to the administration for accepting my view. Starting from 24-25, we will improve the establishment of resource teacher in special schools so that there can be extra learning grant for students with autism in schools. Starting from 1977, we had School for Social Development. We have been improving the measures so that we can give timely support to needy students so that they can adapt to society as soon as possible. The Labor and Welfare Secretary, in his response, said that there will be an expert group to oversee the work. I think it is very useful for implementing special education. Technology, in fact, can help in this regard. I suggest the administration introduce technology in social and special education. For instance, we can use technology to improve the attention of ADHD students. We can use technology to enhance the social skills of students with autism. It goes to show that education should catch up with development in technology. Hopefully, technology can be more deployed in education, and we can really allow every student to learn and grow better so that we can build a good community together. Mr. Xiao Hailong, now I am also concerned about young people and also support to new arrivals. I'm grateful to the Secretary for Education and Mr. Tang Fei, and also the chair of aided and DSS schools in Hong Kong. according to Mr. Deng Fei, there are tens of thousands of students who are here, and some of them have become YouTubers, famous YouTubers. Now, primary school principals must allow more students to enroll in the middle of the term, and for senior secondary school students, we should help them to adapt into school life in Hong Kong. Usually, students follow where their parents go. If the imported talents in Hong Kong have their children well established in local schools, then they are more inclined to stay. Mr. Chu Kwok King, the PA has mapped out a future for us, and Hong Kong should be an hub for post-secondary education. We have got 5 universities among top 10 in the world. However, this sector has fierce competition. We must try to get outstanding overseas students to study in Hong Kong. Starting from 2022, the 8 UGC-funded universities have enrolled local students up to 70% of its total number of students. Now, if the source of non-local students is too narrow, then that will affect the internationalization of universities, and that will make our so-called post-secondary education hub an empty slogan. The country is implementing Belt and Road Initiative. Many universities are eager to accept students from B and I countries, and we should recruit students from these places. We can publicize and recruit students from those countries directly. We can encourage colleges and schools from these places for exchange to Hong Kong. We should understand their religions, their culture and customs, and we should also boost both the hardware and software aspects. We should not overlook the fact that for non-local students to study in Hong Kong, the cost is high. While we are not saying that we should give each one of them a scholarship, at least we should offer them quarters. And the past universities regard hostel as one of the learning experience for local students. Students could stay in hostels for 1 to 2 years out of their 4-year education. However, hostel places are limited in number. For overseas students, if they cannot find lodging in Hong Kong at a reasonable price, they may be deferred to come to Hong Kong. And it's Hong Kong that stands to lose. We cannot draw for talents. We cannot retain our talents. The PA has not mentioned this point, but we should see to this problem, and that is insufficient students for KGs and primary schools. Some primary schools have closed down, and some aided secondary schools with enrolling sufficient students were closed as a result. I don't think this is what the education sector want to see. We must see how we can keep our teaching team and retain the wisdom. In Shenzhen, they have too many students. They have to expand their class size and build more schools in order to find enough school places. We can consider allowing them to study in Hong Kong at their own expenses. We have more migrant talents coming to Hong Kong. We must stop closing down schools and classes so that we don't have to revert and open more classes in the future.
Next, on student suicides, we've seen a spate of cases involving students committing suicide in Hong Kong. I feel disheartened. Every case is a tragedy. According to a study, so far this year, 306 cases of student suicide have been recorded. 37 of these cases resulted in fatalities. The average age was just 15.8 years old. What has gone wrong? We need to enhance a sense of happiness in school campuses. We need to build a caring culture and help cultivate resilience among students. Positive value education is not something that can be done through just a seminar or one activity. For example, one school adopted 4 hand gestures with the shape of a heart, but this is not enough in fostering a caring culture. We need to revamp the exam system to reduce the pressure on teachers and students. We should also provide training for teachers so that teachers will get in grips with the psyche of students, so that they will be equipped with counseling skills. Such way, we can cultivate positive values among students, and that they can enhance the sense of achievement, the sense of gain and happiness. This is the most effective way to guard against student suicides. This will also help our students develop. I support the motion of thanks moved by Ms. Dari Lee. Mr. Benson Look, Deputy President at Presidency last year delivered the key address on July 1st. He said that Hong Kong will only prosper when our young people thrive, and Hong Kong will only have a future when there's a future for our young people. Our young people should be instilled with a sense of nationhood and be master of their own. They should adopt a global perspective and understand the country's development. We should also help them overcome different hurdles. Now, in the last part of this year's policy address, there is a chapter dedicated to youth development. The title is Hong Kong will only prosper when its young people thrive. Now, last year, the Youth Development Blueprint was promulgated. There are over 160 KPIs. I see that many of them have been implemented. Now, I moved a motion on publishing the Youth Development Blueprint last year. Subsequently, the government published the first ever blueprint tailor-made for youth development. We're happy to see that this blueprint has incorporated views from members as well as the points raised at the motion debate. So I support this blueprint. The blueprint is a live document, as the government suggests. I'm engaged in youth work. I know that government officials will regularly review the progress of the blueprint. This is not an easy task. We need to better acknowledge the government's work. And in order to do that, we need to have annual review of the blueprint to check the government's progress. This is one way of letting the public know how the government is doing. We need to help our young people overcome hurdles in employment, education, entrepreneurship, and home ownership. We also need to improve upward mobility for our young people. Now, from young people's perspective, the greatest difficulty, of course, lies in home ownership. Many young people prefer just have a roof over their head. But if you ask any young person nowadays whether they will be able to afford a flat, the answer is in the negative. Now, the government has already made a lot of effort. The BPA and myself always advocate that the MPF accrued benefits should be used for the payment of for paying down payment of a flat. For youth hostels, only 78 places were provided before this term. Starting from this term of government, the number of places have increased to 1,780. The Home and Youth Affairs Bureau also launched another scheme to use hotels and guest houses as youth hostel places with subsidy. 470 such places have come onto stream this year. There is also a pilot scheme in Tung Chung. Developers are invited to bid for the land on the condition that they build a certain number of youth hostel places. This is worthy of our support. I hope that these initiatives will be gradually implemented so that young people can really feel and see for themselves how the government is supporting them. The other point is about the Stride and Rise program. I'm also one of the mentors under this program. I spent a year with my mentees. I helped them grow. This mentorship model is a success. This year, the policy address suggests expansion of the scope of the program so that altogether 4,000 opportunities will be available for junior secondary students. Now, there is also an alumni club to be set up so that starting from next year, the number of beneficiaries will go up from 6,800 to 12,000. This provides upward mobility opportunity for our young people. At the closing ceremony of the last cohort of Stride and Rise program, popular singers were invited to give a show, and this inspired me. We need to work harder on making our youth initiatives successful so that young people can witness this success as well. Young people are the hope for Hong Kong, is also the new generation of constructive force for the country. We need to provide this bridge. This bridge, of course, is a two-way connection. We need to translate the ideas and thoughts of our young people into policy proposals for government's consideration. Likewise, through us, we can explain the government tenets and the policies, so that in policy formulation we can incorporate their views as well. We have a daunting task in front of us. It will have a long-term impact. Not only the current generation of young people will benefit, other young people, those at risk, those in schools, those who will become the younger generation in the future will also benefit. I support the motion of thanks. Mr. Yim Kong. Thank you, Deputy President. I have 3 points to make. First, I'm happy to learn about the idea of the Northern Metropolis University Town. This idea originated from members. I'm happy to see that the government has taken it on board. The government has also relaxed the requirement for non-local students to take up part-time employment here. This can help our development. I hope that the Northern Metropolis University Town can be taken forward as quickly as possible. Perhaps we can allow prestigious universities around the world to set up their branch campuses in Hong Kong. At the same time, I want to make this call. We need to meet the needs of children of incoming talents. We should also make sure that the government meet demand. On youth development, I support the government's initiative to help nurture a new generation of young people with global perspective and with an affection for the country and Hong Kong. Enterprises in Hong Kong should strive to provide more internship and exchange opportunities, whereas for mainland enterprises, opportunities should be given to Hong Kong students studying there as well. Hong Kong and Macau students have been invited to go on exchange in the mainland so that they can learn more about the country. The result of this program is very good. The government should put in place a matching fund so that we can have support from the private sector for young people to take part in these programs. On healthcare, many members already talked about this chapter, Healthy Hong Kong. We need to address the issue of manpower shortage in the healthcare sector. More should be done to invite overseas professionals to work here. On Chinese medicine, the government should step up its effort to groom our local talents and attract incoming talents on Chinese medicine. Now, on the quality and pricing issue of Chinese medicine, the government should step up regulation as well. Now, this policy address has won a big round of applause from the community. I hope that the government will implement the initiatives and goals set in the policy address. I so submit. Mr. Stanley, on building an international hub for post-secondary education, the FTU is of the view that we need to diversify our education system. Now, the status of VPAT should be raised to bring it on a par with the traditional academic pathway, so as to abide by the rule of meritocracy. I appeal to everyone in Hong Kong, here especially for employees. We should forge a united front so that on December 10th, we cast our votes to return candidates who are patriots and committed to serving the community as district councillors. Dr. Tan Yueheng. Thank you, Deputy President. In this session, I'd like to focus on building an international hub for post-secondary education. Hong Kong has an aging population. We have a homogeneous economic structure. This structural issue cannot be resolved in the short term. At an appropriate scale, we should attract talents so that we can give play to our potential. Through building an international hub for post-secondary education, we can attract young people from all over the world to come to replenish our labor force. At the same time, we can develop education as a new kind of industry. Higher education carries a number of functions. It is a cradle for a new generation of talents. It is also complementary to other government policies to draw for talents and attract enterprises. We need to inject new impetus in our workforce, and this is done by higher education. These students will be incentivized to stay here. This can help expand our talent pool and bolster our long-term competitiveness. I support the initiative in this policy address, that is, we should focus on developing the post-secondary education sector and build an international hub for post-secondary education in Hong Kong. I have 3 suggestions. First, there should be clear indicators and timetables for building an international hub for post-secondary education. In the coming 15 or 20 years, based on the manpower demand projection, a strategic study should be conducted. Relevant resource support should be given so that when we map out the strategy, we can escalate the status of this policy. In the coming years, this will be the priority of the government to nurture talents. Now, in line with the government's policy of trawling for talents, many talents have come to Hong Kong, and their children likewise have come to Hong Kong. They need school places. This trend will continue for some time. The government should consider in the medium to long term, when it comes to resource allocation, the government should be forward-looking. For example, the quota for non-local students in self-financed tertiary institutions should be increased. Relaxation measures should be introduced to further bolster our status as an international education hub.
Second, we have to conduct an assessment on the capacity of our post-secondary education, and we're trying to make Hong Kong a hub for the post-secondary education. I think we have to ramp up the hardware and software, and we have to ascertain how many non-local students can be accommodated. There is no specific assessment for the time being. I think the government should look at the teachers, the capacity, and conduct a more specific assessment before a more comprehensive policy can be formulated to support this development. In terms of hardware, the government is creating the university town in the northern metropolis. More resources can be devoted to improve the accommodation and the teaching facilities, and academic blocks should be built, and student accommodation can be built together with the private sector. I think there should also be support for the students. There should be clear guidance for admission, the counseling and assistance in their day-to-day life. Third, we should help the post-secondary universities to diversify their admission sources. And really, we have to have a unified approach. We cannot leave the university to their own devices. We have to build a brand for Hong Kong. We have to unite the efforts and help the post-secondary institutions to help admit people from different sources and formulate the right policy and publicize the policies. There can be roadshows, exhibitions, and exchanges with universities in other jurisdictions to attract more non-local students. And there can also be more international courses or double degree courses. There can be collaborative courses to meet the demand. With these words, I support the motion of thanks. Ms. Chen Yuming. Madam Deputy, the government has been improving the level of governance over the years, and in terms of education and healthcare, the government has put in place quite a lot of policies to achieve all these objectives. In the policy address, I'm glad to see that the chief executive has extended the care team to 18 districts in Hong Kong. And I'm also glad to see that Hong Kong is going to be the hub for post-secondary education and give full play to our potential. And there is a lot of coverage devoted to the healthcare development. We're going to have the primary evaluation as the drug approving authority. As to the care team, I've got some aspirations here. The district council election is going to take place on the 10th of December. The district council chairman will be chaired by the district officers, and these will coordinate the development of the districts. And there are care teams in 18 districts. This is converging the efforts of the community, and this is conducive to better coordination. The care team is on the basis of the delineation of the former boundaries, and some of the care teams have really extensive remit, like Lantau, Sha Tau Kok, and Tau Guoling. They have to cover thousands of hectares, and the residents are more scattered. It would be hard for a team of 12 to cover all this ground. I hope that the DOs will review the manpower resources for the large catchment area. There should be more efforts to break down the area into smaller units. In terms of post-secondary education, I'm glad to see from the Northern Metropolis Action Plan that there would be more connectivity with the mainland. in the Northern Metropolis, in Hongshui-Kyo, Hachun New Development Area, Outer May, and NT North, NDA, there will be a university town. There will be collaboration between local universities and their counterparts to achieve better synergy. But it seems that the university town is rather scattered. The Development Bureau has visited Beijing, and they have visited the Zhongguancun. There are many renowned universities, Peking University, Tsinghua. They are located in Haidian District. Near Zhongguancun, there is the university town. There is a cluster of many different universities and create better academic vibes to tie in with the demand of the country. I urge the administration to review which model is more suited to Hong Kong in our development of university town. We have to align this with the Suntin Technopole to achieve the best synergy there. With these words, I support the motion of thanks. Mr. Dennis Leung. Madam Deputy, this is the second time I speak. I rise to speak in support of the policy address and also the motion of thanks. I thank the Chief Executive and his team for being alive to public comments and made every effort to respond to public aspirations. I thank the Chief Executive for responding to the FTU's aspirations, in particular the VPET education, the review of retraining and family education. In STEAM education, science will become a separate subject in 2025 to 2024-25. This would be coming about under the 14th Five-Year Plan. We will be focusing our attention on the 8 centers for Hong Kong to improve its economy. So rather than poaching talents in the short term, our local development would be just as important. We need to have the motivation of the young people. Like the policy address is green in color. This represents vitality. This also represents the young people. So young people represent our hope. If the young people have hopes, then we are hopeful. There should be a wide range of choices for young people. I'm not concerned about whether what they learn. I'm more concerned about whether they will be able to apply what they learn. The government is going to roll out the talent apartments, and I think for those who go beyond the level, the threshold of the PRH, there should be another tier of accommodation for them. This would motivate the young people and make them move up the social ladder. And I think we can also encourage childbirth that way. The new generation of apartments is to make sure that the younger generation will not be mired in poverty, and they will be taking part in the gig economy. This new tier of apartments represent hopes for the young people. The government will be ramping up family education. If we can promote family values, it would certainly be a good idea. The government should do something about the suicide, the spate of suicide. That this has been a subject has been with us for a long time. The government should minimize the homework, and they should have more free time. I'm sure that we are facing this spate of suicides in the community. The government ought to do something about it. The Rosemary Hill College is a recent case. The government should do something about this. Now, for these sponsoring organizations, it's not a good idea for them to just pack up and go like this. And the students will be losing their schools. They will have to leave the school. And this is really hard for them to cope with. Green means stability. It means plenty of sunshine and plenty of sustenance. And school is a place where the young people can nurture themselves, that can be nurtured. And I hope that the Education Bureau would do something about it to make sure that Rosary Hill incident will not be repeated. The Hong Kong SL government should inject new impetus for young people. The government has introduced the newborn bonus, and there would be a tax deduction. There would be priority allocation of flats and allocation of flat selection. If these measures prove to be ineffective, the government should do other things, should introduce more measures. People are working terribly hard, and they will have to do multiple jobs to keep the family going. I hope the government will deal with the standard working hours and overtime pay for overtime work. There should be a tripartite collaboration before we can address this labor shortage issue and the lack of productivity. So the protection for young people represents the hope for the future. All these are intertwined. They're not issues in isolation. We need to have a collaboration. Last year, we started a new chapter. This year, it is an extension of the new chapter. I hope that in the next policy address, there will be more measures to engender a sense of well-being and fulfillment. Thank you. Ms. Becky Chen. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm grateful to the government for creating this Commissioner for Women. I'm going to talk about women issues and TCM. That the Commissioner is something that we have been striving for over the years, and this is an aspiration of the women in Hong Kong over the years. And specifically, this goes to show that the government is being proactive and responsive to the public demands. In a policy address, there will be a one-stop counseling for women. There will be summit, and also the government will be dealing with the issue of alimony or maintenance. The government is promoting the comprehensive development of women, and there will be a blueprint to be published, and there will be a vision to be put in place. There will be resources, timetable, and roadmap to be put in place. Also, we are taking advantage of the resources from the mainland to foster collaboration between Hong Kong and the GBA. Over the past 2 years, at the NPC, I've been urging the establishment of an academy for women in the GBA, and this is going to be up and running. I also urge the administration to take advantage of the mainland resources to promote the collaboration in this area. There should be training, there should be guidance in terms of career.
We can also enhance support for local women organizations and associations. We can set up a platform for exchange between the two places. The next I'd like to talk about is development of Chinese medicine. I welcome the initiatives in the PA to promote the development of Chinese medicine. I've also got 3 suggestions. First, innovation. I suggest that we integrate Chinese medicine services and internet services. We can offer online consultation services to facilitate the elderly to consult Chinese medicine practitioners online and also for health management. And in due course, we should also improve the relevant legislation to catch up with new developments. And we should enhance our capacity in providing primary Chinese medicine healthcare services. We should promote the use of Chinese medicine for for disease prevention and health protection. Third, we should enhance collaboration and exchange with the Chinese medicine sector in the mainland, so that Hong Kong can be a hub for R&D in Chinese medicine. We can have a manpower training hub. Apart from the proposals contained in the policy address, we can also promote R&D and accreditation and testing of Chinese proprietary medicine. We can also consider the GBA standards and consider national standards as well. We should leverage on our distinctive advantages under one country, two systems. Now, the district council elections will be held on the 10th of December. I appeal to all of you here to turn out to vote. Thank you. With these remarks, I support the motion and the PA. Dr. Dennis Lam. The company I serve provide R&D services in Chinese medicine in both Hong Kong and the mainland. I declare interest here. Under the leadership of the government, we're able to win the battle against COVID-19, and lives have resumed normal, and we are now on a new chapter. The PA has been very pragmatic. The CE conducted over 10 community consultations and also other stakeholders. The PA continues to embrace a result-oriented culture. Last year, there were 77 KPIs. There are 73 added this year. There are in total 110 KPIs for us to assess the efficacy of governance. The PA has got various measures for training for talents and enterprises and to encourage fertility. This can improve our demographic structure in the long run and reverse our declining trend in population. Again, the PA is really pragmatic, is able to tackle the deep-rooted problems in Hong Kong. I appreciate the PA in this regard. The PA has also addressed the presidency's 4 expectations and 4 musts for Hong Kong expressed in his speech on July 1st last year, in particular to address livelihood issues. Now we have to take care of the needs of the people, and we must feel the pains and pleasures of our people. For the PA, I've got 3 points to make. First, cross-boundary collaboration. Second, to have accreditation mechanism for drugs. And third, mental health. I'm grateful to the PA for its concern for cross-boundary healthcare collaboration. We have quality public healthcare services in Hong Kong available at low cost. As a result, the waiting times are very long. The PA would like to launch a pilot scheme for the elderly healthcare voucher scheme in GBA. Appropriate healthcare institutions will be added to the pilot scheme so that the voucher can be used here to procure healthcare services for Hong Kong residents. Strategically, this can alleviate the burden on our public healthcare sector. I suggest that for MRI and endoscopy and other types of investigative procedures included in the public-private partnership scheme can be extended to the GBA, and so we can further shorten the waiting times for our people. Now, for standards, many members are minded to choose the 3 A's hospitals in the mainland because they have the accreditation of relevant authorities in the mainland, and we can be sure of the quality and scope of services there. 3A hospitals in the mainland, in terms of the number of bed places, number of specialties, and also operation theaters, while the standards are very high. Specialist hospitals in particular specialty hospitals cannot become one of these 3A hospitals. The trend for hospital development in the whole world is go for AI and also day hospitals. The scale is getting smaller, but the quality is ever going up. In Hong Kong, we're such a small city, we always let quality goes first. So for institutions that are operated and managed by Hong Kong people, in particular, if they are already included in the Hong Kong Macau common platform, they are of very high quality hospitals. So whether the hospital is a 3A hospital should not be the overarching consideration. And then there is a great discrepancy in terms of medical costs in the mainland and in Hong Kong. You may not know that mainland hospitals do accept overseas insurance. The fees and charges are consistent with what the local residents are paying, and therefore the costs there are much lower. I hope the information I just gave you will let you have a better understanding of the system there. And if strategically we are procuring healthcare services in the mainland, we have some standards to go by in choosing hospitals. PEWA 139 said that we are going to go for primary evaluation for establishing a drug approval system. Now, if we have primary evaluation in Hong Kong, we don't have to rely on other organizations, mainly from overseas, and we can use clinical data and do our own approval in Hong Kong. If we can do this in the long run, our development in life sciences and technology will benefit significantly, because our local market is very small. You can't really expect international drug organizations to establish in Hong Kong. We have a policy of allowing registered drugs, Hong Kong registered drugs and medical devices used in Hong Kong public hospitals in Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, GBA. That is, Hong Kong registered drugs and medical devices can be used in those places. So if we can approve our own drugs, and then Hong Kong registered or approved drugs can be included in the GBA system, that means international organizations can conduct their R&D activities here, not just for the small market of Hong Kong, but for the bigger market in GBA. Patients from all over the country can receive treatment in GBA. That means this is a very preferential policy to allow international drug R&D institutions to expand into the mainland market. This is a great incentive for them to come to Hong Kong. When the sentiments are good, then mainland drug companies, of course, would like to go global. Again, they will conduct R&D in Hong Kong for that purpose. So if Hong Kong can have our primary evaluation established the earliest possible, then it will help Hong Kong to become an INT center in drug R&D. Of course, that will take time. I hope the administration can press ahead with this proposal at full steam. Under the current measure, we are talking about drugs and medical devices already in use in Hong Kong. How do we compare this measure with that in Hainan? There they have a similar measure, but they include drugs and medical devices approved in Japan, EU, and the US. So long as the drugs are approved in Japan or in the US. Now, for these, if they are new drugs and medical devices, the companies concerned may not be too interested in applying for approval in Hong Kong because it takes close to a year for approval. In Hainan, they have got quality drugs and medical devices manufactured from overseas being used there. Now, I've discussed with the relevant authorities, and from what I gather, we need the endorsement of this government first before we can do the same for GBA. Now, this is not just for the sake of our persons. Rather, it will be a booster for Hong Kong to become an INT center in pharmaceutical research. Now, mental health, I'm most concerned about the mental health of our students. We have seen a spate of student suicides. This has warned, and this has really sounded an alarm bell for us. The government has set up a 3-tier emergency mechanism to tackle the problem, but at the end of the day, it's about stress in schoolwork and at home. We need cross-sectoral support for students. In addition to promoting fertility, we should promote parent education as well, so that we don't have so many tiger mums and pa's in Hong Kong, and parents know how to help their children to resolve their worries and concerns. With these remarks, I support the motion and the PA. Ms. Elizabeth Quat. First of all, I thank the CE and his team for putting forward many measures related to women in the PA and in responding to aspirations from the women's sector. We're pleased to see that there will be a women's affairs team under the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau. There will be a commissioner for women affairs. I have said time and again that women's affairs is a complicated one and is being taken care of by many departments. I hope there can be safeguards for the mental and physical well-being of women. We understand that they face tremendous pressure in taking care of their home and at work and bring up their children. We always wanted to have the Commissioner for Women's Affairs. We want a dedicated department and officer to take care of women's affairs so there can be coordination and interdepartmental collaboration. We really welcome the proposal of a Commissioner for Women Affairs and Women Affairs team. We're grateful to the one-stop information portal for women. We encourage our women's associations to continue to use the Empowerment Fund for Women, and I like the idea that CCF can help in mediating maintenance disputes. We should also step up publicity and against sexual harassment. I have been receiving complaints about sex harassment at the workplace. It is important for the EOC to enhance publicity in this regard. We should include it into ESG of small and medium enterprises.
On promoting childbirth, I thank the government for accepting our suggestion. A new baby bonus is now available. There will also be more childcare places, and the incentive payment for home-based child carers will also be increased. On pronatalist policy, I welcome the new government initiative. for assisted reproductive service, the number of quotas will be increased. There will also be tax breaks, but as mentioned by Ms. Nixie Lam of my party, this is still not sufficient. Many women nowadays face the problem not of having children at the best reproductive age, but of late marriage. By the time they find the right one to get married, they will be approaching or even in their 40s. We really need the frozen egg service to promote fertility. There is a restriction on the period when eggs could be frozen. It's set at 10 years. We think this is not reasonable. I hope this can be relaxed. On childcare services, we welcome the new initiative. For primary students, the after-school childcare service is important. We hope the government can roll out more family-friendly employment practices and set up more tax deductions for the needy families, such as a tax deduction for the employment of foreign domestic helpers. I hope that a greater importance can be attached to women's health so that we can have different screening programs, as well as expanding the scope of HPV vaccination. We want to promote women's well-being. More support should be given to single mothers. More support should be given to working women as well. I support the motion. Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Mr. President, I'd like to give my views on the development of Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine is an essential part of the traditional Chinese culture. I see in the policy address there are initiatives to promote Chinese medicine. A blueprint will be mapped out. This is in the right direction. Starting from the Xi Chung era, the government put forward the Chinese medicine port concept. It's been so many years. We should be more proactive in leveraging on our advantages and aligned with national strategies to further promote the development of Chinese medicine. We are a free port. We have ample business opportunities. Hong Kong should be set up as the base to promote trading and testing of Chinese medicine services. We can work with the mainland counterparts, different R&D organizations, testing and certification organizations in the mainland to promote the industry chain of Chinese medicine. In Hong Kong, we can set up a system. We can set up a platform that is neutral. We have good credibility, so we can help promote the trading of Chinese medicine and enhance market efficiency. Apart from being a trading platform, we can also promote a third-party testing and certification of Chinese medicine concept so as to enhance the credibility of our TCM products. Quality assurance, product management, trading, after-sales services. These are advantages that we enjoy. In November 2022, in Hunan, Guangdong, and other provinces in the mainland, as well as Hong Kong and Macau, joined this mechanism. That is, we formed an alliance for synergistic development of Chinese medicine. Former Chief Executive, Deputy of the NPC, Mr. C.Y. Leung, also set up the Hong Kong Center for the Chinese medicine's supply chain. We set up a platform. Together with the trade and the trade associations, we should leverage on this platform to give play to Hong Kong's advantages so as to integrate into the country's development of Chinese medicine. We should help upgrade and transform our own industries so as to make ourselves a base for the development of Chinese medicine. I support the motion of thanks. Mr. Stanley Lee. I want to speak on mental health and women development in this session. On mental health, in the middle of this year, there was a disheartening tragedy happened in Diamond Hill. It's a wake-up call for the community. We are now more concerned about mental health. I'm a member of the panel on health services. Mental health is closely related to community work and help for carers. Now, this issue is close to my heart. I understand in this policy address, a pilot scheme will be introduced so that in collaboration with community organizations, mental health assessment will be offered to members of the public. Now, at the time, we discussed what we should do about enhancing the mental well-being for those on mental recovery. So perhaps under this pilot scheme, more can be done to help this group of people. During COVID, we showed a lot of concerns for them. What about post-COVID? Are we ensuring that they have good mental well-being? The care teams will provide help. If necessary, these cases can be referred to the healthcare units. But I've been told by members of the public that the government should provide sufficient support for care teams to be equipped with the knowledge so that members of the public are confident in their services. Against the backdrop of an aging population, we have more and more elderly. Healthcare becomes a major issue. Dementia is something that troubles the elderly population. In 2017, the Food and Health Bureau then published a report on review of mental health situation in Hong Kong. For those above the age of 65, the mortality rate increased by one-fold every 5 years as they age. So the government should formulate policies to publicize and educate the public about dementia. We should also teach carers and give them better support on caring for patients with dementia. On speech impediment, again, these people need emotional counseling. So I was referring to ethnic minorities, more support should be given to them. On women, again, we should strengthen our support to women. Women is also an issue close to my heart. I'm concerned about their joining the workforce or remaining in the workforce. Many of these women have high education attainments. Some of them are graduates, even postgraduates. Yet they are also required to take care of the families. So they may decide to give up their job to care for their children and their families full time. Now, during the pandemic, many employees were able to work from home. My suggestion is for the government to consider allowing more women to adopt the work from home model for them to take care of their children and increase household income at the same time. The policy address contains a lot of our suggestions, such as more childcare places and more respite places. In the future, more should be done to support women, to help them add value and help them seek employment. The government should take the lead and allow women to work from home, at least for some of the civil service posts, so that other enterprises can follow suit. I so submit. Mr. Lewis Long. Mr. President, I didn't intend to speak in this session, but I still have 1 minute and 8 seconds left. So I just want to make use of this very short period of time to appeal to everyone watching this webcast to vote on December 10th so that we can all safeguard the stability and prosperity in Hong Kong. Especially, please ask young people around you to vote as well, because Hong Kong will only prosper when our young people thrive. Does any other member wish to speak? Ms. Secretary for Education, Ms. Eunice Yong. I have 9 seconds. President, Hong Kong will only prosper when young people thrive. We should build a better Hong Kong together. Let's all vote on December 10th to return to your preferred candidates.
Secretary for Education. President, I'm grateful to members for their valuable comments on the PA 2023 education initiatives. Thank you for their recognition and commendation. We will very seriously consider their views and follow up as appropriate. When talents abound, the country thrives, and strong talents can give rise to a strong nation. Talents is a primary resource. Education is the key, and we will continue to nurture young people who are virtuous, knowledgeable, and responsible with love for the country and the city. We should not just look at current challenges. We must take a macro perspective and go for greater development of the education system so that we can provide more opportunities for our young people so that they contribute to building a better Hong Kong. The 20th National Progress Conference report said that we should invigorate the country through science and education and develop a strong workforce for the modernization drive. Hong Kong is to develop into 8 centers contained in the 14 and 5-year plan. Will continue to focus on science and teacher training, national education, and to start a new chapter for our education sector. As we all know, Hong Kong is the only place in the world with 5 universities in the world's top 100. We have diversified structure. We have a good education framework. We'll continue to use this advantage so that we can develop Hong Kong into an international education hub and a cradle of future talents. We will increase the non-local student quota of publicly funded post-secondary institutions. Starting from 2024-25 academic year, the non-local student quota of publicly funded post-secondary institutions will be doubled from 20 to 40% of the local student places. Let me stress that for these 8 UGC-funded universities, they are going to over-enroll non-local students. So this increase in voter is not going to reduce the number of places for local students. With regard to their own circumstances, universities may progressively attract more students from abroad so as to develop Hong Kong into an international education hub. For hostels, the UGC-funded universities will continue to use the Hostel Development Fund to build another 13,500 hostel places to cater for the needs of new intake. In fact, there are a variety of choices. The private sector is interested in providing quarters, and there is also collaboration between universities and the private sector. For development of the post-secondary sector, we'll continue to see how we can improve the arrangements for mainland students to come to Hong Kong. And then we will also launch a new round of land grant scheme and also a scholarship scheme. The UGC will provide another $100 million into the funding scheme for mainland and global engagement and student experience. Will also widen our scholarship scheme. We have increased the number of postgraduate quota, and we are going to increase the quota of the Hong Kong PhD fellowship scheme from 300 to 400 places per academic year. We're going to apply to the Finance Committee for the injection of $1 billion into the B&R Scholarship Fund to attract outstanding students from all over the world to pursue their studies in Hong Kong. We're grateful to members for supporting our plan to develop an education town in the Northern Metropolis. We will share resources in the Northern Metropolis so that we can support the vibrant development of the post-secondary education sector. We'll closely monitor the demand for supply and of international school places and will reserve sites in the Northern Metropolis for the development of international schools to dovetail with the government's policy to draw for talents. We thank members for their support in our bid to to raise the status of VPAT. And thank you for your views on how we can build the University of Applied Sciences. We will continue to adopt this dual-pronged approach. We will drop the criteria for qualifying as a UAS. We will encourage more collaboration between the industries and also these universities. Now, together with the Hong Kong Council for Accreditation of Academic and Vocational Qualifications, draw up the criteria for qualifying as University of Applied Sciences. We encourage self-financing post-secondary institutions with international experience to engage in the scheme. We will accord priority to eligible programs of UAS for inclusion under the study subsidy scheme for designated professionals or sectors, and we will provide additional subsidies to students enrolling in applied degrees programs under SSSDP. We will set aside a sort of fund to support prospective post-secondary institutions to form an alliance of UAS for joint promotion in order to enhance the status of VPAT, and we will respond to the various manpower demand from different sectors in a speedy manner. We are going to support the VTC to establish the Hong Kong Institute of Innovation or Information Technology to strengthen Hong Kong's IT sector capacity and to provide dedicated pre-employment and in-service training. To meet the manpower needs of the industry, we will also collaborate with the main authorities to take forward the mutual recognition of sub-degree level qualifications to try on the new arrangements on a pilot basis. We'll continue to promote STEAM education. We will introduce a subject on science in primary schools to strengthen students' scientific and creative thinking. Starting from 2025-26, we will launch this subject in P1 and P4 for gradual extension to other levels as well. We will set aside $200 billion for buying extra teaching aids and to upgrade facilities. We will strengthen mathematics education to enhance students' capacity in the applications of the subject. We will continue to strengthen STEAM-related professional training program and also enhance the capacity of teachers. We are grateful to teachers, to members for your concern about teacher development. Now, we will support our teachers to take part in the National Putonghua Proficiency Test, and we will set up the first teacher training exchange base in collaboration with relevant mainland authorities. We will launch mainland study tours for promoted teachers, and will continue to offer more such places. And we will also promote the guidelines for students' professional conduct. We will introduce new awards under the CE's Award for Teaching Excellence to support the mental well-being of teachers and students. We are going to commission NGOs to organize activities to enhance the physical and mental health for teachers to help them enhance their work capacity. We introduced the mental health literacy resource kit for upper primary students in November. We continue to launch the versions for suitable levels at a later stage. I believe schools will take the opportunity to organize class-based and school-based mental health promotion activities to let students learn about ways to maintain, to keep their minds healthy, learn about mental health illness and treatment, and to remove the negative labeling on mental health patients. And we will set up a one-stop hotline and online counseling services to support students and parents in dealing with peer conflicts or school bullying. We will boost the resource teacher establishment in special schools and extend that to School for Social Development. Will provide additional support in learning and development for students with autism spectrum disorder, and we will also boost support for non-Chinese speaking students in the learning of the Chinese subject and career planning to help them better integration into schools and the community. We do care for the unfortunate cases of suicides among students. We will set up a school-based 3-tier emergency mechanism so that teachers, schools, parents, and stakeholders in society will tackle the problem together in a collaborative manner. We will promote mental health among our youngsters and how to address their learning problems. We will set up a support network and build a caring atmosphere so as to enhance the mental health literacy of both students and parents. Now, members are concerned about the drop in student population. As in the past, we have invested heavily in education. We attach a lot of significance to education. Education now accounts for the largest portion of public spending in Hong Kong. We have to ensure that resources are spent in a effective manner. Student population is declining. We will monitor the latest development and monitor the actual situation. We will take students' interests at our primary consideration, and we will rationalize the situation and will ensure that there can be balanced and extensive learning opportunities for our students. We'll continue to liaise with schools and support schools to make appropriate preparation and measures to address the changes in supply and demand of places to ensure that the sector can develop in a healthy manner. And we will accord priority to student interests. We'll focus our resources to upgrade our quality of education in a professional manner. We'll continue to roll out small class education in public aided schools. We will monitor the manpower situation of teachers. We will continue with professional training of teachers to enhance their professional capacity. Once again, I want to thank members for the comments and concern for various areas in education. Hopefully, we can implement the measures in relation to education in the PA so that we can provide better education for our students. With these remarks, I urge members to support Ms. Sari Lee's motion of thanks. Thank you.
Secretary for Youth and Home Affairs. Mr. President, members, I thank members for their views and suggestions. Let me give some salient points about the work of the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau. The government has been attaching importance to youth development, as mentioned by members. Vice Premier Ding Xueqiang a few days ago in Beijing met with representatives of the Hong Kong Youth Alliance. This fully demonstrates the importance the central authorities attach to youth development in Hong Kong. Our Bureau published the Youth Development Blueprint at the end of last year, which outlines the government's long-term vision and direction of youth work. Over 160 specific actions and measures are proposed to help young people overcome the hurdles in education, employment, entrepreneurship, and home ownership so that they receive comprehensive support in their development, in line with the spirit of President Xi's key address delivered on the 1st of July last year. Bureaus and departments have actively implemented various measures in this regard. The Chief Executive has dedicated a chapter to echo President Xi's remarks that Hong Kong will only prosper when its young people thrive. He emphasizes a sustained effort in taking forward youth work. It demonstrates the government's commitment in this regard. To address young people's development needs in a timely and sustained manner, the policy address has proposed new initiatives. For example, the Youth Development Summit will be held in the middle of next year as the opening and highlight of the next Youth Festival. This summit will serve as a cross-region platform for local youths to exchange views on issues of concern and learn from each other, so as to encourage them to have an accurate understanding of the current situation and future challenges. We will also leverage on a brand new youth network called Youth Link to strengthen cohesion among youths. Riding on a keen response from youths, we have recruited over 5,000 members. After the delivery of the policy address, I held the first activity for members of the Youth Link on the 4th of November, and I briefed over 40 young people on policy measures relating to our bureau in the policy address, gave them the floor to speak, and give us feedback on policy issues. We will offer them opportunities to develop diverse talents and participate in public affairs to strengthen their communication and trust with the government through different activities. We also encourage young people to know more about the country and acquire a global perspective. We will continue to roll out various internship and exchange programs with the mainland and the world to help young people get in grips with the development of our country and the world for integration into our country's development plan. We will set up the Alliance of Hong Kong Youth Innovation and Entrepreneurial Bases in the Greater Bay Area to provide a one-stop information, publicity, and exchange platform for young entrepreneurs in the Greater Bay Area to better grasp the development opportunities. We will continue to take forward the implementation of the blueprint as a policy coordinator with a sustained focus on youth development. We will continue to enhance various youth development initiatives so as to respond to young people's needs and fulfill our role as the young people's confidant, advocate, and guide for the future. To promote youth participation in community building, the Home Affairs Department established the District Youth Community Building Committee, or DYCBC, across 18 districts in April 2023 to provide a platform for young people to offer views on community building projects. Now we have a new initiative. The Home Affairs Department will soon invite each DYCBC to propose a distinctive photo-taking landmark for the district to showcase its unique local characteristics. We attach great importance to the work of supporting women and their contribution to society. I'm very grateful to members just now who spoke and gave us their support. A dedicated Women Affairs team will be set up. The post of Commissioner for Women Affairs will be created to provide steer. In the coming year, the following key initiatives will be introduced. Launching a one-stop family and women information portal, organizing the first Family and Women Development Summit to collect views for policy formulation, launching through CCF a maintenance mediation pilot scheme to assist both parties, including women who are victims of maintenance arrears, to resolve disputes through mediation. Some members referred to the government's work in assisting women who are victims of maintenance arrears. Now, we want to emphasize that we are not, like some members suggest, that we only focus on mediation. In fact, we deploy different tactics in helping women in the process of divorce to resolve the issue of maintenance arrears. Apart from launching this pilot scheme, which is the first ever on maintenance mediation, we also invite the relevant departments to collect statistics so that a study can be conducted on formulating policies to help women with maintenance arrears. We are very committed. We will continue to encourage women's groups and NGOs to apply for the Women Empowerment Fund under the Women's Commission to help women unleash their potential and build capacity. Starting from next year, the Greater Bay Area Exchange Program will be regularized. A new dedicated scheme will be introduced to encourage women to participate in community services. We will continue to create an enabling environment to ensure women have equal access to resources and opportunities, and we will promote them to participate in community affairs. We understand the challenge facing parents in raising children. As announced in this policy address, the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau and the Family Council will launch a brand new 5-year funding scheme on the promotion of family education in the latter half of 2024 with an annual funding of $8 million so as to support non-profit making community projects to promote family education. Overall speaking, we want to promote a good culture of family education. and a pro-family culture. On district administration, to improve district administration and resolve district issues more effectively, the government announced in May 2023 the proposal on improving governance at the district level, including reforming the district councils and strengthening district governance structure. The goal is to facilitate effective governance at the district level to enhance people's sense of happiness and gain. On reforming the district council, I'm grateful to members for their unanimous support in passing the district council's amendment ordinance 2023 in July for patriots and dedicated community leaders to take part in the work of district councils through multiple channels. Another key is to strengthen district governance structure. The Steering Committee on District Governance and Task Force on District Governance, chaired by the CS and DCS respectively, were established in July 2023. It maps out strategic directions and specific measures to address issues of concerns covering elderly children, environment hygiene, law and order, and road safety at the district level. With a new term commencing on the 1st of January 2024, the enhanced district governance structure will be largely in place. The government will be able to tap the powers of district communities more closely and enhance communication both ways. Our Bureau and the Home Affairs Department will fully support the work of these top-level committees and the district councils to ensure that district work could be carried out effectively, accurately, and in time, thereby addressing the needs of the public. Another crucial link to enhancing district governance is district services and community care teams. The 2022 policy address proposed the establishment of care teams. Since then, 452 care teams in 18 districts have been established to support the district work of the government and enhance the district network. The care teams will mobilize the community in serving the public. They will assist in handling incidents and emergencies to support district work and enhance the network. As announced in the 2023 policy address, to enhance the efficiency of care teams, the government is developing a mobile application to facilitate the work of the care teams. Care teams are the good partners of the government in engaging the district. We will ensure that sufficient resources will be provided to facilitate their work. Some members mentioned the relevant officers and the lack of space. We will make sure that these details are ironed out for the smooth conduct of the work of the care team. Clansmen associations form an important patriotic force. The Home Affairs Department has been working very closely with them to further enhance the public's understanding, especially young people's understanding of their hometowns, and generate a sense of belonging. The Home Affairs Department will launch the Klansman Culture Promotion Scheme in the first quarter of 2024 for 3 years, with $30 million reserved for application by local Klansman associations to organize activities to promote Klansman culture and facilitate cultural exchange to promote the spirit of loving the motherland, Hong Kong, and the hometown. The government has been committed to building a caring and inclusive society and providing suitable support for ethnic minorities. The Bureau has been collaborating with district organizations, district offices, and NGOs to provide support services for ethnic minorities and help them integrate into the community. To ramp up our effort, the Chief Executive has announced in the 2023 policy address that the following initiatives will be implemented by the Home Affairs Department from 2024. We set up 2 additional support service centers for ethnic minorities, one in Kowloon Central, another in NT East, so that the number of centers will increase from 8 to 10. The ethnic minority care teams will be set up in each of the 10 ethnic minority centers. They will actively reach out to EM households, understand their needs, and assist in referring them for necessary public services. The department will continue to strengthen services for EM youths and new arrivals. We will regularize the district-based programs for racial harmony. Ethnic minorities form an important part of our society. The Home Affairs Department recently has urged them to cast their votes in the District Council election on December 10th. We prepared video clips in 8 EM languages to appeal to the EM voters to vote on the polling day so that they can return the candidates they prefer. I welcome members watching the promoting the clips as well, so that more EM voters can take part in the election. Just now, some members also helped calling for voters to vote on December 10th, the District Council ordinary election. Now, Mr. Tommy Cheung also asked the employers of his sector to facilitate voters under their employment to vote. So I make this appeal again. Please ask friends around you to vote, and please, if you're an employer, allow your employees to vote on the polling day. Once again, I thank members for their views. I urge members to support the motion of thanks. I so submit.
曾局局長。
Secretary for Health. President, first of all, I thank members for their support and views on the policy address in relation to the healthcare development and public health in this debate today, and also in the panel meetings. Here is my consolidated response. To protect public health, enhance services, and innovation in the healthcare sector, the Health Bureau has proposed a number of initiatives in the policy address. Many of them are supported by the community and members. We will take forward these initiatives to honor the pledges and targets in the policy address. First, about the Health and Medical Innovation Hub. Our proposal to develop Hong Kong as a medical and health innovation hub has received positive feedback from the stakeholders. Hong Kong's healthcare professionals and healthcare systems are of high standards. We will leverage Hong Kong's strengths to promote medical innovation to achieve the objective of quality drugs and R&D citizens' benefits. Our long-term goal is to establish a drug approval authority based on peer evaluation. On October 31st, we joined the International Conference on Harmonization, Pharmaceutical Rules and Regulations as an observer. On November 1st, we put in place a new 1+ mechanism to allow new drugs for serious or rare diseases, if they meet local requirements and are endorsed by experts, will require only one certificate of pharmaceutical product. Since its introduction, some pharmaceutical companies have indicated that they have made applications. Also, next year, we will set up the CMPR, the Hong Kong Center for Medical Products Regulation, to re-engineer and strengthen the regulatory and approval systems for drugs and medical devices, and explore the possibility of upgrading the center to an independent organization in the long run. In order to establish high-quality clinical data, we will also capitalize on the advantages of Hong Kong and the GBA. We'll set up the GBA International Clinical Trial Institute in the Shenzhen-Hong Kong Science and Innovation Cooperation Zone in the Loop area to coordinate the clinical trial resources of the public and private sectors. The idea is to foster collaboration with the clinical trial network in the mainland, especially the GBA, with the objective of meeting national and international standards. We'll also set up a cluster clinical research support office in the hospital authority to facilitate clinical research and trials. With the development of the Greater Bay Area, more and more people are crossing the boundary, so cross-boundary healthcare collaboration is very important. Members have made very useful comments. We will get on with the relevant work. In 2024, we will extend the elderly healthcare voucher scheme to suitable healthcare organizations in the GBA. The initial target is to add about 5 institutions in the GBA cities that are more closely related to Hong Kong elders as a pilot scheme, as well as designated dental institutions. Work is in hand now. The DH is conducting a market survey and inviting Hong Kong healthcare organizations which are currently participating in the scheme and are familiar with the code of practice and the transaction reporting procedures to provide information on the healthcare institutions. The government will take into account all the relevant factors, including the location, the accreditation, and the management and operation of the institutions, the knowledge of the scheme, and the ability to cope with the caseload as the criteria for selection. We will brief the members of the public on the details of the scheme and its implementation upon completion of the preparatory work. We'll discuss with other GBA cities on the cross-boundary transportation of patients by ambulances. Members expressed support for that. We will continue our discussion with the relevant governments with view to finalizing the arrangement as soon as possible to provide direct point-to-point transportation of patients between hospitals. Other cross-boundary cooperation includes the HA's participation in the accreditation of hospitals to ensure that our hospitals meet international hospital accreditation standards and making good use of the quality healthcare organizations in the GBA through strategic procurement of services to help reduce the waiting time of Hong Kong people. Members share our concern about healthcare manpower. The government will introduce a bill to amend the Dentist Registration Ordinance and the Nurses Registration Ordinance to introduce qualified, non-locally trained dentists and nurses to alleviate the shortage of dentists and nurses in Hong Kong. I hope members will support the bill. On the other hand, we will explore the possibility of amending the Supplementary Medical Professions Ordinance to introduce qualified, non-locally trained allied professionals into the HA and the DH to address the shortage of manpower in the public sector. We will also build on the experience of the GBA Healthcare Talents Visiting Program to enhance two-way training and exchanges between Hong Kong and other mainland cities. Fourth, digital health record. Enhancing digital health record is another key area in the coming year. Since its commencement in 2016, the e-health system has completed 2 phases of development. As of October this year, nearly 5.8 million people have registered, accounting for nearly 80% of the population. On this basis, we will roll out the e-health plus 5-year plan. There will be 4 alignments, i.e., align patient e-record, align management process, align health tools, and align data platform. This is to integrate data interoperability, service delivery, and process management functions to support the development of primary care and cross-boundary healthcare services. We will brief the panel on the details of the project in due course. Fifth, oral health. To enhance oral health, based on the recommendation of the Working Group on Oral Health and Dental Care, we will introduce measures in the next 2 years to promote primary dental care services focusing on prevention, including primary dental co-care pilot scheme for adolescents in 2025 and increasing emergency dental services for the disadvantaged in collaboration with NGOs. And young people will be subsidized, and they will, I hope that they will develop the habit of maintaining dental health after the program. We are also increasing emergency dental services for the disadvantaged in collaboration with NGOs and enhancing the special dental services currently provided by the DH to persons with disabilities or special needs, and will be optimizing the dental services for the elderly under the CCF in Q3 next year. The primary health care blueprint has set out a roadmap for the future development of primary health care services. On the 13th of this month, we launched the Chronic Disease Co-Care Pilot Scheme to subsidize people aged 45 or above to undergo screening for hypertension and diabetes, with a view to fostering the concept of being responsible for their own health. More than 400 family doctors have joined, involving 30 healthcare organizations and 600 service points. In addition, we also launched the 3-year elderly care healthcare voucher pilot reward scheme. Elderly people who have used $1,000 for specific primary health care services will automatically receive an additional $500 reward, which can also be used for specific primary health care services. We hope that the scheme can guide the elderly to make better use of their healthcare vouchers so as to achieve the policy objective of prevention and health management, as per the intention of the blueprint. To promote the concept of family doctor for all, starting from October 6, all subsidized primary healthcare programs only enroll doctors who have joined the primary care directory. As at end of October, more than 3,500 family doctors have been enrolled in the directory, representing an increase of about 30% over the number at the time when the blueprint was published. We'll also set up the Primary Healthcare Commission in 2024 to enhance coordination to ensure the members of the public have access to quality primary health care services. The government attaches great importance to mental health. At a panel meeting on the 17th of November, we discussed the new mental health-related measures and announced the 3-tier school-based contingency mechanism to identify and support students at higher risk at an early stage. In addition, there are also measures in the PA to promote mental health, including a pilot scheme in the 3 district health centers to conduct mental health assessment for the public. We'll also cooperate with the community organizations to provide timely intervention, treatment, and rehabilitation for mid to moderate cases through trained allied professionals. We're also mindful of the fact that ethnic minorities need special support and services because of their cultural and linguistic barriers. In collaboration with the NGOs, we will set up, on a trial basis, service centers to provide emotional support and counseling to ethnic minorities. In addition, we also set up a mental health support hotline to provide immediate support and referral services. Chinese medicine is an important part of Hong Kong's healthcare fabric. We will promote the high-quality development of Chinese medicine on all fronts so as to leverage Hong Kong's unique advantages. The key areas for the future include 1. A blueprint for the development of Chinese medicine in 2025 to outline the strategies for the long-term development. 2. To conduct scientific research and development of Chinese medicine testing and standards through the government's Chinese Medicine Testing Center for identification, testing, and education purposes. 3rd, enhance the collaboration services between Chinese and Western medicines. With the phased commissioning of the Chinese medicine hospitals from 2025 onwards, we will establish a strategic cooperation mechanism with the mainland counterparts to support the preparatory work of the hospitals and development. To strengthen the clinical team of the Chinese medicine practitioners, we promote talent exchange and training programs. 9th, the HA will optimize the healthcare services, including reducing the waiting time for stable new cases in 2 specialties, namely ENT and orthopedics. We'll be setting up Hong Kong's first chest pain center in QMH in accordance with national accreditation standards to improve the consultation process of cardiovascular disease patients and enhance the survival rate of the patients. We'll be setting up breast milk banks and donation mechanism to provide breast milk for infants who are not able to be breastfed by their biological mothers. In terms of capacity to combat infectious disease, Hong Kong must be prepared for new infectious diseases. The government will enhance our surveillance and control capabilities. We'll enhance our efforts to collaborate with the mainland in this regard. Finally, I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to members for their valuable comments and support for the Bureau. We will put out all the stops to implement various measures to safeguard public health, ensure the healthcare system is of a high standard as well as sustainable. We will be working together with the LegCo and the public to cope with the challenges arising from an aging population. I'd like to urge members to remember to go to the poll on December 10th to discharge a civic responsibility and build a good community. With these words, I urge members to support the motion of thanks. Thank you.
Chief Secretary for Administration. President, I thank 88 members for giving us valuable comments and views in the 4 sessions of debate in the past 3 days. On behalf of the SL government, I'd like to give an overall response to members. Many members are concerned whether we can attract sufficient talents so that we can become the winner in this fierce global competition for talents. The PA has various enhanced measures for training talents, retaining and nurturing our own talents. Now, the Oasis was set up in September 2022. Since then, it has approached over 200 strategic enterprises, 30 of which are planning to come to Hong Kong, expand its business there, involving a new investment of $30 billion, providing about 10,000 jobs. We will attract companies from mainland and overseas to set up headquarters or corporate divisions here to develop a headquarters economy. We believe the capital investment entrance scheme will attract more capital to come to Hong Kong, generating more demand for high-end asset and wealth management business. Now, the newly set up Hong Kong Talent Engage will promote Hong Kong's advantages and provide support for talents minded to come to Hong Kong. Next year, we'll organize a global talent summit come Hong Kong, Guangdong, Macau, Greater Bay Area high-quality talent development conference. These measures are beginning to yield results, as at end October, we have received a total of 180,000 applications, 110,000 of which have been approved, and about 70,000 of them have arrived in Hong Kong. This has far exceeded our annual target of at least 35,000 per year. Now, for the Top Talent Pass scheme, the list of eligible universities will increase to 180 this year. We will also have a pilot scheme on the vocational professional admission scheme so as to address the manpower crunch in trade and transport and logistics, INT, etc. And we've also relaxed the rule on taking a part-time job for non-local graduate students. Members are concerned about the need for new impetus for growth and how we can better integrate into the overall development of the country. As the new growth engine of Hong Kong and integration in the country, the Northern Metropolis will embrace the principle of industry-driven and infrastructure-led. Upon completion, is going to provide 500,000 of jobs and housing units, respectively. On the 30th of October, we announced the action agenda for Northern Metropolis, mapping out the major facilities and timetable for the 3 areas in the metropolis. We are pressing ahead at full steam with the Shenzhen Municipal Government, the Hetao Shenzhen Hong Kong INT Cooperation Zone, using the vision of one river, two banks, one zone, two parks, to look at the flow of major innovation elements within the area. We've completed the plan for phase 1 of the Hong Kong Shenzhen INT Park. We will increase the gross floor area to 1 million square meters with different themes in its areas. The 3 blocks in the first phase will be commissioned in phases in 2024. We will attract enterprises and use market forces to enhance our speed of development to provide high-quality R&D industry facilities. Sentient Techno Park will also dovetail the development of this park, and we will have an integrated ecosystem providing upstream, downstream, and midstream activities. Housing supply. We need sufficient housing and land supply so that we can all live happily, and this is a long-standing policy of the government. We will press ahead to address the the housing shortage and the living environment in Hong Kong. In 2022, we map out the land supply forecast for the coming 10 years. We are pressing ahead according to schedule. The Northern Metropolis and the Kaohsiung Artificial Islands will be important sources of housing in future. The two infrastructure projects will bring tremendous economic and social benefits, but it will also have great demand for capital. The Committee on Financing of Major Development Projects, to be chaired by the Financial Secretary, will give financing options for the projects. We will use different construction methods, including building technology, to expedite the supply of public housing. We'll have a series of measures, including light public housing. There will be sufficient land for private housing to satisfy the different needs of the community for housing. We'll continue to promote smart management of housing estates to enhance efficiency and quality of building management. We will complete the design for happiness within 2024 to enhance the sense of happiness for our residents. The SL government is committed to addressing the subdivided unit issues. We have stepped up tenancy control and enforcement to safeguard the interests of SDU households. We will set up the task force on tackling the issue of SDUs to report to the CE within 10 months. To address the problem of new birth rate in Hong Kong, the PA has got a package of measures to create a favorable environment for childbearing. To send out this message to the community that the government encourages childbirth, to arouse the awareness of the community on the low fertility rate in Hong Kong. We have got newborn baby bonus. We have raised the accommodation-related tax deduction, and we have priority arrangement for flat selection of PRH and also subsidized housing. We have enhanced support for assisted reproductive services, and we will assist family in childbearing and provide family education. The government cares for the needs of the elderly, persons with disability, as well as their carers. We will boost manpower of nursing staff in care homes for the disabled. We will provide more places in extended care programs, in day activity centers and work extended programs. We will launch the incentive scheme to encourage providers of RCHE for persons with disabilities. In new development project will increase the number of representatives of PWDs and carers in RAC. We will have a 3-year pilot scheme to provide an additional $500 in allowance to working PWDs on CSSA. On support for carers, we will mobilize care teams in Tsuen Wan and South District to identify carers of elderly and PWDs requiring support. We will assist the installation of emergency alarm scheme. We will also launch the Walk with Carers publicity campaign. We will set up dedicated teams to support school leavers of special schools and their carers. We will also expand the use of the INT fund for application in elderly and rehabilitation care to cover during technology products. President Lee has said that when our young people thrive, Hong Kong will thrive. So we are committed to maintaining our work for development of our young people. Last year, we announced the Youth Development Blueprint. We have been implementing the 160 measures covering enhancing national identity among our young people, helping them to integrate into the overall development of the country, to address the housing needs, to instill positive thinking of young people and enhance participation in public affairs, etc. On all fronts, we're going to support development of our young people. Next year, we're going to host a Youth Development Summit, and through the Youth Link, we will link up our young people. The government has launched Phase 2 of Strive and Rise program with new elements, with more support for secondary school students from disadvantaged families. The quota is enhanced to 4,000, and we will start an alumni association for the program. We will provide social activities and work internship for them. We are going to launch the pilot program on community living room to provide more room for our SDU households in 3 years. Debate members expressed their support and approval for PA's policies, and they've also given us a very useful suggestions. I am grateful to them, and we will follow up accordingly. The CA and his team took 3 months to go through 40-odd consultation sessions. We have taken on board views from legislators and different sectors of the community and the public at large in compiling this PA. Usually, I will pause here and wait for members to vote on this motion. When it comes to polling, may I appeal to members once again, do come out on the 10th of December and cast your vote to return DC members that love Hong Kong and the country so that they can address the aspirations of the community. I urge members to support the policy address. Thank you, President.
The debate session on the motion on the 2023 policy addresses have concluded. Ms. Dowry, you have 4 minutes, 8 seconds. The debate will come to a close thereafter.
Ms. Sari Lee, 88 speakers has spoken in this debate, and we spent 12 hours, 24 minutes on the motion. I'm grateful to members for speaking on items close to their heart, giving us constructive and useful suggestions. The PA has many visionary, pragmatic, and feasible policy measures that can benefit the overall development of the country. It can really echo the need to maintain national security, to dovetail national strategies, and to nurture talents, provide housing and land, etc. I hope the CE and policy bureaus and officials can take our views seriously and put in place these measures as early as possible to benefit the public at large. After the legislative election on December 10th, we're going to have the DC election to improve our district governance. This is the first DC election after our DC reform. It has great significance. We should return members that love the country and Hong Kong so that we can strengthen our district governance and can address the needs of the community and lay a better foundation for moving from governance to stability. As the CE stresses, this is a PA that belongs to everyone in Hong Kong. I believe we all want to return DC members that are minded to serve the community. I'd like to take this opportunity to appeal to you to come out to vote on the 10th of December. So we return patriotic DC members that love Hong Kong, that will that are minded to deliver results and address community issues to build a better community. And I hope district council members will also help to publicize these PA and tell good stories of Hong Kong so that we can bring happiness to the community. The motion is a platform for everyone to express his view on the PC. Hopefully we can all remember the important speech of presidency on the 1st of July last year. The 4 expectations: we should raise our governance level, we should increase our impetus for growth, we should address livelihood issues and maintain stability and harmony. We should be people-centric, we should care for what the people care for, and we can address the concerns of the public so that everyone feel happy and have a sense of gain here. I urge members to support the motion.
And I'll put a question to you that Honourable Sarah Lee's motion be passed. But those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against? I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the 2 groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. I now adjourn the Council until 11 a.m. on Wednesday, 29th of November 2023.